Is it? Thank you for being so kind. Is it on? I'm waiting for where's my guy? Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. I love that, Marty. Thanks. There are people in front of me. It's day 2. And yesterday's welcome was warm. Today's one is warmer. It's the last day. People are smiling. Ishmael, they smiling. It mustn't be the last. We all feel it mustn't be the last day. Hey, it's going so well. But thanks for coming back today. I hope you are refreshed after a good night's sleep. Not? Okay, I do believe you because I am also not. Oh yes, it's recorded. I wanted to say, I can't say it in front of my boss, but I'm happy and alive. So a big welcome for today. There's only 3 house rules that I want to repeat. I think people misunderstood me. I said the bathrooms is on my right, but I meant through that door on your right, on my right, sorry, and on your left. These people are our sound people. This is just for them. So the bathroom is through those 2 doors, to your left and to my right. First floor is also bathrooms available, also on your right, and on my right and on your left. The second one is there will be recordings of the whole entire 2 days, or he will put all the presentations in a folder, and that would be forwarded to every participant. And you know this is live, so people can actually go on the live show. So without any further ado, I'll call on the driver of this 2-day conference, Mr. Ishmael Taladia, and I want you to help me to give him a big round of applause. You're not listening. I said a round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Ishmael.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm just going to do a very short overview of what we discussed yesterday, some of the presentations, and just a reminder to everyone, even though we had the breakaway sessions, we have recorded the breakaway sessions, so all of that information will be available to everyone that has attended the conference. Important because we don't want to lose any of the inputs made by all of the presenters, and so we are going to clean up the presentations in terms of what transpired in the breakaway rooms, and then put it into a folder, and we'll send you the link for that folder so that you do not miss out on anything. To the HEIs, if you need the presentations, we will have all of that for your own students, just to assist in making some of your lectures a little bit more exciting. I don't know if that's of any help to you, but we want to provide you with all of the information. Colleagues, I think yesterday we had some brilliant presentations, but also very importantly, very hard talks that needed to happen. And today we want to continue with that. And one of the things that I mentioned yesterday very clearly is that we are not just here to talk. We haven't had a conversation in a while, and it becomes important for us to have this very serious conversation in order for us to begin to move the system. If we are not going to do anything, the system is going to remain, and we are going to continue complaining about not having whatever we require in order to implement physical education. Yesterday afternoon, with the practical demonstration from Gary showed and demonstrated to us very clearly that you do not require all of the equipment. You do not require a massive space in order to implement basic fundamental movement activities. And I think that is something that we need to take into our schools and to take into all of our spaces. I'm wearing today, and I want to take it out of the archives, a USASA tie. Okay? This is a collector's item. Because it speaks to a time when in this country we were at the top of our game with regards to school sport. At that time, we also had what was the Love Life Games. And if people remember the Love Life Games, which was driven by Mr. John O'Connor, we were in every school, in every nook and cranny in this country. We were everywhere. And school sport was happening. And in the past decade, we've seen a massive decline in school sport participation, but at the same time, the implementation of physical education. And our conference yesterday and today is to begin to resurrect that. We have people in this audience, pivotal people in terms of influencing policy, in terms of influencing government officials to begin to redirect the discussions. We were fortunate to have the Deputy Director General here yesterday, and he's committed himself to ensuring from our department side, WCED, and we are going to get the Department of Basic Education National to also commit to that process of making the necessary changes. We were to have the head of education here, and the head of education comes from the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport, to have addressed us yesterday morning, but he unfortunately is off for 3 days as he has picked up an illness, but he is also committed to this program. So I can say to you with confidence that the Western Cape Education Department is fully behind not only the implementation of physical education, but also the drive to get school sport moving forward. On the 23rd of April, we are having a provincial codes coordinating committee meeting. And if there's anybody involved here in school sport, to ensure that your code is represented at that meeting, they need to make contact with me so that we cover every code of sport in this province. We need to be moving forward with our sport as we are moving with physical education. And I must say there is a connection. Yesterday our focus was on the physical education component, and today we're going to add to that school sport. I want to say to you that there were questions asked yesterday with regards to DCAS. And last night after the session, I contacted the Chief Director, who said he is not available because it is financial year end. But he has instructed one of his officials to be here this afternoon, and so we wait with bated breath for our Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport, because we need to be working together. Also, I have contacted the University of Cape Town because I want to put it on record, that they have failed to come to this particular event. And I have contacted UCT as I had contacted all of our other universities to invite them to be part of this discussion, because we cannot have any of our stakeholders being aloof of what is important to our communities. And the third organization that I also want to highlight and put a spotlight on is SASCOC. Because whilst we are going to be talking the link between our physical education and the link to sport, SASCOC plays a pivotal role in supporting what our national federations are doing, and they were given a personal invite. So if they find themselves to be aloof of what is happening on the ground, then I want to say to our national federations that's sitting in this room that you need to take cognizance of that. Because you are the people that are putting those people into positions. And if people are in positions, then they need to be making a difference. We cannot hold positions in any organization unless we are there to make a difference. A difference to our sport, our communities, in this instance, our teachers and our learners. So colleagues, I'm making bold statements, but I'm saying that I can back those statements with experience and with a constituency that will take up the challenges. And there's no bigger constituency in this country than our teacher organizations and our school sport if we get it right. So just going back to yesterday, we also had our teacher unions here, SATU, and today we will have NAPTOSA here. And so it is about our teacher unions playing an important role in supporting our teachers. One of the issues that we always come up against is the issue of facilities and equipment. And Gary demonstrated to us yesterday what you can do without much equipment and with a very small space. That you don't need the AstroTurf and you do not need to have a carpet to do your physical activities on. So what we want to take away from this conference is to understand, under the current circumstances, we can make things happen, but we are also making the request to change things. Wherever we can get the support, whether it be through our non-governmental organizations, whether it is through our universities, you have the power to assist and to instill change. And we're making the appeal to you to ensure that that happens. Colleagues, I've got lots to say, but we will keep that for this afternoon when we wrap up. I also want to just say to you, this afternoon we're going to have a practical demonstration again on what teachers can do without major equipment, but what is fundamental to our learners in terms of physical literacy. Please remain for the full session, because you can only learn from what these experts are going to be sharing with you. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Ishmael. That's why we call him our activist, not afraid to say what's on his mind. Right, we just go according to the program. So our next guest is Prof. Simeon Davies. He's currently the head of sport management department.
Charita,
Yes.
sorry, hold on quick. Apologies to interrupt. The next guest speaker is the principal
Keith Powell.
of the International School in Dubai, Mr. Keith Powell.
Sorry. I thought you said I was going yet.
You can come on stage. Clickers there.
Thank you very much. Just some of this technology thing. Okay. Say?
Doesn't
That's
matter.
right.
It's fine.
Good morning, everyone. We're all sitting here, and that's the problem we have when we go to any conference. It starts like this, and it ends like this. So I would like you to stand for 30 seconds. Just get out of your seat. 30 seconds you have to do. Here we go. Turn to someone and tell them what you did yesterday. Anything to do with physical training or physical education. What did you do yesterday? Turn to someone and tell them. 30 seconds. Thank you. 30 seconds. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Please take a seat. Thank you. Look at the excitement. They don't even want to sit down. Look at this. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Look at the excitement. Thank you. Now, usually when I walk into the class and I walk in, the first thing I say is, eyes on me. And then they say, eyes on you. And then I have the attention immediately. I had a little quote here. I love quotes. Accept and respect, we're all different. But we're actually all the same. So Mr. Ishmael Talade, I've known him for a very, very long time. It was about the hair year because of volleyball and where we started. And Mr. Ishmael Talade, he don't mix words. And that's how I got to know him. We would argue and disagree to agree, but when we want to do something, we do it. I take me back when I walked in here, I recognized so many faces, and I said, whoa, takes me back. Where did we play volleyball? Lansdowne Park, in the winter with a plastic ball, because we wanted to play volleyball. We didn't need the courts. Where did we play our first tournament? In the basement of a building where the floor goes like this and the drain is in the center. We played an under-16 tournament in George or Neisner in an old cinema where the floor goes down. When I stood on this side of the net, I could look over the net. But the guy on the other side had to look at the net like this, and yet we played. We had a Western Province tournament in a shack or something which we had to clean first before we played. So we made an effort. We didn't look for the problem. We looked for the solution. And you can find the space to do what you want. So Mr. Talade wanted me to tell me what I do when I'm at Dubai or wherever I am in the UAE. I took his slide of yesterday, and those are the things you want to achieve. But we can achieve it slowly, one step at a time. We have to have a mindset that we can make a difference. We have to have the mindset that we can change things. That's why we are here. You know what I hated the most? I do a volleyball workshop for one day, and the kids run around and they hit the ball, and I give them a cap and I give them a t-shirt, and I think I've done my job. I think we need to train individuals to be able to do the job for us when we're not there. When we're not there to assist. So we train people. We need our physical education teachers. A sports coach is not a physical education teacher. They train volleyball, they train rugby, rugby sevens, hockey, whatever sport they train, or swimming. And that is why we have to develop those specialists once again in their droves. Of course, we need government support. We speak about the well-being of our students, but we also speak about the well-being of our teachers. They need to be looked after as well, and if they're motivated and they're ready to do things, it rubs off on the students. We remember that particular teacher that did something to us that impacted on us. And I take you back to 1984, Mr. Snyder's at Garlandale High. Any new school, what do they do? All the other schools say, and all the people, they don't want to that school. So what did Mr. Snyder say? I was a PE teacher. Young man, sit down there. Look at this man. I want you to win the sport. How big was athletics in our time? It can be the same. Give me a G, camarada. And we were singing. Give me a G, camarada. G, G, G. The students were excited. Athlone Stadium, the track. We never went to the stadium. There's now the new football stadium. It was taboo. special occasions we could step on those particular tracks. But we ran, and we jumped, and we shouted, and we wanted to be in the A section. So on this Camps of Champs day, I remember the one boy was limping, and the teacher said, "It's all in your mind." He said, "Meneer, ek kan nie hardloop nie, as dit nie myne is in my been." I remember that very clearly, and it was amazing. And yet that boy went onto the track to get the 2 points to take them to the A section. It can be done. A mindset that we know that our students, our learners in front of us need the opportunity. Don't say, "I can't." Oh, we don't have the halls, we don't have the gymnasiums, we don't have the money, we don't have the facility. You remember taking the football team to play in Rosemead Avenue with the bakkie? 12 boys at the back, had a bakkie net so. Terwyl jy ry. You remember that? Because we wanted to make sure our students got the best from us. We needed them to do that. Let me just story about. What do you see? What do you see? I'm going to ask you, sir, what do you see over there? Next, you're playing the guitar. What do you see, madam?
Sorry.
There's a lady playing some instrument. Thank you, sir. There's a lady playing some instrument. What else do you see? What else do you see? Madam, in the middle, what do you see? Old people. She sees two old people. What else do you see? Madam, I see you practicing. Yes. Take them in the middle. You know what she saw? The chalice. Look at the gold section. Is the chalice in the center. That is what we tell our learners. Come on, spread your minds. Do you want to be an Olympic star one day? Do you want to do what Ronaldo does when he takes the free kick? Do you want to do what Quinton Fortune did for Man United from Pew Town? Penny McCarthy. All those stars in our communities are not highlighted because we're looking so far beyond that. Where is our superstars of now and that can be? Please remember that. So, what is it like in the UAE? The UAE has money. The UAE has facilities. The UAE is everything you can dream of, and yet they only cater for elite sport. You got a talent, we will give you whatever you want. We'll even change your name if necessary. We'll give you a passport if necessary. But I go to schools and I work in international schools and national schools where we have physical education. And it's not PT that we did physical training. It's physical education. You teach the students to be lifelong learners. You teach the students to respect rules. The PE teachers would let you line up. You have your PE kit, and you're not dressed any other way. We had it in our schools. Line up. Môre meneer. Môre juffrou. This is what we're going to do. I remember we had to write out those lessons. Those of you that still at you were training college those years, you remember? I skryf ons al lesse uit. Introduction. The body. En ons al lees, ek weet nie hoe en ons lees jy maar skryf. You remember those days, the training colleges. As sit ons 5 in 'n klas, as sit Ismail daar voor, dan krit ons vir ons krit. Nie meneer, jy het nie daai gedoen nie. But we don't tell them how. We don't tell them the difference, the change, the mindset. And as you go around, and I've been around the world a little bit, I was lucky enough to do that, but I'm a UWC boy. And that I do not forget. Where I come from, no matter where I am, I do not forget. Ek is 'n UW's boy, ek is 'n bushy, and ek is 'n Unitarian. So I do not forget that, and I make the children understand. This is in the playground. Look at them. The little ones doing their, look at they all dressed. They're playing some sport with the ball we created. Here they're running. They're busy. Here we go. And this go one back. The fitness challenge. The country becomes involved. There's a 30-day fitness challenge, and you do whatever you need to do in 30 days. Every single day. They have created walking tracks around the parks. They have created little five-a-side football pitches inside the parks where the people can play. They put the lights up. Of course, here's load shedding, so I don't know if that'll work during the day or the night. But anyway, we can try. But we can create a space. Ismail said that. We don't need that facility. We don't need that to say, but I can't, because we don't have. The only way we're going to get the support of people above us that Ismail spoke about is to show them what we can do. And they need to support us. I'm going back to curriculums now. Do you know how important physical education is in curriculums? You look at the British curriculum, it is a subject choice. You look at the US curriculum, it's part of a credit system. They do it from grades 9 to grade 12. They have to do physical education. It's a credit, 2 credits that they must earn. We look at the International Baccalaureate. It is a subject, school sport or sports, exercise, and health science. It has to be done. I helped out as 5 periods a week that you have to do various sport codes, fitness, nutrition. All those go together. And I know the practicalities and the problems we have in our country. We have to work with our governments, with our sports bodies that have to support us in that. My daughters did a physiotherapist tour mentality, and they worked in Lavender Hill. And for them, it was such an eye-opener to work with the students and the learners from the area. There's a sports school in the Lavender Hill, yeah. And they were there, and they were mesmerized what they could do there. And they got involved on the level. And they went back there to share stuff they collected to give to the children, sports staffs, whatever it was. So I believe that if there's a mindset and we all work together as a team, there's no I in team. We're a team. Together we can overcome anything. And we used to sing that loudly and boldly. And we in New South Africa, we respect each other and we trust each other enough. That is why you're here. To make the difference and to make that change that we can all do. There we go. So what happened was with the 30-day challenge, we would have a massive Dubai run. Anybody in the country can participate in a walk, a run, and it is an event that people look forward to inspire the youth, to inspire the parents, all of them to participate in this particular thing. And we do 30-minute workouts, and you dedicate this, and we do this, all part of work, play, and move. Important. Sorry, let me just go one back. And there, somewhere near the beach or some patch of tar, we just call an event. People come and pitch up. Some bring a mat, and we have mass training. I run along the creek in the morning on a Friday because we used to have weekends that end on a Saturday, and we start working on the Sunday. But it's changed now. Normal weekend, 2.5-day weekend. And everywhere people do yoga. People run. They try to motivate the youth to participate. We have young people in South Africa here. You watch sport on television and you see, why is South Africa not represented? We got 55 million people. Where are our representatives in any form? I'm into all kinds of sport, and I sit and I say, where is South Africa? Where are I only see them in the Olympic Games. Oh, here's a long jumper. Oh, wow, here's a sprinter. Oh, wow, last night that girl won the 800 again. But where are the young people that has this motivation, and why are they not there? Because sometimes we only look for the problems. But it's the solutions we need to find. And we need to talk. We need to say, what can I do? Come. Ishmael spoke about the guy who used a small space to do exercises. You can do it where you're standing. Stretch your arm, lift your arm. You're exercising, you're moving. And I think that's the key. I hope this thing will play, Mr. Taladia. Will that thing play? Where's my IT guy? Mr. IT guy, can that thing play? Can he come quickly? Hello, sir. Are you able to play that video? If you click on it, that should play. Okay, don't worry about it. It'll take too much time. I'm going to ask you a riddle. Twins were born in May. Their birthdays are in June. The one is 20, and the other one is 22. Is that possible? Tell me, how? Yes, miss? Aha! That can work. Twins were born in May. Their birthdays are in June. The one is 20, and the other one is 22. Is that possible, madam? Is that possible? You have no idea? Yes, sir. Yes, how? Sir, give that man a hand. Give that man an applause. Twins were born in May is the name of the place. The one is 20. Their birthdays are in June. The one is 20. And the other one is 20. TOO. As well. Again, I made you think. And that is how we work with our young people. Let them think. We know as teachers, we always think we got all the answers. And we speak and we jump more than them. And if you get you 60, you'll fall. You'll break your leg. Teach them how. Teach them the skill. They will remember. Pity that thing can't play, but maybe this afternoon we can make it play. So let me just do another one there. He who learns but does not think is lost. Physical education, the education part of the physical training to become lifelong learners, to dream, but your dreams can come true. Believe that we can make a difference. And the mere fact that you are here, it means you want to make that difference. Speak your mind. We don't have to keep quiet. Call them by name, call them out, and they have to make and support. Thank you. Shukran.
Thank you. Audience, I really think, my humble apologies again, sir. This is our keynote speaker. I think he definitely needs another round of applause.
Thank you very much.
No. Fairuz, I don't know about you, but I was about to cry there. I think those years, 84, 85, was our most beautiful years. I want to sing now like we sang on that stadium. It was beautiful, so thanks a lot.
Thank you,
for coming and sharing your thanks.
Your
apologies, Mr. Davies, also for making ready here. But our next speaker is now going to be Mr. Simeon Davis, Prof. Simeon Davis. As I said, he's currently the head of sport management department at CPUT. All I'm going to say is you've published a lot of research articles, so I'll call you on to come and share with us the best of you. Welcome to the stage.
Yeah, is it okay? Just click that screen there. You don't need to turn it around. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Wonderful to be here. I have to say this is such a pleasant surprise and experience, and I'd like to thank Ishmael and his team for pioneering this event. I think it's very important at this time. I just had a quick word with Ishmael because I picked up there's quite a strong volleyball theme here, and I fortunately played volleyball as well in Europe, and it struck me as Haroon was talking as well, that I was very fortunate to meet Adrian Stradum, Gosh, as he was known, and I was doing my master's at, I'm starting like this because I think it's like an anecdote which is relevant, and I was doing my master's at Rhodes, and he was at Rhodes, and I walked, and ostensibly I was asked to coach the volleyball team because I'd been a coach in the UK. And I saw Adrian Stridham, and he was probably the best player I had ever seen. He was an extraordinary athlete, and dare I say, a very vivacious player. He was quite extraordinary. And what he didn't quite understand, because of his circumstance, was actually how good he was. And coming back to Haroon, what you were sort of emphasizing, we have a huge amount of talent in this country, and it needs to be unlocked, and those young people need to be made aware, particularly in the case of somebody like Adrian, of where they could go. And I think he was probably the first South African player who went to Europe to play professionally. And the transition for him, coming from where he was a big one, but his talent took him through. So I'll come back to my presentation now, but I thought I would mention that. So my presentation after yours is going to be fairly dull, I'm afraid. But it's actually a really important thing, and I think it's sometimes we can talk in general terms, but the devil is in the detail. And sometimes we need to focus on things in the systems and address them, because if you don't, they carry on being a problem. So my presentation is entitled Postgraduate Certificate of Education, Access Criteria, okay? A selection process that inhibits physical education career opportunities for UOT, University of Technology, sport management graduates. Now, one of the interesting things is that whilst I'm head of the program, sport management, in the business faculty, about a third of our first years coming in to the program historically intended to be phys ed teachers. And they combined that with teaching commerce. And for 25 years, that's what they did. And it was something we encouraged, and it was something we supported. Obviously, we were in the business faculty, so that's kind of important, but it was something that was very important to us. And 2 years ago, we were told that they no longer qualified because they no longer met criteria, because D had decided to change the criteria. And I make a point around this because this is how systemically physical education gets marginalized and pushed to one side. So if you look at some of the blurb when you go onto websites, because a lot of people do undergrads, degrees and whatever, and they want to become teachers. And perhaps one of the most flexible ways of going in is to do the PGCE. And according to the UKZN, a PGCE focuses primarily on developing teaching skills, in other words, how to teach, and not knowledge of the subjects you intend to teach, in other words, what to teach. And this is a big thing, because if you look at the way they've structured PGCE for phys ed, it doesn't make any sense. So in other words, the PGCE prepares graduates for teaching through an intensive one-year full-time program. But you need to have some background in where you're going. So this is a very boring slide, a tedious slide, and it's meant to be about the purpose of the PGCE at Nelson Mandela University. And what you'll pick up is it's actually very vague and general, and just picks up on all those kind of good things that we want our teachers to be: passionate, engaged, knowledgeable, effective, compassionate, critical thinkers. This is standard stuff, okay? So it's very general. So this is the purpose of a PGCE. But if you look at wanting to access life orientation, what comes up? You have perhaps the most restrictive and unusual access criteria for a PGCE to get into life orientation. So applicants must have obtained a minimum average of 60% for psychology, completed in their undergraduate qualifications. Now, I have nothing against psychology, absolutely nothing. It's a great subject. But to be frank, why does it take precedence over all other subjects, particularly where that person may have combined sports science or human movement science or human movement studies or kinesiology, whatever you want to call it, with another major subject which is taught at schools. So what you have here is a very, what I would describe, exclusionary practice, which restricts access into the PGCE. If you look at the actual admission criteria stipulated by DHEAD, it says life orientation is, and you'll know this, is an interdisciplinary subject that draws on and integrates knowledge, values, skills, processes, blah, 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 embedded in various disciplines, such as sociology, okay, cool. Philosophy, fantastic, want to learn about Kant. Psychology again, political science, and then human movement science towards the end. Now, the hierarchy of these things tells you a lot about where DHET sees human movement studies, human movement science, sports science in the context of life orientation. It is at the back end, okay? Then you get labor studies and industrial studies, and I'm thinking, why do these other subjects become important and perhaps business and commerce subjects in our situation are not important? Because we want to decrease unemployment and increase employability in our young people. And teaching them business skills or through commerce and stuff, you open up that opportunity. With all due respect, getting a philosophy graduate doing some phys ed doesn't quite make sense to me. And that's no disrespect to philosophy, because I think it's an important component. So it is recommended that a prospective student should take a combination of at least 2 of these fields in his or her undergraduate degree, for example, human movement science and psychology. Psychology must be one of the fields. Psychology must be one of the fields. How many of you guys studied psychology at university as a major subject? Okay, I would say less than half of you. So the rest of you, if you're doing like an undergraduate course, couldn't go into the PGCE now. You are excluded. And the rationale for this doesn't make sense to me. Let's look at some other PGCE subjects, and they kind of have a better rationale. So you want to go into consumer studies. The student must have passed clothing and foods or cooking up to at least second year. That makes sense to me, because that's the practical, technical grounding, the knowledge base you need to go into that field. Let's take drama and arts, which is kind of like near to us because we like performing, okay? They must have passed drama and theatre at third year level. But again, there's rationale there. I don't see the rationale in psychology being a mandatory component of the PGCE for life orientation. You take life sciences. You must have done biology. It makes a lot of sense, okay? Or botany, or zoology, or microbiology, physiology, and all those things. Again, it makes sense if you're going into life sciences. And funnily enough, if you go through that DHET PGCE admission criteria, almost every school subject has solid, logical rationale as to why you go into it, except for life orientation. And again, listening to what was going on yesterday, it just underpins the way in which not only is physical education marginalized, but it's how the system is used to push it to one side to create space for other subjects. That's me talking off my head. So this is kind of just a reaffirmation, but perhaps the last part of the slide is just to affirm why is psychology, sociology, philosophy, political science, labor studies, why are they essential for life orientation? Now, I'm aware that life orientation includes a number of things, but I don't understand why you need to have an undergraduate qualification in these areas as a specialization. The important thing for me is the human movement science or the studies. Any of you who've worked in that space will know the worst thing you can see in a gymnasium or on a sports field is a person who thinks they know what they're doing and they don't know what they're doing, because kids get hurt, they get overdeveloped, and things go wrong. They're not managed properly. So what's happened since the mid-1980s? Because that's when I was doing phys ed. So my background is as a phys ed teacher, so I'm kind of passionate about this. But sorry, where we're jumping around. Very interesting study looked at the difference between kids today and kids 30 years ago. So if you were 30 years younger, and you're now getting near to 60, and you had to run against a kid now, and you had to run a mile, you do it significantly faster than the average kid today. They are significantly less fit for a whole bunch of reasons, and it's largely due to the fact that they're not being exposed to physical education. Yeah? And if they're running more slowly, then what you have is issues around obesity, which is this unfortunate thing where and I think we've all been there, where you have to manage kids who are overweight, obese, they feel challenged, they feel unhappy being in the space because of where they are. So this fitness issue is problematic. Now, I had a big problem last year, 2 years ago. I was doing a clinical study, and I don't know if any of you are familiar with the Watt bike. It's a bicycle you can get on. It's a fantastic device, and we use it for testing. And the participants had to do a sub-maximal test up to about 80% maximal heart rate, whatever you want to call it, 1 minute break, and then do 10-second sprints on the bike. Okay? So what I always do is I always do the test myself a number of times to make sure if I can do it, then a young, healthy person can do it. Okay? So I'm the wrong side of 60 now. I wish it was the other side, but there we go. But we had 40 kids, males between 19 and 25, 40 of them. How many of them were able to do the sub-max test and do 10 sprints out of that 40? And these are people who look fit, okay? It was about 8. It was really, and it actually messed up the study because we had to change all the stats because we expected a 24-year-old young man who says he's fit can do 10 sprints. They couldn't. They just stopped and said, I can't do anymore. So the point I'm trying to make is there's a picture here of a kid who is clearly overweight or getting to obese, but there are a lot of kids out there who look okay, but they're actually physiologically not great. These are typical charts looking at BMI and diabetes in Africa and in South Africa. And what you'll see over time is all the trends are going up. Okay? So diabetes is going up, body weight is going up, which means non-communicable diseases are increasing as a burden to the health system, which is an issue. But what I would say, which is more fundamental to the person individually, is the quality of their life is less, because it's going to be less if you're dealing with these issues. So the point of my presentation is, and it's great that we've got such a collective of stakeholders who are actually passionate and interested and committed and have a vested interest into revitalizing and repositioning physical education. But I think we need graduates coming through with the correct career aspirations and correct undergraduate experience, and whatever it might be, with some sort of flexibility. But so long as they've done human movement studies, sports science, kinesiology, they should be afforded the opportunity to go into the PGCE, because then we start getting a stream. But then at the same time, we need to have universities and UOTs and colleges willing to facilitate and capacitate those programs. I'm at CPUT. There is about zero interest in supporting life orientation in the education faculty. In fact, we're moving to a different venue, and they cannot wait to get us out of the venue, off the campus, so that they can take over our facility, which is the Margaret Black Gym, which I think is the oldest gymnasium in South Africa, physical gymnasium. It's over 100 years old. It's the original Swedish gym. So if any of you have seen it, you'll understand its importance. When we leave, it's going to become a general space for whatever. And it's imperative what it was built and designed for is likely to be lost. And this is the kind of mindset, I believe, in education DHET. So I'm probably being a little bit out of order here. So my kind of fundamental thing here is I believe that we need to look at expanding and promoting physical education or life orientation as a meaningful career choice. And there's a lot of people here in my sort of generation, like phys ed was such a prestige career to go into. Not only was it a professional job, but you became an important part of the community. Yeah? People knew you, and they respected you. And in fact, at a school, you become the most important person because you're interacting with kids at a special level. And the point I made yesterday to a colleague was, if you can afford to send your kids to a private school, you take the academic for granted. The maths, the English, geography, that's there. The differentiator is, does the school do phys ed and sport? Because that's the special experience my kid will get. And that's a differentiator. You see, you can talk to people and see, why did I send my kid there? Because they have that. So this is my last slide, and this is just to affirm perhaps that I'm not talking in isolation. This is an academic paper written by Vierbeek in the South African Journal of Childhood Education. And this is a summary point, and it talks exactly to what I've just been talking to. It is recommended that the mission criteria for the PGCE should allow recruitment of graduates from a wider variety of academic backgrounds, and it is argued that this qualification should be seen as part of a continuum of professional learning, and that teachers with a bachelor's degree are well skilled to be active lifelong professional learners. The point about this summary is that we need to have more flexible access into our PGCE programs for life orientation or physical education. Because at the moment, it is a bottleneck and we're not getting the graduates, the expertise coming through. This auditorium should be packed with phys ed teachers, but it's not, because it's tough to get into the career now. So that's my point. I hope it's relatively clear. And I thank you for your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Davies. This morning, Mr. Talaria mentioned about the tough questions that are being asked. Yesterday, we had Satu, member here, mention the curriculum being changed, and now we've got Professor Davies. I think it's a question probably to you, Mr. Talaria. You're going to have some meetings with some vice-chancellors, some deans regarding the PGCE program. Ladies and gents, on our program, up next is a physical education teacher herself. So please allow me to welcome the HOD at Renishkil High School since 2012, where one of her duties include the provision and coordination of the life orientation curriculum. Amongst many other things, she holds a level 2 javelin coaching qualification, a bronze and silver certificate for ballroom dancing. She's also a level 1 and 2 aerobic and step instructor. Please put your hands together for Ms. Shana Smith.
Good morning, everybody. And thank you, Mr. Taladia, for this opportunity. So I've decided to look at my physical education journey, and I want to start right at the beginning. And that beginning is in a small town called Haarlem in the Langkloof. My father was a physical education teacher for all the boys at the school, as well as the sports convener in the Langkloof. He encouraged us to play outside, to climb trees, and to play various traditional games, like dribblik, hopscotch, kennetjie, klip-klippie, rope skipping. I'm quite sure that some of you know all these games. Growing up in a large family surely taught us creative ways to engage in various physical activities. A highlight was definitely the tennis and table tennis tournaments we had amongst ourselves. We had lots of fun playing with all the friends on the farm. At primary school, we had 2 phys ed teachers, one for the boys and one for the girls. After our PE lessons, the boys will return to class bragging of the fun lessons they had with my father. He was exceptionally good with walking on his hands for quite a distance and received all the admiration from the learners. He loved to watch the learners play during the school breaks. He will have his lunch, and after that he will he stood outside his classroom door watching the children play. And where possible, bought his own equipment like sponges that served as mats. We had festivals in Haarlem whereby the boys showcased their skills in pyramid displays and tumbling movements coached by my father. I proudly formed part of this display, ending it off with flexibility movements. We were also encouraged to bring our own mats for physical education. So if you see it's physical education today, you bring your own mat to school. The popular ones were the large Hessian bags, cut open and finished off around the edges with beautiful material. We did a lot of functional movements. That is all that I can remember, functional movements. Running, jumping, catching, throwing in our 4 color groups, the red, the blue, the yellow, the green. And in each corner of the field stood a wooden crate representing the 4 colors. And within that crate were the jig bottle, the bean bag, the tennis ball, the color bands, the skipping ropes, and bats, and the ropes lying next to each. I'm quite sure that a lot of you can relate to this scenario. In those days, we also had physical education inspectors who visited the school, one for the boys and one for the girls. I can even remember their names, but I will not mention it today. And they were very, very strict. Instead, one day, they were unfortunately, they did not have enough time to observe a PE class. Instead, I was called to demonstrate all the movements they wanted to observe. I could gather from the teachers how strict they were, so they were very impressed with my skills. I was very flexible and wanted to do gymnastics, but at a primary school, we only offered athletics, netball, and rugby. Needless to say, I decided to become a phys ed teacher, and it is such a rewarding journey. I absolutely enjoyed my time as a sports science student. When I started, it was called Human Movement Studies at Stellenbosch University, with all its new experiences and challenges. For the first time, I could do lots and lots and lots of sports. So much so that I spent quite a number of years studying for various degrees. Everything in sports science, BA, honours, B.Ed, and masters. As a student and a young teacher, I attended workshop after workshop, meeting after meeting, year after year. That was where I got my ideas and inspiration from for all my lessons. I always went with an open mind, a positive attitude to learn, never to criticize or to feel that it is a waste of time. There's always something new that you can learn. And thank you for Mr. Taladia for all the opportunities that you give to our teachers. Up to this day, I still attend professional development courses, not because I have to earn points, but because I want to empower myself. I started off with a 1972 and 1986 physical education syllabi, and many more that I've done over the past 31 years of teaching physical education. I had to teach national dances from different countries for each grade and only knew a few of the dances. My first subject advisor, Mrs. Dulcie Davids, encouraged me to attend the national dance classes in Bellville with Miss Doreen Solomons. I'm quite sure that some of you also attended those dance classes. So I traveled by train every Friday afternoon from Stellenbosch to Bellville to attend these classes. Those classes with Miss Solomons played a huge role in my professional development as a teacher. Miss Solomons became my role model and mentor, who exposed me to a lot of the workshops, the meetings, the gymnastrada, and dance festivals, locally and internationally. I will be forever grateful to Ms. Solomons for all the opportunities she provided for me. And I see in the audience that we have colleagues that accompanied me on the 1995 Gymnastrada in Berlin. Right, the Western Cape Movement Education Association provided opportunities such as rope skipping, dance workshops presented by local and international coaches. We had dance exams with international examiners and also performed on international stages. I've traveled the world just because of physical education. My teaching career started in the most beautiful setting at the foot at the Banghoek Mountain in Kylemore. What a privilege it was to teach at a brand new school. It had such a beautiful view with the mountain as a backdrop. But because it was a new school, we were still waiting for the equipment. And as usual, as phys ed teachers, we are used to improvise. That's the key word. However, if you have all this beauty around you, why not use it to your advantage? I used the space outside and improvise with regards to equipment, making your own bowls with newspaper and plastic bags and using the rolled up magazines as bats. I still do it at my new school, and they love it. The learners were eager to take part and enjoyed every minute of it. I knew that when these learners went home, that other responsibilities awaited them, such as looking after their siblings, cleaning the house, and preparing meals. So I decided to plan my phys ed lessons in such a way that they had fun while learning new skills. My focus was on a phys ed period that they could all look forward to, as the boys did in my father's class. Learning will also be much more effective if they are looking forward to the lesson. I once attended a seminar at Stellenbosch University called Sociological Perspectives of Movement and was inspired by one of the presentations. It was about developing leadership amongst the leaders. I immediately saw an opportunity to implement it in my phys ed lesson. As a result of this presentation, I introduced a phys ed captain system with badges and T-shirts, which was sponsored by a company. Each class elected a phys ed captain with responsibilities in the phys ed class. I used every opportunity that I had to expose the learners to dance productions at the Oude Libertas Amphitheatre and gymnastic competitions in order to widen their horizons. I started the National Dance Eisteddfod in the area, the first gymnastic competition, as well as ballroom and Latin dance classes at the school. The front page article of the Cape Times caught my eye, and it was an article on Sanette Smith and her career as a martial arts and self-defense instructor. At the bottom of the article was her contact details, and I immediately contacted her and arranged self-defense workshops for the learners. That was a great success. I was amazed that she came. Another article in the Cape Times again caught my eye, and it was about a program run by Newlands Sports Institute, whereby a minibus with sports science students and fitness testing equipment visited the schools and did a battery of fitness tests with everyone, even the teachers. A report of all the results was compiled and sent to the school, as well as a training program for all of us. The top 30 learners who scored the best fitness score, they received a T-shirt from Morne du Plessis after he did a motivational talk to the school. With a Veld and Vlei instructor as a colleague, the learners definitely enjoyed countless hikes. Then I moved to a new school. So I applied for the physical education and geography post at Rhenish Girls High School and got the job. I am still at the same school 22 years later and absolutely love every moment of it. My first question to myself was, who are my learners? How do I need to adapt my phys ed lessons to make it fun and exciting for them to learn new skills? The level of participation of the learners that I teach at Rhenish is more varied. Some of the learners have early morning training in either hockey, swimming, water polo. Some of them competed at a national and international level for sport or dance. Some of them have gym memberships. Others excel in cultural activities offered at the school, for example, music, debating, public speaking, and for some, the phys ed period will provide the only physical activity for the week. In my life orientation department, we are 3 teachers in the life orientation department, 2 physical education qualified teachers, and a life orientation qualified teacher. I am grateful for having 2 enthusiastic and dedicated teachers in the LO department. They always have bright ideas to share and to experiment with. It is really a pleasure to have them on board. I am surrounded by world-class facilities that include a sports hall that is large enough to play indoor hockey, an astro for hockey, a brand new 25-meter swimming pool, a sand court for volleyball or 5-a-side soccer, for futsal as it's known, to play ultimate frisbee on a soccer field, tennis and netball courts. But I can assure you that I still use the basic equipment and a small space. That is all that I need in order to do physical education. We have a separate sports department with a head of sports, an aquatics manager, a hockey coach, and a conditioning coach. And they are assisted with coaches from the University of Stellenbosch. Something with regard to my planning at the school, we use the Google platform at our school, and all our LO and physical phys ed resources are kept in a shared folder on Google Drive. It makes it much easier to share resources with everybody in the phys ed department. We constantly add new resources to the shared Google Drive. Lesson plans are readily available with a click of a button. An important aspect of our school is professional development, so we are currently using a company to assist us with integrating technology effectively in our lessons, and that is also in the physical education lessons. The COVID pandemic forced us to upskill ourselves with regard to teaching. So what is important to me, after all that I've mentioned, that it is very important for me to create a safe and nurturing environment in my physics classes. That is number one. By doing that, I immediately get everybody involved in the lesson. Another aspect is also to have options available. So we know that we have to do the different sports. So I give them an opportunity to decide what sport to play, and then they also feel that they actually have a say in it. I teach all the grade 8s, 11s, and 12s, phys ed, and only guidance to the grade 12s. There are 5 classes in each grade. It is especially important to set the scene for the grade 8s coming from the different schools. So there, I actually emphasize to respect individual differences with regards to movement, to support and encourage one another when doing physical activity. I explain to them that some learners in the class are very good dancers, swimmers, or athletes. Others are very talented in music, but we have to support each other in the phys ed class. My approach to the grade 11 learners has a strong leadership quality. They are the potential leaders of the school, so I structure the activities in such a way that they have the opportunity to develop a coaching session or choreographing fitness sessions. The learners have an opportunity to coach their classmates and be the instructor of their fitness session. I found that the grade 12 learners needed a different approach to take their minds off their academics. They work incredibly hard and just also need a physical education period where they can play the sport, enjoy the exercises as a class. Being a challenging year for them, forming a strong social bond in class is important to support one another and be there for each other. We are fortunate and grateful to have learners who participate in all the lessons. The late Professor Liz Brissan, also a mentor of mine, organized a workshop to develop the sport leadership skills of girls, and we were fortunate enough to be a part of the program. The sport leadership program was implemented with the assistance of students from Newman University, Birmingham, England. This partnership gave me the opportunity to do my master's degree at Newman University in England. It was a blended learning course, which means I had to travel to Birmingham to attend classes. The sports science department of the University of Stellenbosch is quite close to us, so I make use of this opportunity to invite coaches from various sports to teach the skills to my learners, especially when it's a new sport and I don't know it that well. That is when I call on them. I prefer to use sports in the phys ed that we do not offer at the school. They absolutely love sports like ultimate frisbee, tag rugby, softball, and handball. One here, with the assistance of the sports science students we had in the past, assessed the fitness level of all the grade 10 learners at the beginning of the term. We made use of the fitness gram test battery. What I like about it is that they use healthy fitness zones where learners can measure only if they are below the zone, in the zone, or above the zone. So each learner had to design a training program because of the results that they received, and they had to practice it for a term, and then we reassessed it at the end of the term. Because we focus on health-related fitness activities, it is important for them to understand how to put a program together. A health and wellness week. A health and wellness week was organized by my colleague, whereby she planned activities for all the breaks in that specific week. A team of learners assisted her, and this included Zumba and pound sessions done by Virgin Active instructors, healthy eating habits, and also talks by health practitioners. They really benefited from that. And during the lockdown session, we also had a health and wellness lockdown edition for the learners. Right, this is a program that I've done with Ms. Eureka Beekes and Mrs. Corinne Small. And this is what I do in a class setting, and this is what is important. Create a safe, positive, and supporting environment. Be enthusiastic. I have 5 classes of each, and I know each class. With this class, I need to jump this high, just to motivate the learners to participate. With the other class, I need to jump this high because they will jump high enough in that lesson. It is important to give positive and constructive feedback. It is very important to be aware of what you say to the learners. So first think about it and ask yourself, is it positive? Something that I can't get away with, I constantly look for new material. And now with Google that we have, all of us have, we can find interesting activities to do. And then the last thing is to improvise. The learners, they like this equipment that you make. The bats with the rolled up newspaper, the balls with, even though I have all the facilities at the school. So the lesson plans, what is important that it is exciting, fun, interesting and challenging, because the learners, they must look forward to, then they will actually buy into and participate. I use the basic equipment, and that's my color bands, my cones, and that can be empty bottles filled with a little bit of sand. If you walk into my class, you will see that there's a locker with lots of stuff. Everything I see lying around, to me, it is equipment. Balls, whistles, stopwatch. Nowadays, you have your cell phone. Hoops, sticks, ropes, bats, bean bags, and blindfolds. So that is what I use most of the time. Safety to me is very important. So I start off my lesson. After I take a roll call, check who has their uniform, and then I will introduce what we are going to do, as well as the safety issues with regard to that activity. It is extremely important to me. Right. This term we did fitness. I will give Mr. Taladia resources for everybody here that I've put together. And fitness, because I'm an aerobic instructor, I do aerobics at the school. So what I do is I teach them how to choreograph a block, and then I first do movements with them to give them ideas of what movements to use. They can also use their own movements, especially if they are dancers or gymnasts. So they can use any movement. They choreograph a block. They work on their block for 2 periods, and then at the end I assess them individually. So then they do the block with the class. Circuit training, how to develop. I have already laminated cards, so it is easy just to take 10 cards and put a circuit together. Although it is important to know that you will have maybe legs and then arms and abdominals, and not legs, 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 arms, arms, arms. So all these information will be in the folder that Mr. Taladia will share with you. Fitness testing, like I said, it is health-related fitness testing. If we can look at that, that is what I do for cardiorespiratory endurance, muscular endurance, muscular strength, flexibility, and composition, body composition. So I use the fitness gram, and I've put in the folder the lesson with a YouTube clip, and the cadence, because these exercises you actually have to do with specific cadence. Right, and then also walking and jogging. What a lovely activity to do. All right. I must admit that they do know the performance-related fitness components, and for all these components, we also have tests. For team sports, I think that is the part that everybody likes, playing games. They just want to play games. I'm fortunate to, Professor Liz Brissan gave me all her books when she retired, and it is all about teaching team sports. I have quite a number of books teaching team sports, indicating the points that you have to look at when teaching the skills to learners. So the sports that I do at my school will then be ultimate frisbee, softball, futsal, basketball, badminton, volleyball, and various indigenous games. Warm-up games, stuck in them, they love these warm-up games. Tag games, follow the leader, using the lines that you have. Crows and cranes. I use this book because there's a nice idea for the different games that you can play with them. Then for dances, yes, when I actually saw that I also have to teach them ballroom dances, I also took classes in order to make sure that I know how to do the steps. So in our dance classes, we do a little bit of ballroom, the waltz, the quick step, and then the part that they love, the Latin American with the cha-cha and the salsa. And they're very good with those dances. Creative dances nowadays, I think they all look on social media and get their ideas for creative dances. My honors, I actually did that in recreational activities. And they can learn so much through team building, trust building activities, obstacle courses, orienteering, and fun relays. So I can remember that I did an activity, they used to call it the blind man's trail. So then they blindfold 3 of the people in the group, and the leader can see, and she will take them around the course. And at the end, when you have a debriefing session, you ask a little bit of what they experience. So it is quite good to do that. So other team building activities that I do is blind square, orienteering, lineup, radioactive field. The minefield. With the minefield is also if I just need a space and put lots and lots and lots and lots of different objects in the area, and then they have to move from the one side to the other side blindfolded with a partner to navigate them through the course. That they also find interesting. So all these resources will be in a folder and available for everybody in order maybe to just help or assist with the planning. In conclusion, what a privilege it is to be a physical education teacher. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Mrs. Smith. At the intro, you spoke so nicely of, 3 blikkies. My hand-in-eye coordination started with Keniki. That was for me. Just some short points to highlight with the commitment. I mean, you heard her speak about the train that she has to travel with, attending workshops for enrichment, not so just to register. We do really live in 2 different worlds. I mean, she was speaking about a company and the resources. And I think the colleague is here, somewhere in the audience, who was speaking about 1,500 learners, and he's got a think it's a 60 by 40 field that he's got to do physical education on. But thank you, Mrs. Smith. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Jamil. I would just like to add on that, although she's at Renish High, on that side of the railway, she's always willing to help on the schools on this side of the railway. Thank you. The next two speakers, I would love to introduce them as the main team of Northwest University. Dr. Nico, I saw he wrote in the program Nikki. So Dr. Nikki van der Merwe is a senior lecturer at Northwest University, the Potchefstroom campus, involved in distance learning. He presented a number of national and international conferences and is here today at another international conference. He published in accredited journals and he also peer-reviewed several academic articles. Big welcome to you, sir. Then his co-pilot is Miss Annerie Kruger. She's at the Van der Bijl campus of the Potchefstroom NW. She's busy with a PhD titled A Best Practice Model for Physical Education Teacher Training in a Distance Learning Education Mode. So a big welcome to the main team.
Yeah, that's the clicker left, right, and the red one.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity. I want to thank Ismail. Yes, moet ek hom opsit, afhaal. This is just to remind you of COVID. So I'm carrying it all over the show. Actually, thank you for the words of welcome and the introduction. Thank you for everything. It's a privilege to be here. Sorry, as you can hear, I'm Afrikaans speaking, so bear with me as well. I'll do my level best English. I'm from the Karoo, and there we will ask you, is you all right? Type that. I just want to do an introduction to this distance education, because as soon as you move to distance education, you see that's in the theme. We've got this effectiveness of physical education on a distance education mode, because people immediately will tell you, this is impossible. You cannot do it because it's a practical subject. How do you do this on distance? Now, I'm not claiming that we are there, but we are passionate about what we are doing, because if I go back to what I said yesterday, that charter that UNESCO adapted says to us that each and every learner should have the opportunity to be exposed to physical education. I want to commend Ms. Smith. She's a role model. What she did here is what we try to teach our students. Everything and more included in our courses, to try and get our students to present physical education in a proper way and means. But now we must come back to reality. Our dearest Professor Jonathan Jansen said to us, life orientation is a stupid subject. I've just read again there. He said, life orientation is the club your parents should give you on the way to school in the mornings. And physical education it's one of the outcomes of life orientation and life skills. So what now? And I agree with him. We are our own worst enemies. Subject advisors comes to us and ask us, is it possible for a whole class to achieve 98% for phys ed component in the life orientation? I said, no. I can achieve that as well by writing in the marks. They're not presenting it, but why are the teachers not presenting? Because they're not trained, they're not equipped, they're not They haven't got the knowledge how to do this. And this is what we try to do. I must relax. I'm trying to do an intro for her. I also forgot our colleague, Dorita de Toy, is not here today. She's busy with other physical education matters at this moment. But she's a go-getter, a leader. Ismail and the people here know her. And that's why we are so fortunate at Northwest University to still be able to present physical education from pre-service to postgraduate up to a PhD. And we will fight for this. Unfortunately, Simon, I'm also on the wrong side of 60. I need to go, but they're not going to get rid of me. I'll be there like a little brackie always and just be on the heels to get them going and keep this going, because we need to equip our teachers to the best of our ability to be able to teach our learners in the schools and give them the opportunity. I wanted to link this because these days in the research, we need to link to theoretical perspectives. And you are an excellent example of, for instance, the self-determination theory of Decky and Ryan. Because what are the three main things? Autonomy, competence, and relatedness. Exactly what you try to give to your learners. They must participate in something that they can enjoy, that they want to be. They must feel competent to do this. They must feel related. They must have the autonomy in a sense to do what they need to do. So just relating it to that. I always, when I teach, I'm going to give you some background now quickly on this is just my intro on the distance education quickly. I'll give you a few minutes on that as well. But when I teach my students, I always relate, we had this guy at the Northwest University. He was an A-rated, NRF graded space technology researcher, Professor Harm Moral. You remember Loop and Val Mozzarella? Now, exactly. In the afternoons, around the campus, this guy. I was scared. I was watching him, wasn't I? When am I going to pick him up? Because he's going to fall down. But he was jogging like this. And I asked him the question, why in heavens will this guy go for a jog? To revitalize himself, to refresh himself. Afterwards, go for a shower, have a meal, sit down, and then create this huge research, well recognized all around the world. He needed this exercise, this top academic. And this is what we need to get through to our learners. They must understand why they must do this. What will the benefits be for them to be there? I've read something about this, that Usain Bolt indicated that they had the same problems with physical education in the Bahamas. His teacher took them to the park to do some physical activity and running. And he caught on this and he said, I want to be a runner. And he was the best in the world and he will still be the best in the world. A phys ed teacher that linked something to or created the passion with one of his learners. I just want to tell you this so that you realize what we can do. As I said yesterday to Ishmael and the people here, we need to take hands. We can make a difference. We will make a difference if we still keep the passion and we still show them what to do and how to do this. We must keep in mind one thing. We do not have to cater for the sporty learners. They will be active. We must look at the clumsy and the obese. We are losing them. And this is where we experience the problems with obesity, and because what they do, they haven't got any self-confidence. They just withdraw, bring a letter from the parents and say, I'm not going to participate. Sitting in the corner. And we must get these learners to participate as well. They're never competing in a physical education class with somebody else. They compete against themselves. If they can improve by a little bit, they have won. They're successful in what they are doing. Just a short little bit of background quickly on the distance education. It started way back, 28, 29, and we just were paper-based, fully paper-based, everything. And when we had practical evidence from our students in the ways of pictures, and even those video cassettes came in. What a nightmare, because you put it into the old machine, it doesn't want to play, wrong format and whatever. Okay, fortunately, we are facing the paper-based completely phased out. And we moved forward to the more electronic era, and we came to the interactive whiteboard sessions, where we could interact with our students. And we gave them the opportunity now to do electronic. It was still sort of paper-based, but then we went electronic with the assignments as well. We could include videos, and we could do much more like things like getting evidence, what they were doing. I tested this. We used the Bridget platform to do this. I tested it in 2012 from the Loughborough University in Leeds. I taught the students, it was the Olympic Games at that stage, and I was clever. I put a few slides in with pictures of the Olympic Games. I taught in Rustenburg and De La Reyville, and the students were excited. Show us more, show us. I said, let's do the work, and let me show you how to do first. And then I thought, you understand what I get, how we progressed. And at the moment, we moved forward even better. We're on the electronic system of the university, driven by Sakai, the Ifundi platform, where I can teach them online and I can get their work back electronically online. And I even mark it electronically as well, give feedback to them. Just a short glimpse. And unfortunately, then the law changed. You know the POPIA vet as well, Personal Protection of the Protection of Personal Information Act. But we try to sidestep that as well, because we cannot let them have the videos or print it in the classes anymore now, because if we haven't got the informed consent. So we let them do demonstrations or get friends, and they must sign an informed consent form. Just an idea how to do this, how we try to get around that. But just to end off, before I hand over to my colleague, distance education is not only unique to us. We've got the SAIDI, South African Institute for Distance Education, assisting and helping us to do this all over Africa. But just have a look and think for yourself, and you can go and have a look. Many of these also present physical education. The Open University in the UK, more than 200,000 students. The Indira Gandhi National Open University in India. The Johns Hopkins University in the USA. Ireland, Belgium, Germany, Netherlands, all over you find distance education. I want to pose the question to my colleagues here. The institutions presenting contact physical education. What did you do during COVID? Just leave them alone? What did you do? You had to improvise. Some of the improvisations that we received was from these universities. They used the virtual classroom to create a physical education class, put the student there, put in the clumsy, obese learner, and he must react and he must assist them, and then you can. We cannot afford it, because what we want to try and achieve, and what we need, because we're not all at these lovely schools, Ms. Smith. We're looking at those deep rural areas in KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape, where we need to serve and assist these teachers. That's why we went for the research route and to see what we can do and how we can progress. And Anri is going to present on her master's and the results she found, and just give a little bit of our PhD. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Nikki. I told you we must actually end off with all that passion for physical education. Right, so when I started off with my M.Ed, Nikki came with the idea with the distance education, because I'm actually a contact lecturer, full contact, so I don't do the distance education. And I mean, with COVID and all of that, everybody was on distance education. It didn't matter if you were at school or at university, we had to do distance. So if you have a look at, they say about 40% of South African students that studying is distance education. So, for instance, if you look at the methods that we look at, there's only a limited number of universities in South Africa that presents a full module for physical education. I'm not talking about life orientation. Life orientation is something on its own, and physical education as a module on its own, as a main module. Right, so there's a limit, or maybe just one university doing that. at distance. I'm talking now, everything I'm referring to now is distance education. So this module, it's just physical education. So it's a problem to train the students properly on that contact mode. And my aim of my study was to find out what was the positive and the negative effects the students and lecturers experienced when they taught on the distance mode physical education. So but the students that I used, actually they have life orientation as a main subject, but some of them also, as the physical education, we've got a whole year in our 4 years of training that focuses mainly just on physical education. So those students were my guinea pigs, my sample, and then the lecturers at Potch University that do the distance education, those were the lecturers that I used with my questionnaires. Right, so at the end, we looked at the video recordings, the presentation of the practical skills, and then the submission of assignments. Because, I mean, you want to know if this student can present a class. I mean, it's easy to write an assignment and to tell somebody, this is how you do a cartwheel step by step, but can you do it? Can you support that child when you need to teach them? Right, so it was a qualitative study that I did with semi-structured individual interviews with the lecturers, my colleagues, and then with the students, I made a questionnaire that I posted on a Google form, and I sent them the link, and they completed it. Because I started with my study in 2019, mid-2019, and I submitted 2020. So it was in COVID time. So yeah, then I had to improvise because now I wasn't allowed to see the students. So that was luckily they're used to distance, so it's easy to communicate with them. Right, so then I analyzed all my data, and then from that the coding and the themes and the sub-themes, you all know that. So now I want to get to my themes. Right, so the 5 themes that I identified from, that emanated from my data was that the interaction between the student and the lecturer. Right, so the positive outcome was that the lecturers was always available. They say that they were available via WhatsApp, via email, so they were easy to reach and responded quickly. So that was a very nice thing that the students actually commented on. And then they said the lecturer's mode of communication was personal and it was a caring type of communication. So they were easily reachable and professional, and they could talk to this lecturer anytime. But then there was a negative part, and that was the physical contact or the real interaction. I don't know, I'm a contact person. I hate sending emails. I would rather walk to somebody's office and go, here I am, right? So that I think the students on distance education feel the same, because sometimes you just want to look at somebody and tell them, please understand my situation. Right, so that was the interaction and between the lecturers and the students. Then another interesting one that came from was the competence and the enthusiasm and passion. Right, so first from the lecture side, that they said that the lecturers was very passionate about physical education, and then you can see they were addicted to sport and just training and everything. So the lecturers really loved movement and loved sport. So the students felt more confident because they could apply the content that they received from their experience and the lessons from the lecturers, right? So there's a passion that the lecturers have in distance education that was just given to the students, so that it developed a new passion for them too. Then the obstacles that they experienced during this distance learning was, unfortunately, most of the students, like Nikki said now, comes from Pitsonder Water, somewhere in the furthest part of the Northern Cape. They don't have any background knowledge of sport. So that was unfortunately one of the obstacles. They don't know all the ins and outs of all the different sports. I mean, maybe they just played soccer, or maybe they just did netball. I mean, now they must go to school level and teach hockey and rugby and even gymnastics and dancing and everything. So there's more to physical education than just soccer or rugby or netball, whatever. So that was unfortunately one of the obstacles they they came forward. Then the other thing was technology, So there was a technology illiteracy. So because they had limited internet access, sometimes they didn't even have internet available. They need to travel to get some signal and things like that. So that is also another problem that they identified. And then, unfortunately, the admin, and that was back at the university, from the university side, the deficiency in terms of the admin of assignments, the large amount of assignments, the failure of keeping record when did they submit, and the late submissions, and then the lecturers receive assignments that was due months ago. So that was the other issue also, that's the obstacles. But then the overall experience that they had with regards to the practical training was videos. Videos is one of the best things that you can make and give to a student. Because they say they can watch it over and over and over. Where a contact student is, what I said, is over and done. You've heard it once, and that's maybe after class you can come and ask again, "Ma'am, what did you say?" So that's the nice thing. They really enjoyed the videos. They said that was one of the best learning modes for them so that they can be able to do it. But unfortunately, the negative side of the video was for them to compile their own videos if they had to do assignments. Because our assignments, they needed to submit a video so that we can see them if they can present a class. So the video would be on a lesson plan that they presented to us so that we can see, can you present a physical education class? So they struggled with compiling videos, unfortunately, again, technology, and and how to explain the movement correctly, because they weren't sure if they were presenting this lesson, somebody else recorded them, are they doing it correctly? Because I mean, they are just giving their best side that they are trying to do. So the feedback that they didn't receive immediately was also an issue on the video, because when they present that lesson on that video, they can't receive feedback immediately. So that was another problem that's on the negative side. And then they realized, the students said that it is difficult to enroll in a distance education degree. So that was also one of the obstacles. Then if you, the last one, my program, the influence that it had, the positive experience with the content, the students said it was very interesting. They really got a new look out on life orientation. They also felt the same, that it was boring and not necessary. And after they, waste of time, after they did this degree or started with this module, they realized that how important physical education really are and how important it should be in schools, and it should be taken more seriously. So after they've done all this content in phys ed that they've never done before, they realized, but this is really important. Right, so that is the positive side of the program. So my recommendations and the shortcomings is that there's this positive and negative side of the distance education, the technology that we need to train the students to use the technology, the lecturer and student contact, unfortunately face-to-face. I mean, the students are all over South Africa, so you can't always organize maybe a workshop somewhere locally because they come from everywhere. So that's unfortunately something they really need, is that contact, and then the interaction also between each other. There were some of the students that said they would like to have contact with other students, not just the lecturer, just some other student contact. Right, so, and then of course the management system and the administration. So that is the shortcomings that I focused on. And then for my future research is I'm going to try and create a best module for a practice for this mode of physical education in the distance education mode. So that is what I'm going to end my PhD with. So I will tell you, those that are presenting online, I will find a module so we can do it properly. Thank you very much.
Well done, Annerie. Thank you very much. I just want to end off. I forgot to tell you, we have got 60 plus centers all over South Africa where there's a hub, and we've got people supporting there. And they've got internet access and everything available there, resources to do their research and whatever they need. What we are planning, as we've got this and we're going for this model she's working on now, we get the best practices from all over, from the contact, from the other universities and this, and then we plan, for instance, to say once in a semester or twice per semester, go to a central center, for instance in the Western Cape, come down here and then present a 2 or 3 day workshop like we've done in all this to get the contact that the students need again. So we need, as I said when I started off, we're not there yet, but we cannot afford life orientation being offered to distance education students in the deep rural areas, KwaZulu-Natal, Northern Cape, way over, and they get no content and support for the physical education. And that's why we've got the passion. The passion will never die. I was a phys ed teacher for 20 years, and I will jump and run around because I'm excited. We can make a difference. We can change this country through physical education. Let's take hands and let's support people like Ishmael and his team to come up with the solutions and do it for our future, because the youngsters, the kids in our schools are the future of this country. Thank you very much.
He gave me his card now, and he actually gave me permission to share the story with you, because on the card it also says Dr. Nico, and in brackets, Nikki van der Merwe. So I showed him, and he said there's actually a reason why in his class there were 3 Nicos. And of course, he was the smallest like I am, the shortest, and he became Nikki. So Nikki and Annerie, I think, really, and oh yes, Annerie said I can share it with you. This was her virgin presentation, her very first. Yes. Nikki, Annerie, you were much better than me. I fell on my virgin presentation with Trofsky Jacobs. So I'm just going to end off the first part before he takes over, just starting with Keith again. I think the 3 words that's in my mind now is commitment. And then passion. Nikki said it over and over. And then I want to use the word competent, because if I think back, that's what we tried to give those kids. You can. You can do it. Even if you come from Pontieville, where Lavender Hill, you can. So for the 3 people this morning, thanks for your passion and your commitment to this program of Ishmael. We really must take hands, as Nikki said. Thank you. Over to you, Jamil.
Thank you, Churita. Ladies and gents, before we break for the mid-morning tea, just a short question-answer session. A reminder once more where the bathrooms are, out to the back and to your right. It's the same upstairs as downstairs. Just with the questions and answers, can we just limit the statements or the congratulations? Let's just keep it specific to questions and keep it quite concise. Please don't ask anything about the principals, about the unions. Let's try and keep it to the presenters that we had here this morning. It does become a little bit tricky when we're asking questions and the relevant people aren't present in the room. So if there are 1 or 2 questions around, there are people on the sides that have their mics, so if you could raise your hands.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Ryan Kraus. I represent the Progressive Principals Association. For Prof. Simeon Davies, I think one of the concerns you had was why use psychology as a means or a major means for life orientation. I think that could come from the OBE system, the pre-OBE system. When I did my degree at UWC, HMS degree, I did psychology, and I needed psychology to qualify for guidance. And I think Ms. Smith mentioned that she teaches guidance at the school. She didn't use the word life orientation. So I think that comes from that, and it's also, I think it was mentioned yesterday, that it is time that phys ed should be taken out. after life orientation and be a standalone subject again. Thank you.
Comment? Any other comments? Any other questions?
Another question?
Just
Oh.
to Professor Davies, just from my side, and to sorry,
Doctor.
Dr. van der Merwe.
Doctor.
The issue of universities and your roles in decision making around the PGCE. And I'm asking that question because I was lecturing at UCT for the physical education PGCE students. And for the year 2022, that was stopped. And Professor Davies mentioned that in his presentation. So how influential are you in terms of addressing this with the university heads or the deans of universities?
Thank you, Ismail. I'll try just to say something, and I'm going to ask my colleague, Prof. Ruth, to try and support me and help you, because I'm not into the politics at the university and those decision makings. I'm headstrong. I'm just continuing. And then they must bring me back and slap me on the hands and say, no, stop this. Because we didn't stop. We continued, and we're still continuing. But unfortunately, our hands are tied. We are there to apply the policies and whatever comes from the top. But I must say, I don't know if it is the passion, our hard-headedness we've got, and the strong heads we're going on with. We could continue, and we're still doing this. So I don't think, I haven't got a clear answer for you, Ismail, but let's hear what Kobus has to say, because he's a little bit higher up in the hierarchy than I am, and I think he can just tell from the part of UJ what happened there.
Thank you, good morning. The higher up is just an age. I can just add, as I said yesterday as well, we have wishes, a long list, and we have dreams, and we can approach the deans of faculties and say, this is what's happening, this is what we want. And I can speak from the UJ side, where we had a strong PGCE when I arrived in 2010 at UJ. And we actually developed physical education in all phases thereafter. But at one stage, when everything went mad, physical education started losing space. And people, the decision makers at varsities, it's about bums on seats. Sometimes they put 4 bums on one seat. And if you don't bring in more than 12 plus students to fill in a certain qualification, that qualification just disappears. And that is quickly, that can happen overnight. But to bring it back, your knees will feel it. By crawling and praying and asking nicely, but it doesn't happen that often. So yeah, and Clinton can also assist there. How long we've been trying now to bring in PGC again, especially for those coming with commerce, those coming with sport science, to fill in that spaces, also to do physical education or the PGCE in physical education, so they can also link in there. But for how many years now? 6, 7 years? I'm gone there. It's not happening as yet. Thank you.
Good morning, Bevo Walensky, Southfield Primary School. I've got 2 questions for Ms. Smith. The one is, how do we motivate those teachers that are not qualified PE teachers to teach the subject? And then will you ever go back to a disadvantaged school to plow back your expertise that you've gained over the years? And then to the universities, in 2016 when I joined Southfield Primary School, there was a lack of knowledge around teaching PT in particular. And I made contact with UWC, and I can't remember the individuals' names. But the idea was, like I said to you yesterday, I'm from Hewitt originally. And we used to do practice teaching every Thursday we used to go and visit schools, and that's where we learned how to teach. So around pedagogy and those types of things, that's where we got the exposure. So what I offered UWC was for them to once a week to come and do PT at our school. They never accepted the challenge. So the question I want to ask the universities, and I'm not sure if only UWC is represented, but if we want to turn the tide, we need to have those types of initiatives. So I want to challenge the universities to join our schools and to come and let their students come and teach at our schools. And that's how we will develop and grow PT that's needed. So I would like to have some sort of commitment from the universities where they will make themselves available and to send their students to schools so that we can promote the subject. So that's the challenge to the universities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Valencia. Just a quick comment. In the house, we have University of Johannesburg, we have UWC, we have Northwest University, we have Wits University, we have University of Nelson Mandela Bay, and we have CPUT. And have I missed any other of the other universities? Ms. Claassen, is Ms. Claassen here? Thank you. And you are from? Forte, University of Forte. Thank you.
If I can respond to the first question, that is where I actually experience the importance of my advisors who encourage us to attend all these workshops. Because when I looked at my curriculum and discovered that I actually don't know the dances and know the movements that I have to do, I actually attended courses. And I think it is important for us to have workshops in order to empower the teachers with the physical education content. It is very important. Secondly, yes, I will definitely teach at any school because I just love working with kids no matter from which school they are, and my first love will always be the school where I started.
A question to Professor Nikki, right? It reminds me of when I taught it in Qatar, we have so many Muhammads. So I had to give them all numbers, Muhammad number 1, number 2, number 3, please come. So I understand when you were the same as Nikki, they were called you Nikki. Question I have is, how successful are the hubs that you've created? You said there's about 60 hubs around the country. And I know the situation with digitization, the problem is always Wi-Fi or connection. So how do you manage that? I am really impressed with this program. How do you manage the students and how do you get a hold of them if there's a problem with that kind of connectivity for them to be able to communicate with you via those hubs?
Thank you for the question. I'm not into the administration at all, but what I forgot to say as well, we've got a unit for open distance learning to manage everything. And they've got a support system in the technology, in everything that we work through, and the students communicate through them as well. So we've got, except from the email contact, they can phone us. We've got the interactive whiteboard the live sessions. We've got the electronic platform, and then the hubs is managed by the UODL self. They've got managers at these hubs. I'm a little bit exaggerating in the sense if I say 60 full-blown hubs, we've got, say, for instance, a main hub in the Western Cape and then smaller hubs around that one. But the main one will be in Parow, for instance, where they will support the others again. They've got a whole system how this works. I can talk to you and give you the information from them. It's rather because I'm going to tell you stories and they say, you are lying. That's not how it's working. Because I'm just a teacher. I'm trying to get it running. But as I said, we are not there yet. There are a lot of things. I think the load shedding is more a problem than the Wi-Fi at the moment in this country because that's running down. We are on generators at our campus. Immediately, if the power goes down, we've got access to electricity from generators, but in the systems as well, and as you indicated, the Wi-Fi as well. But you'll never dampen my spirit about this. I'm running, I'm going, because we need to help the students. And I can just share this with you. I went out, when we had the opportunity to go for the work integrated learning, the practical teaching, we went out to these deep rural areas, and I've seen some of the best lessons I've ever seen, with some of the students with no resources at all. Improvisation, Ms. Smith, improvisation, what they did. But if you see those kids' faces, enjoying the phys ed, what they do, and even if they just trigger them to say, okay, you already walked to school 15 kilometers this morning, so you had your physical activity, but I'm going to teach you some skills, playing soccer again in the phys ed class now, and show you how to work with your friends, and how to win and how to lose, all those social skills that you need in this. The eyes light up, and they play, and they want to go out. We're in trouble normally. I was in trouble in school when I taught physical education, when the maths classes was just after my phys ed classes, because they didn't want to concentrate in the maths class, because they enjoyed the phys ed so much. I must share this with you. I was in the Northern Cape, up in Kimberley. I was 6 feet tall. The sun burned me to size like this now. And the school I was at, one of the top schools, didn't have a swimming pool. And I went to the headmaster when we went to the 50-minute periods, and I said, we want to go to the swimming pool. He said, how? I said, with a school bus. And we drove, and I didn't have time to check them roll call and whatever, and then it happened. One day I was on the red carpet, and they said, you had the grade 9s, and not the grade 9s, the standard 9s, those grade 11s at the swimming pool. But there were 3 or 4 matrics as well there. I didn't pick it up. They jumped into the bus at the back, and they were swimming like all, doing this class because they enjoy. You understand what I'm getting at? It's all about the passion and giving them the opportunity. I hope I answered something, but we can talk about that as well. Thank you.
Ladies and gents, we'll break now for a short mid-morning tea. If you can all return here to the auditorium, so blue band, orange band, pink band, doesn't matter. Just everybody return back here at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, sweetheart. I've been following on the live stream. She's also been watching. Oh, lovely. So I just posted a couple of things, but Kimmy has been keeping me posted.
Thank you, everybody. We're about to start the second session.
Are you going to introduce them? Just their names, cool.
I'm just introducing my SCP. You do the rest.
No,
That's
no,
what
no,
it
no.
says. JH?
Yeah.
Yes, but I mean,
So,
yeah,
okay,
with
let me do
Ivan.
this, let me do this now quickly.
No, I'll do him. No, I'm not supposed to do this.
Right, ladies and gents, as we grab our seats, the next two presenters, firstly is Dr. Shahid Talib from CPUT, which will be followed by Robin Claassen from University of Fort Hare. Everybody's present here, so please put your hands together for Dr. Shahid Talib.
You are making me the makar.
I'll sit with you now. You can choose which one. Clicker, left, right there, and you can just click direct. Time is here in front, the ladies in front will just call out the time if you're worried about it.
Okay, good morning. I had a very interesting discussion with Brad being over drinks now. And I thought I'll start my presentation with a question. Right? And the question he raised, and I said, well, let's bring it up. And the question is, so what? And what are we going to do? Right? And I think that's on all our minds. I'll talk about my presentation afterwards, but I think perhaps at the end of my presentation, let's think of 5 things that we can do. Right? That we can do. How are we going to implement it? What are we going to do? We know physical education needs to be brought back. Right? I'm talking to the converted. So the question is, what can we do as universities, as NGOs, as teachers, as educators, whatever role you have in here. And I want to perhaps just keep that in there, and perhaps after my talk, we can discuss maybe just 5 possible solutions as a short-term, and maybe as a long-term or medium-term goal as well. Okay? Because I think it's nice talking, but you are all convinced, aren't we? So let's find some solutions. I don't have them, but I'm sure we have got more knowledgeable people in the audience that can assist. So I'm going to start off, and you all know this, but we'll speak about health and wellness first. All right? Non-communicable diseases, right? It results in about 70% of deaths globally. 70% of people die because of this, right? And it's estimated that about 20 trillion rand is spent on this every year. That's 20 trillion rand, you know? And it's the poor people who are suffering, those who don't have medical aid, right? Those are the people who are most affected by diseases of lifestyle. Things like obesity, things like hypertension, cardiovascular disease, etc. So it's very important for us to have an intervention strategy for this, just from a health perspective. Okay? And of that, the 77% of these deaths occur in low and middle income countries. Right? So South Africa is high on the list. And in actual fact, in the Western Cape, we've got the highest rate, right, of NCDs in the country. There's a review paper that I came across recently looking at the effects of physical inactivity, right, in some of the diseases of lifestyle and what happens. And you can't see it. Let me see my pointer, does it work? In any case, you won't be able to read it, and I can't even see from my screen over there. I don't have a screen in front of me. But can I go forward now? You know, when you get older, your eyes also start going. So, physical inactivity, right, would increase the chances of cardiovascular disease, increase the chances of depression, that's fine, dementia, coronary heart disease, I said that, stroke, diabetes, type 2 diabetes, hypertension, bladder cancer, breast cancer, colon cancer, endothelial cancer, esophageal cancer, gastric cancer, and renal cancer. Want me to repeat that again? I'll say it again. According to the review, which is 2020 review, you have an increased chance, if you're physically inactive, of having cardiovascular disease, dementia, depression, coronary heart disease, stroke, type 2 diabetes, hypertension, bladder cancer, breast cancer, colon cancer, endometrial cancer, esophageal cancer, gastric cancer, and renal cancer. I don't know about you, but that's alarming, okay? And where does it start? Where does physical inactivity start, or physical activity start? It starts in the schools. It starts at the beginning. It starts in your primary school. It starts from the age of 5, 6 years old. I repeated the slide here just because when I read it, I was like, wow, you know? This is real. This is affecting people's lives every day. And we need to do something as best we can. So I'm going to move forward here. Some of the benefits of exercise, right? Again, from the latest review article. We've just mentioned 10 of the benefits, and if this is particularly from health and wellness perspective. So the first one is kids who exercise are more likely to exercise as an adult. So in the audience here, who of you did not exercise as an adult? Hands up. As a kid. Who of you did not exercise as a kid? Okay? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Just don't be afraid, it's fine. Who of those 4 are exercising now? No. Who of you who did not exercise as a kid exercise today? Okay. So that's just less than half of you. So the reality is that if you don't exercise as a kid, it becomes hard to do it when you're older. It becomes difficult. You don't enjoy it. You do it because you have to. But if you do it from a young age, it's part of what you do. It's essential in your DNA, and it becomes easy for you to do. Right. Number 2, exercise helps achieve and maintain a healthy body weight. Regular physical activity helps build and maintain strong, healthy muscle, bones, and joints, so you become bigger, stronger, healthier. Right? Exercise aids in development of important interpersonal skills. Kids love to be in front of computers, laptops, iPads, right? It helps when you play sport, interpersonal skills have been enhanced. And this, I'm just giving you the results of the review articles. Exercise improves the quality and quantity of sleep. These again, just the 10 of the most important things. Exercise promotes and improves school attendance and enhances academic performance. I'm not going to say Professor because I'm good friends with him. Kids who exercise have greater self-esteem and better self-images. Number 8, participating in regular physical activity prevents and delays the development of many chronic diseases, and I spoke about that previously. And children who are active report fewer symptoms of anxiety, depression, and better overall mood. I mean, you've got a happier, healthier child in your class, and that's going to grow up as an adult. If we can't see that, and if this is the only thing we take forward to government, then it should be the health benefits of physical activity. Exercise helps improve motor coordination and enhance the development of various motor performance skills, and I'll talk a little bit about motor performance skills now and generally in skills as a whole. And people always think physical activity and physical education as sport and exercise and sporting teams and things, and this is just a minute part of what physical activity is about. So I'm going to go on a bit and talk about sporting excellence. And I'm going to discuss a nice paper that was reported on the number of hours that you need to train as a kid. But firstly, what's important is diversification. So the research is quite clear that if you want to become a top sportsman, right, you need to have a diverse skills from a young age. Meaning you need to play a number of sporting codes, do a number of things. Now, where does this come in? Physical education at school. Right? On average, They looked at Olympic players, looked at cricketers, some rugby players. They played an average of 3.5 sports when they were young. That's a lot. I can tell you, no parent can afford to take a kid to 4 different sporting codes in a year. It means I've got to go there for soccer, there for rugby, there for cricket. No, but the school can. One place, different sports. And that's what's so important about it. And that's what we need to develop. Again, I'm talking to the converted. So Ms. Smith spoke early on, and I just couldn't help triggering my career as a sports scientist, but also what I went through when I was a kid. So she spoke about, she was very enthusiastic about physical education, what she did. So I went to a school, Portia Primary School, right? And I had a physical education teacher by the name of Lloyd Miller. Some of you might know him, he's about retirement age now. But Lloyd taught me cricket, soccer, rugby. He taught me volleyball, how to relay, how to do battens, high jump, long jump. In my period of that time that I was at school, he taught me how to do gymnastics. And then he also organized matches between schools. We played a lot less than we practiced, but that was just the nature of it. We used to take a bus to William Herbert, right? We used to come later in the afternoons. We were almost busy every single day, but he single-handedly did that. And that is what it required. Today I can do all of those sports, probably excepting for gymnastics, but I could probably play all of those sports today. And it had an immediate impact in my career growing up as a cricketer, because that was my main sport, right? But I had the skills that I could pull from all sports, which was so wonderful. And that is missing today in most schools. I'm going to show you an article which was published about quite a while ago, but it looks at the number of hours that kids need to play or participate in order to be successful. And I'm just taken from the under 15 cohort. So I've just looked under 15 cohort, and this under 15 cohort was about kids that averaged about the age of 13 years old. And they looked at the number of hours that they participated in, number one, structured cricket, unstructured cricket, structured sport in general other than cricket, and unstructured sport in general other than cricket. So basically all the time that they've played. Right? And they calculated the amount of hours that was required to become successful. Now, these were your elite players, your under 15, your national team players. And in your first instance, so if you were to play, the first graph looked at hours accumulated in organized cricket, right? At the age of, not 15, about 13, they played organized sport for about 2,000 hours, right? Over about a 6-7 year period of time. That's at the age of 15. Hours accumulate in unorganized sporting other than cricket. So, in organized sports, so if they had to play rugby organized or soccer organized or be table tennis, right? It averages about 1,200 hours, right? These are for your skilled cricketers, right? So they're playing a lot of other sports. Organized sports, cricket and other sports, about 2,500 hours at the under 15 level. Again, at the age of 13, 2,500 hours. That's a lot of hours. Then hours accumulated in unorganized cricket. Those are playing in the road, playing in the backyard, etc., playing on the field with your friends, not really supervised, just general play. About 1,300 hours for cricket and about 1,500 hours for sports other than cricket. So if you do the maths, a total of 2,700 hours are played in sports in unorganized sports. Okay? And then I added it up, total of 6,200 hours of sporting activity for an under 15 skilled cricketer over about 4 different sporting codes, which averages about 2.5 hours per day. Now, we put health and wellness, because that is first and foremost, but it's also nice to talk about sporting excellence, because we like to see our top sportsmen achieve. But this is what is required for top sportsmen to achieve. right? And not only in one sport, you have to participate at a young age in different sports in order to be successful, because what happens is if you play one sport only, the chances of you dropping out are significantly higher. Right? You get bored, and you get bored, and you get tired. It's psychological. You start wearing out, and as a result, most players don't play high levels because they only focus on one sport, and the research is quite clear about that. So, from a physical education perspective, again, where does it lie? Basis is in physical education. Right? Teachers have the ability to teach different sporting codes. Right? Parents can't do that. That's the bottom line. And we are the first line for our kids in order to achieve that success. And I just want to go to the furthest extreme, right? Rhythmic gymnasts, in a study that was done in 2008, they averaged over a 10-year period 18,800 hours. So that's more than double. That's more than 5 hours a day. But this is the extreme level of sport, right? We're not really interested in that, but I just wanted to show you the amount of effort and skill required in number of hours needed required to achieve success. Next topic I want to go on. So the first thing I spoke about was health and wellness, right? Then I spoke about sporting excellence. Now I want to talk about what can we do. What can, for instance, universities do? Mr. Walensky, I think, raised the question to the universities. What can we do to make a difference? And the answer is that not only universities, but also NGOs. I know, for instance, Sporting Chance and many other companies are constantly busy with schools, engaging with them. I'm just going to go quickly through a project which was done for about a 3-year period of time. And again, Ishmael was very influential in this because he was the main person setting up the relationship with the schools. As universities, we don't have that contact with schools, right? And it was always important to have someone from the education department basically saying, this is what we have, are you willing to work with the institutions, etc. So the idea was for our students to go into and do community engagement in schools over a 3-year period. We did that over a six-week period at different schools who basically didn't have qualified physical education teachers. Right? And I'll just go through some of the things that we did. So obviously the students would go, and with minimum equipment, like Mrs. Smith said, just basically all you need is a ball, maybe a hoop, and a cone, and that's it. Right? If you've got the skill and the know-how, you can make do with whatever you have. Okay, if we can just play this video quickly. This is a video of one of the students. The person with the video and audio. It's just a quick video of one of the students made. This was at Thornton Primary School, and we were lucky to get City Park Stadium as a use of the field. So yeah, our 3rd year students would go out and we would do physical education in the schools, and we had about 100 students.
For teaching us, and we hope you can come again for the fun exercises and group games. Took the video most.
What's your name?
Kyle Hendricks was on the Thornton Primary School met hy soccer.
And what did you enjoy the
most? I like my coach most. Coach! Coach! Coach!
Now, I mean, when I went on these and I used to take the kids all the time, right? I couldn't believe the joy the kids had when someone else came and coached them, right? And it was interesting they used the word coach. In almost all the letters use the word coach. It wasn't like teacher or whatever the case is, or sir, it was coach, because they felt that they were being coached certain skills, right? I'm just going to share some of the reflections. Can you all see from the screen? So you can read it yourself. Some of the reflections from our students that went out there, and like I said, we had about 100 students at various schools. Just another one. So the project had a spin-off which I didn't realize. It had a bigger effect, or a massive effect on our students at CPUT, right? Many of them decided to then do PGCE, which doesn't allow. It's not allowed anymore, as Prof. Davies mentioned earlier, but it really sparked that love to work with children. So the spin-off was something I didn't anticipate, is the love that it created for our students to work with amongst kids, and the realization how they can impact the pupils' lives. And I think this is the most important thing. Our students told me in many of the reflections, he says, "Sir, I saw this kid as being where I was 15 years ago. Or 12 years ago, you know, and I thought I made a difference in their lives." So there is a need, and kids are yearning for this type of activity. They need it so much. And then just some of the letters. I mean, kids love to draw letters, but it's a showing of appreciation. It says that they love what they've been experiencing, and our students were inundated with these type of letters. So, I mean, for me as a lecturer, going out there, it was just amazing to see how beneficial the program was. And again, to answer your question, Mr. Walensky, we as universities, we've got that responsibility to help the schools where we can. Okay, that's maybe only one thing we can do. There are many other things that we can do. All right? So when I end off now, and I particularly ended off, I think, 10 minutes earlier, and I stopped and I just cut it short because I really want us to think and discuss what can be done to enforce, to make the government enforce physical activities as physical education as a standalone subject and a specialist subject within schools. Thank you. I don't need to take the stage. Ishmael, you wanna lead this? We've got about 10 minutes. Like I've stopped 10 minutes early. I know you are having a discussion at the end of today, but you might have one or two of our fellow colleagues disappear after lunch.
Thank you. Yeah. Dr. Talib is posing the question to the audience in terms of saying, what are the key, and this afternoon I will close up the conference in terms of some clear resolutions that we want, because as I reminded you this morning, we are not here for a talk shop, but we need clear direction from this meeting in terms of where we want to go. And so remember, colleagues, this conference is a stakeholder conference as opposed to a teacher, physical education teacher conference. We are having a life orientation conference on the 29th and the 30th of July, where I will be inviting all the teachers, life orientation teachers from the province, and all of the universities are most welcome to attend that conference as well. So you see the importance that we add to this program of ours in life orientation, but with today and yesterday's session around physical education. So the question that Dr. Talib is posing is what do we take away from here that we want to be addressed by government, for example? What do we take away from here to be addressed by our HEIs? And I was happy to hear from UWC, from Professor Travel, and from Professor Leach, that UWC has made a submission to have physical education, the degree, I think it is, if I'm correct, the physical education degree to be reintroduced into the UWC program, which is a step forward. But what else do we want from here? I can give you a wish list. I've got a wish list for all of you to have physical education equipment supplied to all the schools by the WCED. We are busy, and I'm happy my director is here. Ms. Karen Dudley, welcome back. She signed off on physical education bags for 200 schools. That's already part of what we're doing, except our procurement, we're battling with it because it's taken us almost a year since that submission has gone in. So you must understand how government works. But that is already a step forward. What other clear issues do you want from us? Lovely. Now I see the hands. Okay. No, you mustn't go and say thank you, Dr. Talib. Okay, Mr. Norman Mpaki.
I tried, eh? Yeah. I think one of the things that I think should be put on the table is the conversation around post-allocation and staff rotation. You can produce the teachers, but will each province, when they have the staff allocation, allocate the teachers according to their qualification and their expertise, and how do you protect the mechanism of them being rotated? So the issue was raised yesterday that you train the teacher, they're in that particular position, and then you try to capacitate them further, and you find they've been rotated, and therefore you constantly have a dip in the system. So how do we pair up the system that what you produce is what you get is what you keep?
I like that. We've got scribes in the room. Where are the scribes? Very quickly. Thank you. Please note that. That is an important part of our resolution from today's meeting. There's a couple of hands. Ivan, you can catch one there and I'll do another one here.
Can I go? Thank you. I just want to add something or ask the reasons why people stop doing physical education, or why did they only start after school to do some activity. And I had an opportunity to speak to a journalist at one stage, and that person asked me, why do you think it's so important to bring physical education back? Because I hated it at school. I only started after school to participate at gym training. So I think there is something that we need to look at as physical education teachers. Why do we send people out to hate physical education? I believe it should be a top-down and a bottom-up process. We can't wait for people to come from the top to come and make sure that we can teach physical education, and the people up in the higher echelons would like to see also prove that something is happening on the ground. So be that activist on the ground and do the physical education. And I hear how passionate people are in the room, especially when some of our speakers have the forum to speak, how people, yes, yes, yes. So it's happening. And I think with that, we should communicate that more. Talk about the good stuff that is happening, like we do now. Bring people together so we hear those who hate physical education, that some people actually love it because of the difference in teaching. It's not different in school or different in situation, it's a different in teacher, can I call it attitude? And the passion you have to teach the subject well. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Roo.
I just want to make a comment. We're all positive in this room, which is good. We're all looking for solutions. The solutions is in this room. I think, Mr. Taladi, you made a comment about the red tape. You put in a procurement almost a year ago and you're still waiting on it. You have a gentleman in the room, Brad Bing, which you are acquainted with. For 25 years, you've been acquainted with this man. Government cannot do this problem, cannot solve this problem alone. So why not involve private partnership? Mr. Bing is a perfect example of it. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. We have a
there's
comment
also-
in Dr. Zeller.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just want to touch on that also as private entities in schools and that. So collaboration with private and independent schools. So just for an example, I teach at a private independent school. I didn't receive the email or invitation to this. It was passed on by someone that knows about this event. And then I passed it on to a friend also. And we at the private independent schools, that's where we're teaching. But I think that is so important where we can collaborate with one another and work together. So your affluent schools partner with schools in poorer communities, which is so important, and sharing resources. As you rightly said, we are the solution and we're right here in the room. But we need to reach out and partner with one another. As Ms. Smith is doing that, she's sharing material. That's absolutely amazing. That we can share lesson plans and that, yeah.
Thank you. We do realize that we have the solution in the room, but the solution is not going to come from working in silos. The solution has to be us working together and creating the pressure for things to happen. And that is why we're here, in order for us to begin to put a collective resolution in place so that we can take it to every level, whether it be to the Minister of Education, the Minister of Sport, local government, wherever we find ourselves, we need to be creating the pressure. Again, when I heard Dr. Talib speaking around the issue of bringing back physical education, remember yesterday my slide said, that statement is being made far too often and too regular in various platforms. Physical education is part of the curriculum. It must happen. And so one of our long-term resolutions or long-term plans in terms of action is to make physical education stand alone. But it's not going to happen in the next 5 years, so it's a long-term plan of ours. But we need to continue creating the pressure for that to happen. Dr.
Thank you.
Zeller.
I won't be too long. What you've just said, working in silos, and we need to create the pressure. Just to let you know from an HEI's perspective, we are the passionate people who are trying, we're crawling, we're begging. But you know something, I get told, you can't train physical education teachers, there's no physical education posts. All right? So we're starting with positions where we need to get pressure from government to our deans to say you need to be training physical educators. Because we try, we beg, we plead. You're begging to get a PGCE program back, and it's difficult. So we need pressure from above, because we'll do what we need to do to make it happen.
Colleagues, I do see all of the hands. I have somebody that's going to present immediately, and we are working within a time frame. So I'm going to allow 2 more questions, and then we're going to allow the next speaker. Remember, we have question and answer sessions through the latter part of our program. We are going to have 2 panel discussions, and you are most welcome to raise those questions. We've given an hour for the panel. The panel will take a few minutes, but the time is going to be opened up for you to ask those pertinent questions. So there's 2. Mr. Blau.
Hi there, Matthew Blau, Progressive Principals Association. The one thing that has always been a problem is the department setting the tone in encouraging sport to happen and physical education to happen at schools. We regularly request that circuit managers put it on the agenda when they have their meetings with the principals. And if it's not on the agenda, which most cases it never is, they normally put it at the end, at the latter part of the agenda, when most people are tired or half of the people have left the meeting already. So it's important that it be put on the agendas of circuit managers on a regular basis. And also when circuit managers come around to schools, that they ask the principal, what is happening at your school? Is there physical education taking place? Is there extramural activities taking place? Another thing that's been problematic is the respecting of the Wednesday extramural. There's always workshops being created on a Wednesday afternoon. And for many years, we've been requesting that Wednesdays be set aside for extramural, so that at least there's one dedicated day for sport in the week. Because we know this, on the Monday you have your phase meetings, your unit meetings, then you have to have your SPST meetings as well. there's a lot of meetings that need to take place, a lot of admin things that have to take place in the afternoons. So there must be a dedicated day given to us for school sport. If that doesn't happen, we're always going to be struggling to get the sport up and running. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blau. Very importantly, our director is here. She will be sending out a circular to all schools in the province to tell them about, and to the circuit managers, ma'am. Thank you very much. There's a commitment from head office that we will send that message to all of our circuit managers to have physical education on their meeting agenda. One more person that we had. Okay, the ma'am. Mr. Krause, we'll keep you.
Good day, everybody. As an SMT member, besides being a life orientation teacher, I have experienced that whenever I suggest it gets shut down in the meetings. My suggestion is, I think it should be also been viewed upon the principals to do an audit check whether the school have the necessary life orientation resources, because I am teaching life orientation out of my pocket. I don't mind because I'm passionate, but when you request, then it's only one voice that's doing that hands in that specific request for resources. Because of the educators, they are not really sold into the practicality of life orientation. You find yourself that you are the only voice that's asking the same request all over and over. But if the school then receive money, then the manager must then also see, or let me rather put it, I think sometimes the manager must also ask, do you have the necessary resources, or what is it that you need? And sometimes the managers wait on the teachers. So my manager's going to buy whatever I request. So an automatic request, I feel sometimes doesn't come from the manager itself, which is also an important fact. Because we get all type of coaches, we got NGOs, we've got whatever counselors besides life orientation.
Ma'am, just your school quickly, you can just start.
Easter Peak Primary.
Easter Peak, that would be in Central. Okay, I've got the two subject advisors here, Ms. Kim Thompson and Ms. Kim Thompson, in terms of the GET, she will come and visit your school and speak to your manager in supporting you. Thank you.
Just before we introduce the next presenter, just again, Dr. Talib, thank you very much for that. It brought back some memories. In my honors year, we had to do, I think it was about a 4 or 8 week sort of outreach part of our hours, and we spent the weeks there at the club midst the community. And literally when I was sitting there, I remember the little boy asking us, you know, in Afrikaans, and I'll translate to English, kom julle nou weer volgende week? He was saying, you know, are you guys coming back next week? And there was a part of you that went, yo, no, we're not. You know, and you felt so sad for the kid, because what are they doing then if we are not here? But thank you for that, sir. As mentioned, the next presenter from University of Fort Hare, Ms. Robin Claassen. Do you want this one? Don't keep up time. There you go, lift that.
Probably the smallest person here. All right, thank you, everybody. I appreciate being given the opportunity to share. I am representing the University of Fort Hare, because that's where I did my master's qualification, and we did a very, I believe, significant study. But I'm also a PE teacher and I don't know where the international principal is, maybe he's left, but I'm a PE teacher and what we would call health or guidance, or one of those credit-bearing teachers. I work at an international school and I'm the Director of Sports and Activities. And I feel like I might be sharing some of the other side of the coin, of physical education in schools and what that might be like and what the impact is. And it might be surprising. So this is what I'm going to share. So I'm starting, just to give you some background. I have been a PE teacher, and I started off in sports science, and then did my PE GCE, amazingly, and then went into teaching, and I've been based in international schools for the last 9 years, in local international schools. What I want to present on is sport, PE, and physical activity. And there is a connection now. The study was specifically regarding participation in sports, because I think, firstly, sports is a means to meet physical activity requirements. We've spoken about them quite a lot over the last 2 days, so I won't go on them too much. But also, when we look at lifelong activity, I think we want people to be able to voluntarily participate in lifelong activity. And we can have compulsory PE models in schools, and that's great. But if we're forcing them to do something to get a health benefit, when they leave us, they won't continue to do it. And so our study focused on the voluntary participation in sport, but I think that it has valid points that we can take back into the PE class as well. So what do we already know? What are the current trends? And what does another study on this even matter? So we went over these global statistics yesterday. I won't go over them in too much detail, but we know that there is a global decline in participation in physical activity. And I want to stress here that it's not only in lower income groups or in certain color areas or in certain countries. There is a global decline that is consistent regardless of where you're from, what you do, how much money you have. The situation in South Africa, as we spoke yesterday, is not very different. Okay, so we've got the AXA report that's come out twice in the last 10 years, and the results have not changed, which means that people have not changed, and if we've done interventions, they have not worked yet. If you look at the benefits of physical activity in general, and we've looked at them again over the last 2 days, we know that there are benefits in terms of your physical health, there's benefits in terms of your mental health, which is particularly important, I think, at this point, especially post-pandemic, and there are academic and intellectual performance benefits. And I'm bringing that up because we operate in the school. And I think one of the biggest misconceptions is that sport, PE, any kind of physical activity interferes with that ability to achieve in that area. So if we look at sport specifically, in addition to the basic benefits that come with all physical activity, just the very nature of sport lends itself to provide other benefits. So we know that it will create opportunity and avenues to teach and refine values, to be able to cultivate emotional intelligence, to be able to develop social skills, to build character. In our department, we like to say we like to make them decent human beings. So what is causing this global decline? And there've been quite a lot of studies on the barriers of participation in sport or to participate in physical activity in general. There was a big literature review in 2018, and basically the major factors that they identified was some external factors, internal factors which are personal. So things like, I had a bad experience, there are stereotypes, I don't like the school structure, or there's discrimination and exclusion. It could also be how students perceive their own ability, whether they're self-conscious, what their preferences are, whether they want competition or just want friendly games. And then we looked at practical barriers, and so the main three that came up in this literature review was in time, costs, and location. So children's schedules, parents' schedules, trying to make them both work, transport, travel arrangements, costs, resources, personal equipment, space, sustainability, accessibility. The thing is, though, that most local studies have looked at either disadvantaged or rural communities. And I'm in a school where we are still battling with a lot of the problems that you're having, even though we have a lot of the things that you think you need. So the purpose of this was to investigate what are the barriers to sport participation in an urban adolescent environment where the community is middle class to higher class, so they're more affluent as well. And in doing this, I want to suggest that there are more factors than just those three main practical ones which we've focused on for a long time. And that's no disrespect to anybody in this room. Everybody in the world has focused on those three practical barriers. But if we look at this, I want to suggest that there are motivational factors and then there are what we'll call potential barriers. So the motivational factors come from your sort of like social cognitive theory, your self-determination theory, theory of planned behavior, trans-theoretical model of change. We don't have to go into that. I think naturally we find that kids want to be active, and they're willing to do it. So what is it that changes from that point to when they no longer want to be active? And here we identified personal factors and practical or structural factors, and we then further divided them. And I think it's significant because when we look at these characteristics, let's take personal characteristics first. We're looking at age, gender, physical attributes, physical ability, health status, self-perceptions. These are all things that people have of themselves. We have them right now. And we either see them as a barrier or we don't. Then you have family considerations. So what is the parental influence? Does the child need parental consent? What are the family values? What are the family responsibilities? Are there religious restrictions or considerations? Are there cultural considerations? What about socioeconomic status? So these are all your personal factors. And then if you look at the practical or structural factors, we're looking at logistics. So what is the offering? Okay, what activities are on offer? What is the management of those offerings like? What is the coaching? And what is the social function of these activities? What are the time constraints, the transport, the opportunities? If you look at your physical environment, we're talking about things like location, safety, facilities, equipment, resources, cost. And then in a country like South Africa, we cannot exclude socio-political factors. So things like discrimination, education, administration, opportunities, cost. So if we look at these factors, we went into the study considering that there were more than just the previously documented factors. And so what we did was we went into the school and we took a multinational, urban and affluent student and staff population with equal access to coaches, funds, facilities, and opportunities for sport. So we wanted to see, like, is this a South African thing? Is this a money thing? Is this a location thing? Like, what is it? And what we did was we conducted a survey questionnaire and essentially got 50% of the adolescents in that school from 12 to 19 years old, so that's roughly grade 6 to 12. And we asked them questions. For example, we used the barriers to sport participation questionnaire, and we asked them things like, they had to take a statement and say it was either definitely true, somewhat true, mostly true, or not at all true. And the statements included things like, academic pressure keeps me away from sport. Sport takes too much time away from my responsibilities at home. My preferred sporting code is not available at my school. Sport feels like hard work to me. I think people in sports clothes look funny. Sport cannot provide any career opportunities for me, or I'm not motivated to play sport. And the results of our study revealed 7 principal barriers. 3 of them were particularly significant. So we identified fear of academic failure, environmental constraints, lack of interest, no relevance or priority, so that's a perceived no relevance or priority, negative self-perception, mostly about ability, health and injury-related concerns, and a lack of support from families. And this is listed in order of significance. So fear of academic failure, we found that there was a conflict of interest, and that increased workload and pressure plus the rising cost of education made people feel more obligated to fulfill those educational requirements than it was for them to play sport. And even though performance of sport participants tend to exceed those of non-participants, and we know that you need a balance to be able to optimize both, that wasn't something that was recognized in the respondents. Also, when we looked at environmental constraints, again, understandably, we didn't expect to see things like cost, location, that kind of thing, because they have access to it. But they did include things like an inclusivity, where that wasn't present, logistics, social dynamics of people in a group, the administration, and the culture of a school. It was evident that we needed to create a sense of stability and agency, so for learners to be able to have a voice about what they wanted in a program, to be able to get involved in that program. And following on from that, there was a lack of interest. So what are the perceived benefits? And do activities that we offer, or even just the concept of PE, physical activity, sport, does that align with how they feel or their inclinations personally or as a family? Interestingly, there's no change in perception of these barriers with age, even though you would think that with maturity you would be able to rationalize the benefits. Also, rather unsurprisingly, I mean, most of the research supports this already, female learners were more influenced by these barriers by male learners. Sport non-participants were more influenced than sport participants. And people who came from households where their family members did not participate in sports were more influenced than those who had supportive family. So why am I bringing this up? What is significant about this? I think it's important to see that there are multiple barriers. And I think that if we're sitting thinking that once we've overcome cost, time, and location, there aren't going to be any issues, we're very much mistaken. All participants experience barriers. The difference is that those who adhere to participation, they overcome the barriers. The barriers are not non-existent for them. They are still there, but they have been equipped to overcome them. And then education is definitely needed for stakeholders. And I think we focused a lot on principals, on teachers, on government, but we need to focus on parents. If you come from a household where sport is not something that's valued, physical activity is not something that's even recognized as something that's essential, then you're going to have an uphill battle the whole way. You can offer these things in schools and you'll still have the same problem. And so that's what I actually wanted to sort of close with and reflect on some of the things that's happening in our school. I want to paint a picture for you. And I want to ask a question: is it possible that we are blinded by our current challenges and believe that by solving these practical barriers, we will improve participation, health, lifelong activity? So I work in a private international school. We have a department of 4 full-time staff members. 2 of these staff members have sports science degrees, 1 honors, 1 master's. 2 have personal training qualifications. 3 have PGCE. Between them, they have multiple coaching qualifications, multi-sport. Our primary school classes get 2 40 minutes of PE per week. Our high school classes get 2 90 minutes of PE per week. This is separate to the health class, which is a different credit, and also has physical activity. Much like what the principal this morning explained, it's a graduation requirement for our high schoolers to have done at least 1 year of physical education. But they do have the option to do it for all the years of their high school career. We have activities that run after school for 2 hours every day. We have 70 activities a week, 30% of them are sport. We have fields, tennis courts, basketball courts, a 6-lane swimming pool. Still, the PE program and staff are overlooked and undervalued. There's a stereotype of people of color being in the sports department. There is a generator and intercom system on our campus that does not extend to our office, which is physically separate from the rest of the school. The students don't meet physical activity requirements or age-appropriate fitness levels. Engagement is low, and being active for life is not guaranteed. So how do we reap the full range of societal benefits of physical education? I'd like to leave you with this picture. I think we've all seen it. We need to emphasize equity over equality. We are not going to be able to solve this with a one-size-fits-all model. I think our school is evidence of that, in that we've been given funds, we've been given staff, we've been given training, we've been given facilities, and we still have the same problem. We need to do more contextual research. Prior to doing this study, I myself thought that the major problems that people were having were time, cost, and location. I also naively thought, maybe it's because it's an international school. South Africans love sport. And we need to create specialized programs that respond to the data that we have collected in that specific research. I must be honest, I'm disappointed to not see any of my southern suburbs colleagues here, because I think that they would be able to nod in agreement and say, yeah, it's not all rosy down there either. So in closing, I would like to ask, well, just before that, if you look at the pictures, you've seen it. I'd love to get to a point one day where we don't need the boxes because we have a fence. And everybody has access, and everybody can see, and you don't have to be somebody else or do something special in order to get that everybody has access to that. But I think we, number one, need to know why. Why are we in this business? Why are we doing this? Why are we meeting? What do we want to achieve? Because it can't just be getting money and resources and training. Because I think you're going to land up like me and you're going to be in this position and say, okay, I've got that, now what? We also need to be able to involve each stakeholder in what we want to achieve. And I think we're doing ourselves a major disservice if we think that the parents are not major influencers in this problem. They're also part of the solution. And then finally, I think we need to care about the people, the teachers, the learners, more than we care about the program, more than we care about the policy. And those of you who were here yesterday, you would have heard I did comment and say, like, I know these things are going to take years to fix. You know, even ordering a piece of equipment that you need from a different part of the country takes months to get you. What can we do so long for these kids in our class right now, who in 3 years' time maybe leave our classrooms and they're not forced to do PE with Mrs. Claassen anymore? If they are not educated about why it's important and they're not able to do that on their own, then we've not really done anything. So I hope that you've heard my heart. I don't mean to sound critical. I am passionate about this, and I want to see something happen in my lifetime still. And so I wanted, you know, as we've said many times, the solution is in this room. What can we do so long while we wait for the equipment and we wait for the training and whatever? Because, as I said, it's not guaranteed that that's going to solve your problem. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
I think Robin, if I don't know what to say now, but I'll start with thanking Ishmael again for inviting all stakeholders and getting the different perspectives. My husband always says, just don't take your perspective into account. Listen to other people. There's always another perspective. And I just realized that this is so complex. Our problem is so big and complex that we really need everybody's input to change. And I want to agree with you. I was so proud this morning. I went to Prof and I said, I'm carrying my gray, I'm proud to be gray, but if you say in your lifetime, I don't know what I want to say, but I would love still to see the change in my lifetime. Yes. I was just corrected. Prof, Doctor, we platinum, we're not gray, yes. I just want to work on what somebody made a comment yesterday about we all speak about lifelong participation. And in life orientation, that's one of the key outcomes. So if we're not successful in doing it, starting with Prof. Leach, that statistics, I went home, Lloyd, with an uneasiness. What are we doing? What are we doing wrong? Why don't we get there? So, my colleague said I must mention something about the parental participation. You can just look at schools where parents are involved. FISIT is working. So thank you. We mustn't underestimate parental involvement. So Robin, again, thanks for giving us the flip side of the coin. It was really good to see your heart. I saw your heart. Thanks again. I think my partner is still busy. Our next session would be a panel discussion. And with honor and pride, I'm going to introduce my is that now my senior boss? Yes, the other one, my other boss, Mr. Ivan Fortune. He's currently the senior curriculum planner for the FET, Further Education Training at head office. So over to him, he will do the panel discussion for us. All the best, Ivan.
Can I just ask, is Mr. Dylan Danster here? Okay, if the panel for now can just step forward, please. Mr. Matthew Blau, Mr. Beryl Walensky, Ms. Karen Dudley, Mr. Msibisi Nkodwa. He was here somewhere. And Mr. Keith Powell. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So over the 2 days, the reason for us being here is to ignite a passion for participation in physical education. And I just have 2 questions for the panel, and then after that we can ask them some questions. So in igniting a passion, to me, it's basically lighting a fire. But if you just light a fire, that fire can burn out. I'll keep this with me somewhere so I don't make a mess. I'm glad no smoke alarms went off and this building is wooden, so I had to put that out quick. So just briefly, I've called the panelists up by name. I'd just like them to say who they are representing, and then what is or what will your contribution be to physical education moving forward. Okay? We all good with that? If we can, yesterday we started on that side, so we'll start on this side today.
Yeah, my president.
Just say who you're representing and what is or will be your contribution to physical education moving forward. We might be putting some people on the spot here. Don't follow my eyes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Fortuyn. Quite a difficult question you're putting on us right now. Yeah, I'm Matthew Blau. I'm the Deputy President for the Progressive Principals Association. We are very, as it says in our name, very progressive. And our belief is we don't wait for things to happen, we make things happen. You know, so when COVID happened, we were the first people on the ground to distribute PPEs to schools before the WCED got things together and could distribute. We have a retirees function because when our teachers retire, our coaches retire, they don't get acknowledged. You know, they don't get a proper farewell from their peers in the community, so we do that as well. But when it comes to the school sport, end of last year, we realized that things were going to go back to normal soon. And we saw that the educator assistants were being used wastefully. Some of them were actually being taken advantage of, but they weren't being empowered by many schools. And so what we did was we organized a training session where they were trained in physical education. And we had over 160 of them that actually came to the workshops that we had over a Thursday and a Friday. It was open to teachers as well, but obviously, teachers were at schools and they couldn't necessarily be freed. But the response we got was amazing. And the reason why we targeted, especially the educator assistants, the thing is, there are many of our matriculants that don't make it into varsity, but they have skills. They took part in sport. Sport was an important part of them growing up and their school life. So they have something to give back. And that is why we like targeting those learners as well and teaching them some kind of skill in the hope that it will inspire them to seek a different future for themselves. And a lot of them, I must say, have over the years decided that they want to go into the teaching field. And they'll just try harder next time to get into varsity, to get into college, and make something of themselves. So that is one of the things that we have done as an association last year. And I must say it's bearing fruit. I've witnessed those EAs. What I do is I have them do PT. I'm a principal of Hazelin Primary School as well. So I have them do PT in front of my office area where there's a grass section. And I see how the training of those educator assistants have paid off. I've seen them take classes while the senior coach is standing on the side, and I've seen them doing excellent jobs in teaching PT. And the thing that we do is we make sure that the PT that the learners get is fun. I remember when I was at high school, if you came to school and you didn't have your PT clothes, then you had to take off your grey pants, run in your underpants, and you had to take off if you had on school shoes, you had to take off your shoes and you had to run barefoot on the tarmac. And your feet were cut open, and obviously it was quite embarrassing in those days. And in those days, PT wasn't fun. But we need to make the PT fun. Children need to want to come out for PT. And I'm proud to say that at my school that exists, and that is something we, as an association, we were trying to get to other schools as well. In terms of finding a solution to the problems that we're experiencing, I have never had a problem with physical education. My school isn't rich. I've got a no-fee school. The advantage of having a no-fee school is most of your big bills are paid, but those bills are ring-fenced. I can't use the money to pay for my PT coaches. So what we do is our PT coaches actually generate their own funds. They actually run our tuck shop for us. They have fundraisers. Last year they spearheaded a color run. This year they had the grade 7 stay awake that they organized. The teachers just had to assist with supervision, but they actually ran the fundraisers. So on a regular basis, they create enough funds to cover their salaries for the month. And as I said, I've got a very poor school, but that is one of the ways that we have gotten to get our coaches to generate funds for themselves and to be able to sustain having coaches at the school. And I've got one coach, and I can tell you she's not qualified. She doesn't have a degree in physical education, but I can put her against any qualified physical education coach that you can send up onto the stage. And the reason why I say that is, a few years ago, she told all of us to go stand on the balcony. And she took all 1,000 children of our school for a PT drill. Just she alone, just with a voice, no speakers at all. She could let 1,000 children from grade R to grade 7 do PT drills in the middle of the quad. Woman alone. So the quality does exist out there. The people with passion does exist out there. It's a matter for us to give them the opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I like the way when you started, you said you don't wait for things to happen, you make them happen, and surely by saying what you did, you have demonstrated that. I also like the fact that you mentioned and you reiterating the point that physical education should be fun for learners. We mustn't forget all of that. Our next speaker, while I have the opportunity to tell her something over here, I must say, She loves having a mic in her hand. Fairuz Kasim is over there. She's going to time you. So she'll hold up a board to say 1 minute left. So keep your eye on her, Ms. Dudley. Over to you.
Good day, everybody, and thank you once again for the opportunity. My name is Corinne Dudley. I'm the Director for the Western Cape Education Department for the GET band. GET meaning the General Education and Training, and that is from ECD all the way to grade 9, all subjects. Therefore, the wonderful platinum shade of my hair. And furthermore, ladies and gentlemen, you can note that I'm slightly scarred from watching all those boys over the years run around for physical education in their underpants. Therefore, certain choices of my life. Be that as it may, and for those of you who know me a little more than just on this stage, I see the naughty giggles, you know what my reference is and where my source base is. But thank you so much for the opportunity. I think the first thing as from WCED and representing our organization is to make sure that when we have functions such as these and when we have panels such as these, that we have more women representation. Do you agree, ladies? Come on, ladies, come on, give it to me. There we go. Fantastic. Because, I mean, me sitting here could be either or, isn't it now, Ismail? So we need to have quite definitive things around here. And I can see Mr. Ibrahim Pick sitting at the back there saying, oh my Lord, what is my director up to? Does she know that she's live on YouTube? And so, ladies and gentlemen, they're showing me my 5 minutes. I already feel discriminated against. I'd like to lodge grievance on that. I see Satu is here. On a more serious note, I think, ladies and gentlemen, from our side, the mere fact that we as Western Cape Education Department have made a commitment, first of all, to host with stakeholders this event over the past 2 days with our head of life orientation, namely Ismail Tiladia and Ivan Fortune here from WCED, heading those two. That is a commitment from our side to have more such opportunities, that we can't do it alone. You know, when you speak down to people, we know there are certain bureaucracies, but when we go as a joint force, each one with their expertise. So as Ismail has noted to you, this is not the only forum or the only one that we will have. Later this year, we have another commitment where we will be doing the practical engagement, and that is on the 29th and the 30th of July. Thereafter, Ismail and I have already chatted. We have a further commitment where we bring in management. Now, that doesn't mean you are not a manager. You are a manager and a leader in your own capacity. You say, Corinne, clarify, what do you mean by manager? We want to engage with circuit managers, ladies and gentlemen, for the very reasons that my esteemed colleague, Mr. Blau, has spoken earlier on, and noted that we want this on the agenda at principals' meetings and not at the latter end of the agenda. We also want to ensure that we meet with district directors, because we want to ensure that when subject advisors visit schools, when circuit managers visit schools, when any official from the Department of Basic Education or the Western Cape Education Department, that this be one of the things that becomes part of monitoring and evaluation. Where is the physical education period? Has it been done? Can I see the lesson plan? And we start from that premise in itself. And then to have such one in 2023 to put on our calendar where we can engage circuit managers and principals and district directors. Because we said we need to make that impact there. Then the next one that we're looking at, ladies and gentlemen, I said this is the first one. From here on we have the practical session. The third one is the engagement with principals, circuit managers, district directors, and then deans of the universities. We do have the advantage, Mr. Mohammed and I, our DDG, where we meet with deans once per term. And so we're giving our commitment that we will definitely put this, Mr. Mohammed chairs those sessions, so we will put that on the agenda as a standing item, not as a once-off item, but as a standing item. And so also, we've also said that at the end, when Ismail wraps up today, and we look at the overview of the conference, a commitment that we have here, and has come actually as a request, and I don't like to use the word instruction, because it would appear as if you don't want to do it, and that's not why, that's why I steer clear of that word. But one of the outcomes of this conference is, with Mr. Mohammed, our DDGs, he said to myself and Ismail and Ivan, he said, guys, I want a glossary, a nice glossy document formed on this, on what our resolutions are, what budget is going to be set aside for this, and what is our 5-year plan. And that to be taken to the Council of Education Ministers, which is KEM, the acronym being KEM, where our DDG, our HOD, and our Minister of Education, Ms. Debbie Schaefer, then serves. And so the resolutions from here will be presented via Mr. Mohammed. Furthermore, ladies and gentlemen, I think for me the cherry on the cake, Ismail, is the one I whispered to you early on, where it will also be presented at the Portfolio Committee of Parliament. So for those of you, if you're not into politics, Portfolio Committee is one of the highest committees where you have to give an account, where you make your requests, but also where you are held accountable for certain actions. And so for me, I think that one is really the KEM and the Portfolio Committee, and that shows our stamp of approval and our drive for this as the Western Cape Education Department. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dudley. Thank you for making that commitment to empower our teachers to entrench a passion in our learners. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Keith Baden Powell, and I said Baden because that was my grandfather's British influence to give me that middle name. And I was at a conference in Uganda, and the lady looked at me from the UK. She says, I'm in the presence of royalty. I said, what do you mean? Because the royalty has a dash between Baden and Powell. I said, yes, of course, that's who I am. I worked here until 1996. I started at Windermere Primary School, and then I was at Garlandale High School for the best part of my career. And that's where I met Karen and Ishmael and Fairuz and all the crowds that was involved in the winter sport. Take me back of all the amazing things that we could achieve then, and it amazes me even more what we are going to achieve, and I've listened to what Karen just said. I decided to go into international education because I studied at UWIT. I was a PE teacher. I ran around with my shorts and my whistle and my cap, and then we had to teach math and English. And then I went to UWC, where I did all my degrees. My little beetle in the afternoon after school, take a drive to UWC, fall asleep in the classes. Professor will say, help je bietjie daar, help je bietjie daar. But it was incredible for me to do that. And why did I do this big step that I took? Because at the time, they didn't recognize our qualification as such. And I wanted to prove to myself that my qualification was as good as anyone else's. And I went into international education with my UWC degrees, with my UWIT PGC that it is called now, my HDE, whatever it was called then. And I went overseas, and I started in Botswana. I was in Brunei. I was in Doha, Qatar. And currently, I'm in Dubai for the last, 12 years. I'm a principal at the US American School, or US Curriculum American School. And what I've learned here, I took back wherever I was in the world. And what I can bring back now is to make comparisons. And I know the constraints, and I've listened to UWC have applied. I'm delighted they've applied for that degree to come back. But are going to have to permeate down to the schools, because once they are trained, where are they going to work with the qualification? And I like what Ms. Robbins said today. While we are waiting, while we're going to have all these meetings and top-level meetings to see what impact that this particular forums will have, what can we do? And I sat there next to Marty, and I thought, why don't we train what we have currently in the situation of life orientation, the teachers that are almost forced, in a sense, to teach physical education? Maybe they're not trained enough to do that. Why don't we start with them? Why can't the school principal, the director of the school, say they start with training within our school, so they have the capability and the ability to be able to do what we've seen on the screens. The one day wonder is happening, but when we leave, the kids are left, wow, something's missing. So let it happen in our schools where we are. Use what we have and make an impact and make the difference. And I take a lot from this meeting today that I can share with people that I speak to wherever I am. And I applaud and I salute everything that's being done by individuals in this room and by the leadership of the WCED. I stay in touch with Ishmael all the time. We are amazing friends, and that will never change. So for me to be here, when Ishmael said, "Are you available? You're on holiday?" I said, "My mom's birthday, I'm here. Can you come?" I said, "Yes," without hesitation. Whether it was Fairuz, whether it was Karen, and those that know me, I would come in an instant. And I always say, roll up your sleeves and get your hands dirty. Let's do something now whilst we are waiting. And I liked what Ms. Robin said. I also applaud you, my dear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keith Baden Powell. You will continue to be a legend to us younger teachers, someone that we will always look up to. I remember you in your volleyball days as well, and a friend of mine, Teresa, always speaks fondly of you. So does your cousin, I forget his name now. I'll come to it now. In Kensington. Howard Steenkamp. What I like what you say. I like what you said. Me too. I am proudly from UWC. Professor Lloyd Leach, Professor Travel, amongst others. Professor Hendricks. I don't know if he's still around. We were all passionate about physical education. In fact, one of my graduating class members is sitting over there in the corner. She was one of the top, if not the top, physical education student then. But they lost to other subjects. At schools, principals find those teachers to be more useful teaching other subjects because of the passion that they show doing physical education. Thank you very much, sir. Over to you, Mr. Walensky.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, my name is Bevel Walensky, and I'm principal at Southfield Primary School. I used to be the principal at Kommetjie Primary School. And at Kommetjie Primary School, I lived like a king. I could do what I wanted to do. I could come and go as I pleased. But the biggest need for me was I wanted to go back to my own people. I wanted to go and teach and uplift our black communities. Not that we didn't have black learners at Kommetjie. Yes, we did. But I felt the greater need would be within my own community. So I ended up at Southfield, which happens to be a former Model C school. But it's purely just a Model C school in name, because we cater for the poorest of the poor. And so from a name perspective, we Model C, but in terms of our reality, we an ordinary school that could be classified as a no-fee school as well. But fortunately, our parents do pay school fees, and we are extremely grateful for the fact that they do pay their school fees, because it allows us to do certain things. Just in terms of my own sort of exposure and experience, let me at the get-go say I don't have a degree as a principal. And would I want to have one? No, I don't think so. And why do I say that? Is because I believe you can do what you want to do despite the titles and the degrees and the stuff. So what is my motivation? My motivation emanates from the fact that I attended a school called Belgravia High. And you would probably know Belgravia High was the best school in athletics and in sport, and academically we were quite good as well. So that's my culture, that's my history, where I come from. And what motivated me in terms of teaching was I wanted to give our kids better than what I had at Belgravia. And I think at Belgravia I had a good upbringing, I had a good level of education, and I need to be grateful to a person called Mr. Fred Britton, the late Mr. Britton, and he was an excellent educator. And why do I say that? Is because one day he gave me a lift home, and we were at a cricket match. And he gave me some tips in terms of me playing cricket. And what made sense to me in terms of what he said to me was that I was a bit challenged in playing on the leg side. But it was linked to the fact that my eyesight wasn't good. So just him sharing that little bit of wisdom and his knowledge and his expertise with me, that went a long way. But he also had vision in terms of athletics and sport in general. And that's why if you look at the likes of Gerald Stauber, Idris Burton, Saleh Mukadam, those are the greats that comes from Belgravia High, let alone the others that have preceded them. So that was my motivation. And therefore, I believe I'm a person that is results and solution driven. I would like to find solutions to anything that happens. And therefore, you would recall yesterday on day one, my question constantly was, give me the solutions. Let's look at the strategies to get our children to be active. Now, I don't know if you remember, back in the 90s, I think I taught at a school called Isilimela in Langa, and I taught there for 9.5 years. Now, that particular school didn't have facilities. It had a big field, but it was just like a bush type of thing. And back then, we had what we called the CTAs, the Common Task for Assessment. And you would know part of that included a PT aspect. Now, because I loved sport and I loved cricket in particular, that responsibility became mine. So whether I knew anything about PT or whatever, I had to make sure that the children are assessed and that they are put through their paces. And you know what I loved about the learners of Isilimela was that they would attend school every single day, despite getting a raw deal from some of the teachers. And it's that sort of commitment that inspires one to give them the best. And that's always been my motivation. Then fast forward to becoming principal at Komiki Primary School. We had a music specialist that used to do our PT. She had no clue as to what she was doing, but she would be there and she would teach it. And out of that system, we produced a couple of Western Province cricketers and a cross-country athlete as well, without having the expertise. And if I'm saying to you, colleagues, if you have the passion and you go and do the research, we can do this without having qualified people that teach us PE. And I live by that. And I'm living proof that we can do it. And that's why I keep on saying we must not look for the obstacles, we must look for the solutions. Fast forward to Southfield Primary School. Again, we have people in our PT department, they're not qualified, but they love sport. And what they do is they share that passion with our kids. Just last week, we attended the primary school national champs. Out of the lack of having a qualified PT teacher, we currently at Southfield Primary School, we have the second fastest runner at under 10 level in the 100 meters. 2 years ago, just before COVID, we had a cross-country learner that was 12th nationally. What has emanated from our PT setup is that we have what we call a dance hub at our school. And we all know dancing is part of PT. So what do we want to create? We want to create a place where all our children's talents and abilities are nurtured, despite the lack of expertise or the qualifications. So if we want to drive a particular agenda, the question would be, so what are we going to do to equip ourselves in order to deliver in terms of that agenda? And here's the irony of the matter, that when those unqualified PT teachers are part of our school-based support team, they can say to the teacher, Miss or Sir, this is what I've picked up when Johnny's busy doing PT. What's the connection between what I've picked up and what is supposed to happen in class? So there's a value add factor. So colleagues, for me, what's important is I'm solutions orientated. And we speak about people moving from teaching life orientation for this week and maybe next week there's somebody else. It's a timetabling issue, it's a leadership, it's a management issue. It's about what do we want to see our school achieve? And that's why you would recall my first question on day one was our HOD at the Western Cape Athletics? So when our vision says it's about quality education for every child in every classroom in this province, what does quality education mean? It means all-encompassing. We can't just focus on academics, because then we're not holistically developing our kids. And therefore, for me, we need role models. I would like to see our HOD and our MEC, I would like them to be at our events so that they can inspire and motivate our kids. Because it starts there. And then we need our principals and our SGBs, we need them to buy into PT education and sport in general and arts and culture, because that is what drives our communities, our societies. So colleagues, that's who I am, that's where I come from, and I will continue. And again, I don't need people to motivate me. The well-being of our kids, whether I was at Komiki, whether I was in Manenberg, whether I was in Belhar, whether I was in Langa, it is what is in the best interest of our kids. That is what drives me. And if we can develop our kids in terms of my belief system and what I deem to be important, I don't need somebody else to motivate me.
Thank you,
and
sir.
This whole thing, can I just make a last point? This whole thing about academics, where this massive emphasis is around academics. Academics cannot stand on its own. It needs something else to work hand in hand in order to produce academically. Sometimes I think we shoot ourselves in the foot where we say we want to be an educated nation. You can leave school at grade 9 and you can still be a successful entrepreneur. But we are obsessed with saying you must finish grade 12. Grade 12 certificate sometimes means nothing. So we need to reimagine education. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You speak of motivation. Now, when I was at primary school, I had this wonderful Standard 2 teacher that was our physical education teacher, Mr. Andrew Wenzel. I hope he's still around. He was my role model. And then when I went to high school, and one of my heroes at school, he's here somewhere out there, I see him. We got thrown a ball and told, in fact, we had a conversation about that a while back. He's also at all the life orientation workshops that we have. We got thrown a ball, and that was my motivation to become a physical education teacher. So thank you for reminding me about that motivation, sir. Over to you, Mr. Satu.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's a second bite for me. I was here yesterday. Maybe it's also important to reintroduce myself as Mcebisi Mngonywa, the Sport, Arts and Culture convener of SATU in the province. By that introduction, it means I'm also a shadow MEC for the province, should there be other elections that comes in. So that's why I just like sport in that way, that's my channel for career. But I also want to say that I'm also a teacher. Maybe people don't understand that SATU people are teachers. I'm a teacher by profession. I suspect this lady sitting in front here is my subject advisor in life orientation. So whatever I can say in terms of my stories, in terms of being the classroom and doing physical, I can't lie in front of her. She saw me many times. Yeah, But I think the point we want to make to start with, and maybe add from what we said yesterday, I personally and we all start very passionate about the whole issue of sport, but you see, the thing we normally do, we do with the department, that has happened in the past. We keep on saying that let's stream the curriculum, let's take away administration, let's do all those things. But the fact of the matter, each and every time, there is a lot that is added in terms of administering curriculum. And that alone takes away the time of the teacher. The time the teacher is ready to do physical education and so on, is already fatigued. He's full of the workshops that are going to come in and all those things. And by the time curriculum, it becomes very important. I think that's the first thing that we need to emphasize on that. In as long as teachers are bombarded with a lot of administration, that becomes a problem. I think we've seen every now and then that we're going to streamline, and we don't. We don't streamline. The other thing, as I've said yesterday, you need to have the good people that are there. It must come from the heart. It must not be the matter of, I must do this thing, I'm given this thing. It must come from the heart, from you. Just like myself. I play sport because I like the sport. I stay at school, after school, because I enjoy doing it. That's the only thing, alternatively from what I was doing at school. I have to do sport. So in order to ignite the passion, we must have the right people in the right places. And we must also make sure that we create a space for them. It might not be the issue that the teacher finds it difficult to use the school, unless the principal have given them that thing. The teacher must have an access to the school, must have access to equipment. I was touched, Mr. Telatia, I'm not trying to respond, but I can tell you, it should be the 10th year that the roll-up kit was speaking about, that it has been said all over again that we're going to roll out. It was about the foundation phase then, it was never rolled out. Or if it was, it never came to the place of my school. I'm not sure the neighboring schools. You said again that 200 schools are going to get this thing. We want to see those things happening. Because other people believe in working with things that they see. Unlike Mr. Dudley here, he was very creative in doing other things. But other people need to get something that, I thank you. I'm seriously under pressure. They took my time.
Thank you, sir. We blame them over here for taking too much of your time. I say Mr. Satu because I don't want to pronounce your name incorrectly, so my apologies for that. And we are going to count on you as unions to help us with our plight in igniting the passion for participation in physical education. Instead of lighting a flame again here, because of obvious reasons, I want to hold up this light to ask you guys, particularly the panelists and you guys in the audience, to continue to be lights in the darkness, where there are those that oppose physical education and life orientation. I want to leave the panelists with a little gift of a box of matches. You know, like I said, that flame burns out, that you continue to light those fires, to add fuel to that fires, put on the logs so that it can burn brightly. We do have time to allow for questions for the panelists? 2 questions, only 2 questions.
Just to the first 2 speakers, Mr. Blau, and then obviously some of his points coincide with Mr. Belinsky, I think, if I've mentioned the surname correct. My concern is just the solution in those people that's already put effect into schools that haven't got a qualification. I just need to know what is the solution for that. Because what I heard the 4th speaker speaking was basically, you haven't got a degree in those things. That is the one. The second one, where does the powers of the circuit managers stop? When the principal is trying to put a life orientation skill into some sporting code, and then it would be stopped. Now, to me, swimming is normally in summer, so that needs to be practiced when it's in summer. But the circuit manager comes in and he stops the principal because, you know, in terms of governance, you did not apply correctly in terms of those things. So I just wanted to clear up those two on the two first speakers, and then obviously the solution in terms of the matriculants that haven't got a qualification and the matriculants that go to varsity that also don't have any qualifications.
Thank you, sir. Do we need a response?
Yes, colleague, with regard to the powers of the circuit manager, obviously, I think you mentioned something about going to the swimming pool. Yeah, no, so obviously, you heard of the case of the canoe incident where the child drowned, and then the circuit manager was also held accountable. So there's a lot of legal processes involved there. So circuit managers obviously will be circumspect before granting permission for any activity. So the onus lies on the principal to make sure that all the safety mechanisms are in place for that particular event in order to convince the circuit manager, look here, all the safety measures are in place. We have lifeguards, all those things are in place. We have a safety plan. There's a backup plan should a child be drowning or whatever. There is a way to get the child to hospital quickly. You know, so if those things are all in place, then I can't see why the circuit manager then cannot grant permission. But obviously, it still falls on the circuit manager should something go wrong, and the circuit manager gave permission for that event. In terms of our coaches are not unqualified. They're not qualified in terms of having degrees. But if I look at my coaches, they've been through a year's training. They trained in every single code that you can think of. They've also done short courses. And the ones that we feel, because I run another organization with a friend of mine called Keith Meyer. It's called MITS, Making an Impact Through Sport. And what we do is we take ex-matriculants, we train them in different sporting codes. We put them in schools where they do in-service training. And then every Friday, they come to us, and we then train them in a particular code. We get the federations to come and train them. So it's not as if these coaches aren't qualified in what they are doing. It's just they don't have a degree in physical education because obviously it hasn't been offered for years. The concern is if that degree is offered again, will they be allowed to apply for the degree? Because they've got the skills. It's just a matter of getting the qualifications now. You know, so that is the concern there. So I hope I've covered your question, sir. Yeah, I think you said Mr. Valencia as well. Yeah, no, I think, as I explained, it's up to the circuit manager because ultimately anything goes wrong, the circuit manager is answerable because that circuit manager gave permission for that event. So I think from one circuit manager to the other, you could have a different response. But maybe Ms. Dudley, on her side, could push for there to be a equitable kind of, where everybody has a set standard in terms of what they require before giving permission, you know. But that's just something that we can decide here.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the question, sir. I don't have all the, although you are noting that everything was in place, etc., I trust that the principal did hand it into the circuit manager within the time frames required as well. You know, so I cannot verify that. That's the only thing currently. So if you're saying that all protocol was observed, then, you know, inclusive of time frames in which the circuit manager needs to submit that to the district director. And you said, so where does it stop? So obviously every district, out of the 8 districts that we have in the Western Cape Education Department, 4 urban, 4 rural, every district has a district director under which the circuit managers reside. And of course, that circuit manager then gives it over at their district management team meeting, or it's called a DMT, and those particular cases are. So I wouldn't be able to, but I want to agree with what Mr. Blau was saying here. There are huge legal ramifications. And so it does involve, each and every, not only somebody losing their job, which is bad enough in the economic climate we find ourselves. But I don't have the detail, even though you might think everything was followed to the letter and the principle. I would have to engage with the circuit manager. So I don't know what time it was it in pandemic, etc. So I wouldn't mind having a little chat with you, etc., and hearing that. But as you say, where does it end? From there, remember, even if the circuit manager does not approve it, the principal can also have the right to appeal, to take it to their district director or to the chief director, under whom, you see, districts don't fall under our branch. And so if you don't understand the branch and the bureaucracies, even though we are curriculum, so we run policies, we run programs, we run interventions, we work with legislation, etc., but the circuit managers fall in a different branch and under a different hierarchy, and therefore I make reference to the Chief Director, Mr. Alan Mayer. So I'd encourage that you do follow an appeals process, make sure that all the protocols, inclusive of time frames, because the wheels of bureaucracy, unfortunately, do turn a little slowly. It should not be, I agree, because one of our values is responsiveness. And so therefore, I think that's one thing I always say, before I switch my laptop off at night, I must not have more than 5 emails in my inbox. So very often when my children look at me and I've been away from home and I'm called, oh, hello, Auntie Mom, then I know when I'm Auntie Mom, I haven't spent enough time with them. But I also know I have a calling to serve education. And so I take that very seriously. So, it's part of my integrity to be responsive. So we'll see best, sir, but let's have a little chat over that over lunchtime, and perhaps we can get down to the nitty-gritty of that. In terms of the qualification, as noted, we meet with the deans of universities. So if we can get, via Mr. Taladia, proposals from those universities, so we can say at this particular stakeholder meeting, these are proposals that have come from the universities, that have come from the stakeholders, which is going to form part of the resolution later this afternoon. We will formulate each and every recording in the breakaway rooms. You heard Ismail talk about cleaning it up, making it, then reconstructing it into a QR code to form part of the report for Council of Education Ministers. Because while we say the higher education institutes are prepared to do that, what are we going to do from WCED? So if you have that merge, I think that would be a great platform.
Our final question.
They stop me. Ladies, come on, you've got to protect me here. Every time they stop me, I'm feeling a little bruised here.
My apologies for that. Our final question from Professor Roux.
Yes, to the panel, thank you for sharing all of that. Ms. Dudley, I'm going to put you to talk again. I think after your speech, with my 50 shades of platinum, I can go to rest. But I think we really appreciate your commitment and would like to ask you, if possible, how will you go about sharing this, what you've said here, with your counterparts and colleagues from other provinces as well? And then to our principals, Ms. Claassen said it loud and clear that we have to include our parents and we need to educate them on the benefits of physical education, not of physical education, participation in physical education, and maybe teach them about physical education again, how to actively take part in that. To the principals, how will you go about to make that happening at your schools?
Yeah, are you making a statement and contribution there, Prof? Would you like me to respond? Because I can see Ivan's coming close just to tenderly touch my shoulder. I have a feeling that he just wants to touch me.
If that...
Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot there, Ivan. I've never left a man speechless, but I see I still have it in me.
We can have a conversation about that later. Man, if you really need a response, the response is going to have to be short because after this we're breaking for lunch. We have cut into that time, so if I can respectfully ask that you be back by 1:50 After lunch, just after the short response. Sorry, 20 to 2. Sorry, 20 to 2. Oops. Oops.
That Western Cape has done all of this. Please use a mic. Thank you. Western Province is doing this. Your government is taking hands, shoulder to shoulder, you're standing up and bring the teachers on board, bring academics on board. I don't think it's happening in the other 8 provinces. So how can we go from here, and when I say we, Western Cape government, and talk to the counterparts, is there a forum where you meet one again and say, listen, let's talk about good practice. We have done this in Cape Town, and we would like the whole of the country to be part of physical education, quality physical education at our schools. Can you use that, and can you make use of that as well? Not only going to Parliament and tell them what has been done, because then they feel that they were left out. Rather take them up now and push them along or kick them along or whatever, and run away when he comes closer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, not because I'm on this particular esteemed panel as the beautiful rose amongst all of these thorns here. Thank you so much for that applause and acknowledgement. But on a more serious note, yes, we can take that. I can tell you now already, on a WhatsApp platform, when Ismail shared the links, they tease me at the office, you see, because people say to me, Corin, do you have a social life? I say, yes, I have a fabulous social life. I have a fabulous love life. But what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, you'll notice on every possible social platform, you will note that this link has been shared. Photographs have been shared. I take it they've signed the Poppy Actor, Ismail, otherwise get me out of jail, although the girls would love to have me in jail. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's one of the ways of advocacy, that we use every social media platform, not only to advertise what we're doing here and to advocate what we are doing, but also we do attend national meetings, both for urban, so I spoke about 4 urban districts and 4 rural in terms of the Western Cape. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we represent urban and rural education as well. I think the one thing that we need to take forward on this one, Ismail and Ivan, is that we also need to look at our children with special needs and our special schools. And that doesn't fall under our ambit, but we can't work in silos. So I think at the next forum to have people like Berenice Daniels, who is the Director of Special Needs, included in this kind of conversation to take it forward. So yes, we also have something where we have what we call the acronym being TDCM, that is Teacher Curriculum and Development Meetings. Myself as well as the DDG attends those meetings, ladies and gentlemen, where we meet all directors across the country from all the 9 provinces, you know, and so Mr. Peck, who's our CES for Intersen, who's here today as well, usually accompanies me, as well as Ms. Almaretta Toy for foundation phase. So we do have those inroads where we can put that on the agenda as well, and we commit to putting it on the agenda.
I can assure you from our side here that Ms. Dudley would do anything in her power to do whatever we need to do. She always comes through. She's very active on social media, so you'll see that all the time.
How active I am in what? It sounded ominous.
Hence the pause. So we thank you for your patience. Lunch is served. If you can be back by 20 to 2, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
this one here.
Okay. Okay.
So you guys are going to share one mic. You guys don't mind sharing one mic between the two of you.
Is the thing on?
Yeah.
No. At the YouTube. Oh yes, I saw it.
Is this one? Because they muted me for swearing so much.
Yeah, it just means you are
Right, thank you everybody. Thanks for being on time. I hope you enjoyed the beautiful lunch. Next on our program will be our last panel discussion, and it will be led by none other than Mr. himself, the guy himself, Mr. Ishmael Taladia.
Thank you, Jarita. You know, for those people that go onto TikTok, you know, there's a thing that goes, do you want to bamba? And so do you want to bamba with the big boys? Well, we've got the big boys here. So we're going to bamba with the big boys. Colleagues, because I know you're excited about wanting to ask your questions and you've got some burning questions that you have for our panelists, I'm going to run through our panelists and introduce them very quickly. And I'll give each one 2 minutes just to tell us exactly what you do in your particular portfolio. 2 minutes, colleagues. So I'm just saying to you, I don't want to cut you off. It's about what you do for the organization. Right? So on my left, from the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport, can we give them a hand? Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport is here. The Deputy Director, Mr. Claude Meyer. Thank you, Claude.
Thank
Claude,
you.
I'm going to give you an opportunity. I will introduce each one. No. I'll introduce each one first, and then we'll go to you. Next to him is Mr. Dion Davids, the assistant coach of our national Springbok team. Can we give... And colleagues, please note, tomorrow morning at 3 o'clock, I need everybody to be up in front of the television screens, screaming for our South Africa ladies team. They're playing against England tomorrow. Not the rugby guys, the ladies cricket team, okay? Next to Dion, we have from Cool Play, one of our NGOs, the CEO of Cool Play, Ms. Tori Gardner. Welcome, Tori. And then the alderman, okay, and I tried to read up on exactly why people get given the title alderman. And so if you want to equate alderman with nobleman, then you must do that. In this case, it is one of our ex-Springbok rugby players that is now the deputy mayor of the city of Cape Town, Alderman Eddie Andrews. And you see another big boy next to Eddie. I don't know if he was in a scrum before, but he seems to be scrumming for physical education. Mr. Norman Mpaki, who is the founder of the Physical Education Institute and Sport Activity. Is that the association? Lovely. Mr. Norman Mpaki. And then from our teacher union, the NAPTOSA representative, Mr. Dylan Danster. Mr. Dylan Danster, he is from NAPTOSA, our other teacher union. We had Satu here earlier, and now we have NAPTOSA represented. Welcome, colleagues. Okay, so I'm going to go directly into the introduction in terms of exactly what you do. Our focus is physical education, and your organization's focus on physical education. Claude.
Thank you very much, Mr. Teladia, and good afternoon to all the colleagues. As you said, I'm the Deputy Director of School Sport, but I work for the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport, and there is a partnership with the Western Cape Education Department because we predominantly work at schools. Our focus, being in the Sport Development Directorate, is obviously to develop sport. There's a focus on 16 priority codes that comes right down from the National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. And furthermore, as far as physical education is concerned, we have a partnership with WCED, and we are busy appointing, and we have appointed head coaches in physical education to assist with the reintroduction of physical education at schools. But our focus really is to expose the learners to the basic skills in physical education. They then can participate in inter-school sport in those various codes of sport. And furthermore to that, we then busy with talent identification with the federation structures and the school sport structures so that our kids can actually play sport. So that's just really what we are trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Claude, and I'm sure there's quite a few questions that will come from the floor to you. Dion, as an ex-teacher, a physical education specialist, qualified, you're now Springbok coach. Just give us a little bit about your background in terms of where you started with as a physical education teacher and where you find yourself now.
Yes, I've studied at the University of the Western Cape. I'm a product of the University of the Western Cape and quite proud about that. I studied human movement studies. I've done my honors degree, majoring in sports psychology and motor control. I've started my teaching career at Tilburg, in Tilburg at Waveren, and then was seconded to the Teachers Training College Sonia in Worcester, where I've been a lecturer for 16 years. From that, as part of my work, obviously, I played rugby for Boland, and then I've also coached the local college rugby team. And I've been asked after 16 years to become professionally involved in coaching rugby. So I've coached various teams, as I said, starting with a college team, club rugby. I've been coaching, I've been the head coach of the Boland Cavaliers, coached SWD, I've been part of the SWD Academy, went on to coach the SA Under-20 team, the emerging Springbok side, and then finally ended up now as the assistant coach of the Springboks. So that was my journey as a coach, and as I said, being professionally teaching physical education and geography for 16 years at Sonia College.
Thank you, Dion. Tori, cool play. Sounds nice in terms of a physical education discussion, cool play. Tell us a little bit about cool play.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be another rose amongst some thorns, some rather large thorns. So thank you for the opportunity. I knew you'd like that, Karen. Cool Play is an after-school program, and we deliver a sports-based social and emotional learning curriculum. We're working in 19 of the 1,519 schools in the Western Cape. And we've got a very strong, proven record of using sport to shape young minds for the better. We want to develop resilient children on the sports field. We want them to understand that they need to respect themselves first before they can respect others around them. And then we want them to be confident. Sometimes our learners are taken, their sporting achievements are taken to higher or more important schools, which we feel is a wonderful accomplishment, but sometimes we'd rather our learners stay in the communities so that they're able to be positive agents of change from within. So we consider our learners to get really good foundations, to be positive students in the classroom, so they're more engaged, they're able to set goals, and they do better academically. They're easier to teach. They are physically and mentally stronger, And hopefully they become leaders in their communities and then outwardly from there. Yeah, so there's all of that. I think one of the key things that I've picked up from this is anyone who's come up here highlights someone in their life. Generally, it was someone with a first name Coach. And that is what we do. Our coaches, we've got 36 of them who come from within the communities where we operate. They become Cool Play champions. And they are role models to all of their learners. And I think Robin mentioned today that attendances are low, but last year we tracked an average attendance of 15 learners per class, which is a phenomenal achievement, especially given the fact that there was COVID and it's not compulsory. So kids are invited to the after-school space, and sometimes they're facing enormous challenges to be there. So we're very proud of that and think that we have many people in this room that can help us deepen our impact where we work. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Tori. Eddie, the man in the hot seat as far as the City of Cape Town is concerned. Tell us, Eddie, exactly what the City of Cape Town can do to assist our schools in gaining access to municipal facilities, but also what is the City of Cape Town's vision with regards to healthy living for its citizens?
Thank you, Mr. Deladia. Good afternoon, everyone. I was preparing something different to what you asked, but I'm aware that you were going to ask me that question as well. I think from our side as the City of Cape Town, we're focusing on mass production, or mass participation, sorry. And I think the one thing that immediately we can do, and I think you and I have both been corresponding in this regard, is improve the coordination for our schools and our Western Cape Education Department to understand our processes. And so when you receive a confirmation of an event date, what process you have to follow in terms of securing an event permit, but more importantly, booking the venue. Something that I am really keen to, and if you were to ask me the question, why am I here today? I will also then respond to the question that you did not ask. Then it would be to genuinely manipulate and exploit the platform that I have. Having grown up, I spent about 42 years of my life in Mitchell's Plain, living on the Cape Flats, attending, your government school, and being spotted somewhere along the line to play for a club and eventually play provincial rugby and a few games for the Springboks. I am absolutely passionate to ensure that we create spaces where more kids that don't have access to resources do have access to resources. And wherever I'm able to wave my magic wand, most certainly I can comfortably say it here, that we will wave that magic wand to do that. And so I'm keen to, as I mentioned to you telephonically as well, to have those discussions as well. Because we know a child in sport is a child out of court. I think that thought most of us are aware of. And there was a coach somewhere along the line who also doubled up as a father figure and just a sort of a mentor. And those aspects are really important to me. And I think that is something why I'm here today as well, just to participate in the dialogue and leave here having a clear understanding of what are the needs and how do we assist as the City of Cape Town as well. Particularly when it comes to our stadia that are not all fully compliant as per the legislation, but we have a plan to fix all of that as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eddie. We're probably not going to be able to deal with all of that, but we have set aside a meeting so that we can, from the Western Cape Education Department side and some of our school sports codes, can actually sit down with the City of Cape Town, and we've already established that particular relationship in terms of ensuring that we're working closely with our municipality. In this case, we have the City of Cape Town that will assist us in terms of taking and creating access for our schools and our learners. Mr. Norman Mpaki, PAISA, tell us exactly physical education, which is your passion, and tell us why you are here, sir.
Well, I think as per the brief, I was laughing outside when I saw that we are here as an advocacy agency. And so we stick to that script. and say we're a very close friend of the Department of Basic Education in terms of advocating and promoting everything and anything around physical education, to a point where we actually, last year, were given the platform. So we have now the first physical education TV show that plays Monday to Sunday on DBE TV to cover all content physical education, which we hope we can then be able to engage with everybody and say, how do we drive the message that we are going to come up with here to be able to engage everybody openly. So it's always impressive to hear that when we started the conversations, I remember in 2008 coming to the Western Cape, I think I met one of the professors, listen to me speaking Spanish, to one of the professors in the international conference, and it was about how somebody had said, I would need a voice first in order to promote and engage on this thing. So all the years it was about creating a voice and having that voice. Now that we finally have a voice, it's about how do we make sure we create a platform for everybody who wants to promote physical education. And we have the fortune of being so close to the department that whatever we decide to work towards, you know that we'll be able to promote that. So whatever agenda we have here, that narrative, we must have a common message that drives the country forward, and we can take that forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mpaki. Just to say to the audience that Norman is driving a physical education program on SABC TV 3.
It's
Open View.
It's Open View Channel 122. It's actually DBE TV. It's the
DBE
Department of
TV.
Education's TV program.
Okay.
And because they normally do math, science, and other things. And one of the things was to say, but if we're saying physical education is important, why can't we have our own episodes on physical education, just like the maths and science? So we cover all content. And the textbooks, it's about how do you translate the textbooks and make sure teachers have access to that content. And then we put it on YouTube and anybody can repeat and watch it over and over as many times as they want.
Thank you. For that clarity, it is DBE TV on OpenView, and the channel is?
DBE TV, channel 122.
122.
But they can see it on YouTube as well. So.
And you can see it on YouTube. Colleagues, there's a platform to all of our national federations and some of our physical education departments at the universities. There's a platform that we need to use so that we can get content, because Norman can't develop all the content. So we need to support Norman in terms of developing the content for that channel that runs from Sunday to Monday to Sunday. Every week there is, I think it's an hour, Norman?
Yeah, 2 episodes,
Morning and afternoon. Colleagues, we've got to provide content. Thank you. Naptosa. Dylan, talk to us.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just from the side of NAPTOSA, we share a strong view that physical education has a place within the education system in rather a critical role to ensure that our kids, at the end of the day, accesses the curriculum. It's quite critical for us to understand that development rests on physical education and ensuring that our children are able to perform and flourish within the activities of daily living. Our focus would streamline into the M&E part, the monitoring and evaluation aspect of it, given that we believe that the implementation and the sustainability thereof is of paramount importance. NAPTOSA serves on various provincial and national structures such as the NEAC, where we are able to share our opinion, and given that we are a member-orientated union, we are quite closely involved with our members to gain input from them and gain a particular mandate on them with regards to aspects of education. So we would strongly ensure that the phrase or the concept where the union is your voice would be fulfilled from the side of our teachers, given that that's our membership based. And lastly, within our membership base, we also have, our allied health professionals such as your therapists, your psychologists, as part of our membership base. So gaining their input and also supporting them in ensuring that phys ed is sustained and that it runs smoothly within our schools would be the support given by NAPTOSA. Thank you.
Thank you for that, NAPTOSA. Colleagues, I'm now going to open up to the floor. There were some people that had questions prior to lunch with the other delegates, but now we want to open it up. You've got Department of Sport here. You have the City of Cape Town. We've got our assistant coach of the National Springbok team. We've got Mr. Norman Mpaki of PESA. We have one of our NGOs, Cool Play. Here is your opportunity to ask those very important questions. Okay, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, guys, please brace yourself. You thought this was a graveyard shift? No. As I said, we kept the big boys for this session, and so everybody is focused. Okay, ma'am. Can I ask to the delegates, please keep your questions concise. We don't want any speeches. We want concise questions to the panel. We take 3 questions at a time. We'll give the panel an opportunity, and then we'll give the next 3.
Hi, good afternoon to the panel. To the alderman, let's see how wide you can swing your wand. Next to my school is a very big open field. And we've been wanting for so long to find out if we can at least get half of that field to become part of our school so that we can extend the playground and our training grounds for our kids.
Okay, Alderman? No, we'll take the 3 questions, but just that one is directed at you. Thank you.
Good afternoon to the panel. Obviously, this question will be directed to Claude, the Deputy Director for DCAS.
Okay, this is for DCAS?
Yes. The question is, what is the plan of providing schools with facilities for sport of DCAS? The plan to provide school for basic sport facilities. That's the question. And maybe the last one is, how well is the current MOU working between the Department of National Sport and well as the Department of Education? Can I put the last one?
The last one? Can you just repeat the last one?
I was asking you, can I put the last one?
Yeah.
The last one, I want to check because where do they start and end in terms of school sport? Where do they start and end when federations start and finish up? If you can explain that thing in terms of participation.
Okay. You've got that one, Claude? Where do the federations start in terms of the probably after school activities? And the third question.
Yeah, that question is from me.
Oh.
This is directed to Coldplay and PESA.
PESA.
We have those learners who have barriers physically. How would you probably advise us on how best to implement physical education in those settings? For instance, in our School of Skills schools, because those are the challenges that we'll actually be facing. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. That was from Mr. Jerry Zita of DBE. Do you want Jerry to repeat? Physical education at special needs schools. Okay, could I ask the panel, we'll start with Eddie first, then Claude, and then Norman.
Thank you for that question. As recent as last week, in our response to the annual constraint that the Education Department has, not having enough spots available for learners that are going to primary or to high school, we've resolved that whatever land that we own as a municipality, this is just for information, I'm going to respond to the question now. Whatever land that we have as a municipality zoned for community purposes, we will sell to the Education Department at 10% of the market value. So if that is not it would not have filtered through, but wherever you have conversations, the city is on record, it's part of a council resolution that we will dispose of land at 10% of the market value. That would be for the extension of existing schools, their footprint, or perhaps the building of new schools. Now, I don't know if the land next to your school, who owns it. I comment on the basis that if it's city-owned land, if we don't, and I don't know how big it is, but if we don't have any intention to utilize that public open space, the fact that you've asked it, in all likelihood, it's not been used for anything over the past period. If it's city-owned land, council will not withhold consent for any persons who are wanting to use the land for community purposes. If you, that's just consenting for you to play sports there. If you want to enclose it with a fence, those conversations are a lot shorter than an outright disposal of the land to our colleagues at provincial government. I'm more than happy to further look into that if you'd like to speak to me afterwards and give me the address, and then let's see if we can assist in any other way there. Which area is it, am I ask? I don't work in
Surrey Estate.
No, I was just joking, But just in terms of that, we're more than happy to, and I will engage with my colleague, Councillor Aslam Kasim, who is also the ward councillor for your area.
Thank you, Alderman Andrews. Mr. Claude Meyer.
Thank you. Struggling a bit with the acoustics here. I hope you can hear me. So the first part of the question, I think I heard about the plan for school sport. I think I need to maybe just reiterate that there are 16 priority codes of school sport nationally, as obviously at the provincial level as well. So as far as the Department of Culture, Business and Sport is concerned, we have a mandate to assist with the development in those 16 codes. As far as our specific role is concerned, there are different levels of school sport, from 1 to 6. 1 being inter-school, which is your inter-class at the school. Then you get inter-school, and then you get inter-cluster. And that is the responsibility of the Education Department nationally as well as provincially. And that is where the WCED will fit in. Our role is linked to levels 4 to 6, which is provincial participation, national participation, as well as international. As far as the role of the federation structures are concerned, we have a mandate to work with those 16 priority federation structures to ensure that talent identification takes place and that athletes are given the opportunity to compete at provincial level, as I said, national and international. Our involvement in physical education is to support that. I know that that wasn't part of the question, but just to link, so that when the kids are exposed to physical education, we are aware obviously that physical education is part of the life orientation learning program, but our focus is to get kids to be exposed in physical education in those 16 priority codes, so that they can obviously then make choices in life when they love whatever it is, cricket or baseball or basketball or volleyball, and then to ultimately play for their school, to then move through the ranks to play for their district, represent the Western Cape province, and then move through the ranks. So as far as the responsibility of the federation is concerned, there's the link with the school sport structure, so that we can obviously just support and make sure that the kids are given the opportunity to compete. And there are 2 levels. The active level, which is your mass participation that Alderman Andrews spoke about early on. So there'd be different partnerships with the City of Cape Town and the other municipalities, just to give kids the opportunity to play sport. And obviously our partnership with the WCED, where they can obviously play it at the school level. And the other part then is for the talented athletes to be given the opportunity to move towards the winning nation. Again, I will then use the example of Alderman Andrews to become the next Springbok or the next Protea or whatever code it is that they are going to be involved in. I hope that that has covered your question, or I think the 2 questions.
Thank you for that, Claude. And then I think it's Norman.
Right, colleagues, I think you've touched on a very sensitive issue within the education space, especially around the conversation on the white paper 6 on inclusivity. And I've often said the conversation about adapted physical education or inclusive physical education has been a very funny one in this country because we seem to be reactive instead of intentional how we promote inclusive physical education. That we would include a line or a page in the documents that says all activities must be adapted in order to be inclusive. And I'm not sure how much effort we actually put in our training methodologies and how we capacitate teachers who are going to encounter learners with special educational needs within that system. I've seen enough documents, and I know, for example, in the Northern Cape, there was a document that was sent around to say, how do we start writing content? I know as much as that the department is busy right now with the teacher guides, the teacher manuals and the learner guides, and that we do make reference probably in those documents around inclusivity. But I think maybe within the higher education space, there should be a conversation around how do we as a society start driving specialized content around inclusive physical education. I don't know if South Africa wants to call it adapted physical education or we want to call it inclusive education in line with the white paper 6. I don't know. It's a language thing. It's a preference thing. It's how we respond to how our society wants things. And at the beginning of that whole process, I think we must make sure that those who are in that space, who have special educational needs, must be sitting at the table. We don't decide for them. You know that saying that about nothing for them without them. And I think it's part of that conversation we need to have. It would be a miss for me to be sitting here and saying there is something on the table that's ready-made, that we are responding effectively and honestly to the space of inclusivity in physical education when we're still struggling with the standard physical education that we're supposed to be implementing. So maybe we should start doing a dual process. Maybe this conversation that we're having here, the resolutions must be clear that every decision that we're going to make must be sensitive to those things, that the requirements for resources, facilities, capacitation in the inclusive space have to pursue an intentional agenda. It cannot be that line that says we note and appreciate that we have to be more inclusive, and then we think that's enough to cater for the difficulties that space actually encounters.
Thank you for that, Norman. We are just from the Western Cape Education Department, and specifically life orientation. We work very closely with the Western Cape Disability Network. So all of the disability structures are involved with the Western Cape Disability Network, and we work very closely not only on the physical education components, but also on other issues within the life orientation curriculum. Yes, our second round of questions, just one. Can I see the other hands? 2, 3. Okay, Gary.
To Mr. Mayor, just clarity on the type of support in terms of the physical education and the appointment of the physical education assistants within schools via your department. I think we need to get clarity on that. And then to Mr. Andrews, in terms of during the holidays, usually our community centers are not utilized. Mr. Andrews, does the city have a policy in terms of outreach programs, and what type of physical activities and programs do you guys promote within the holiday period when the kids are at high risk? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Gary. Claude and Eddie, you've picked up on those two questions. In front here.
Good afternoon. I'm going to introduce myself. Some of the others know me. I'm a subject advisor in Metro South, but at the same time I also serve as secretary for Western Province High Schools Athletics and Primary Schools Athletics, and I'm also the secretary for Western Cape Athletics. So the gentleman, Mr. Andrews and Mr. Meyer, know where I'm coming from with this next question. I want to know from the Alderman, we have 6 stadiums in the city, of which 1 is functional. Can we get some direction by sometime this year where we're going to go with our stadiums? Just to let you know that our primary schools took their Western Province Championships to Dal Josephat this year because of the state of the stadiums. Mr. Meyer knows about it. Mr. Meyer, what's the relationship between yourselves and the city at the moment in terms of the management of facilities, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got something else, but I'd like to speak to the Alderman about that some other stage.
Thank you. Dion, this one is for you. You have the benefit of teaching both at high school level and then also at the college level. Okay? I think back in the days, it was still physical education, not life orientation in your case. Yes. What was your observation when the learners from the school, I know you teach at Wafren, you said at Wafren, but then the learners from the schools came to the college, especially those first years. And you also coached the rugby teams there. But what was your observation in terms of the fundamental skills and the broader skill sets of those learners that pitch up at the college when you was there? Okay? If you just can describe us what was your observation in terms of that. Then another question, Ismail.
Okay.
I know it's two. Mr. Department of Sport, it's interesting that I wasn't even aware that you have these numbers of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to indicate the level of participation in sport. Now, the inter-schools program has been dominated by a competitive model which may not engage in support all learners. Isn't it better, especially over the past 2 days, we saw the statistics of low level activity amongst our learners in the country, to shift the focus more to intramural and into the level 1 type of sports, so that that is more inclusive and less competitive, so that we can have that mass participation that you refer to, so that all learners can engage in physical activity. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. I think we will start with Alderman Andrews first. We will move to Dion, and then we'll leave Claude to answer the last.
I'm going to ask a question, and I'm going to respond to a question that I should not respond to, and then I'm going to respond to the remaining 2 questions that I have, if that's in order, Mr. Program Director. Maybe also a question to Dion, because I know he was a teacher. Not sure if anyone else on the panel. How important is it for a teacher to actually avail him or herself to be the coach or the manager of the team? And the context I'm referring to, particularly on the at schools where there are no resources to play sport. So just that question, Dion, thank you for taking that question. And I'm going to try and also comment on, and the reason why I've made the comment, because we understand in those areas that I'm alluding to, what happens to the mother and the father or the guardians. They leave home quite early, and they come home quite late. And there's a vacuum there. And depending on what the child participates in, that person becomes the substitute parent or the mentor of some sort. Sometimes it could be a gangster. That's the negative consequence. And the positive consequence could be a teacher who has extended his or her day to educate. And what I've observed without a doubt is when any healthy school, there's a strong correlation with the extramural activities in terms of the vitality of the school, in terms of sport, whatever extramurals that your activity that you offer as well. I'm going to comment to the question that you asked, Dion. I absolutely agree, and it links to my earlier comment. There's a skills deficit. I remember in 2000, I pulled up here on the corner at Belleville in my 1977 Ford Cortina. It was white and it was brown, and the brown wasn't the color. The brown was the rust of the car that I drove to the stadium. And pulled up next to me was a blonde-haired youngster that arrived there. I don't know who he was. Eventually became, in 2004, the World Player of the Year, a legend in Springbok rugby, and we now know him as a Skalk Burger. And I make the comment because Skalk Burger went to a school that is rugby drunk. Eddie Andrews went to a school, Steenberg Primary School and Steenberg Secondary High School, where I played soccer and hockey. I dabbled in rugby. And I always, as a player, not being exposed to a coach that can upskill me, I was always aware of that, and I had to work a lot more harder to get to a level where I could compete and compare with my peers at the time. There most certainly is a skill set. What you don't read in the papers is that, and I humbly share this, is that Eddie Andrews had to cut off an old denim jeans to make it a shorts, and to run on the hills next to Mr. Blau's Hazelden Primary School, the Mitchell's Plain, and to do laps there. And why Eddie Andrews was running there? Because Eddie Andrews understood, in order for the coach to make it difficult to select him, he would have to do a lot more than what his competitor would be doing, that he would be competing against. And the skill set, there's always a deficit. There's always. My son went to a Catholic school, played soccer, cricket. He now attends Sachs High School. He was the main guy at his primary school. Now he's playing in the third, fourth teams because of this. It's maybe a bad example, but I'm just saying there's a skills deficit depending on what you're exposed to at the school that you attend. And that's where I think we should remedy that. It shouldn't just be left up to legends in a particular code to come alongside and to provide a resource to upskill skills. And not just now we're only talking about the physical aspects in terms of the technical skills. What about the mental skills and the psychology, just to ensure that you are good enough to compete at that level against people who've had access to a resource that you're now for the first time seeing ever in your life. Now I'm going to respond to the questions that I was asked to respond to. Yes, we have our municipal community halls. I'm really over the fact that this offering that we have seen over time is the hopscotch, the carom boards, the whatever else. And I'm really asking the question, shouldn't we really look at that and provide a more substantive offering that can really upskill our youth that would come there because A, it's a safe space, and B, perhaps there's a meal that's being offered at the community hall, and just there are some peers and they can just relax and run away from the issues, the social issues at home there as well. So that program is definitely ongoing, but I would argue that we should rather have a conversation with other external stakeholders and saying, here's a community hall. If you have an offering of some sorts, a skills transfer program, and you're in need of a venue, we will gladly accept. For 10 years, my political constituency was in Mitchell's Plain. I secured partnerships with, and I'm just sharing because practical examples, I'm not trying to reflect on what I've done, but I think the opportunities that are there. We secured a sponsorship with a fiber company to have uncapped internet at my office, Dagbere Community Hall in Westridge. We then, via a grant and allocation, we bought 10 laptops. So now we have a resource, a laptop. We have uncapped fiber. And so what do we do now? We provide a homework hub for kids. I said to them, we have free access to printing, free access to any stationery that you may require. And of course, kids that have passed or graduated at a school or university are now presenting those programs there. But those are the sort of innovative conversations that we must have, because I don't need to understand how to shoot kerm or how to hopscotch in a community hall. We appreciate, I know we're talking about physical education, but there's a lot more that we can do and add to that offering at a community hall as well. And you can also motivate for free usage. As an organization, if you're doing a program that is not being charged for, you can motivate for free usage as well. Stadia non-compliance, I think I've alluded to that early on. Vijgekral is coming online soon, and which is something good and something positive. And as soon as and the non-compliance, sadly, and we're not trying to blame anyone, the non-compliance relates to vandalism. So the process is extremely rigid, and so you have to ensure that your windows are not broken, that your fire safety disaster plan is working, and that the plumbing works, whatever. So that is, and it's only triggered if you have an event that attracts more than 2,000 people. So we also understand that. But just last week I went to Turfall Stadium, the venue for softball, also looking at this very issue. And there is a plan, and not just the plan, but there's budget allocated to remedy the non-compliance as well. I don't want to see our schools in the metro having to transport to Dal Josephat. I really don't want to see it. So from my side, I'm keen to have a conversation. How do we get you to, as we know, the Greenpoint track in Cape Town? And possibly whatever costs we are able to waiver, let's have those conversations as well. I'm very happy to join you in a conversation with Golden Arrow Bus Services so you can get the transport free as well. But those are the remarks with regards to two questions that I've been asked to respond to. Thank you so much.
Thanks for that, Eddie. And again, there is a commitment from Eddie for us from the Education Department with our sports codes to meet to resolve some of the issues in terms of the planning for 2023. Dion and then Claude.
It's quite difficult to answer that question because I've been out of schools for so long and the college now, but if I can answer it maybe in a different way, I can say that if you look at the Springbok side, currently where I'm working on, and just to come back to your question, is things that are important for us is we look at the character of an individual, you look at the conditioning of an individual, and obviously then you look at his current performance. So if I go back and I'm talking about what we've produced in those years at college level, because we had quite a diverse individual that came to the college to study, to become a physical education teacher or a geography teacher or whatever. You had individuals that were not just able to play or to excel in one specific sport code, but in different sport codes. So they had a wide variety, a wide range of skills, and also because some of them come from rural communities that did not have access to a lot of facilities and resources, and then you had schools like schools in Worcester, Esland Park, schools in Paarl who had quite a competitive environment and experienced and quite good physical education teachers. You could see the difference between the skill set of those individuals that come from certain schools versus the individuals that did not have access towards that. And that advantage also you could see over the years in terms of how they excelled in their specific sports codes which they competed in. There was a difference in skill set, but there was also a difference in the conditioning. There was a difference in terms of just the general character of the individual, the self-confidence, the image, the way they've handled pressure, the way they've reacted in certain circumstances, teamwork, accountability. All of those aspects were just better handled when pupils came from schools that have a very strong base with a physical education background. So those are some of the things that I can recall, and I can say that those are for me quite important criteria that you need for people or for players or for individuals to excel into elite sport. And if I look currently at some of the issues that we maybe experience as challenges on a national level, I mean, you would talk about decision making or just game sense as things that we can improve, that individuals can improve in. Also certain fundamental skills, And I'm from the opinion that those kind of things, game sense, are things that you develop from a younger age, where you just play, where you take part in small-sided games. You don't actually make a choice in terms of what sports code you want to, in which you want to excel, but you just want to become part of it. And as a young kid, for me, if I recall in my experience, coming from a rural community like Bredasdorp into Cape Town, it was quite an experience. Sitting back there, you also dream to play at the highest level. But in those years, it was just absolutely an impossible dream. So if you can't play with them, it becomes a dream that, listen, maybe somewhere I can coach them. But for me, in able to do that, it wasn't something that I can honestly say as a youngster. I decided that, listen, one day I want to become the Springbok coach. It developed with my interest in teaching, in physical education. And when I got to the University of the Western Cape, I was fortunate enough to be lectured, in my opinion, by the most brilliant people that I've come across, that actually influenced my perspective and my outlook into physical education. Professor Leach, Tenwe Hendricks, Libby Barrel, all of these people, Ingrid Miller, all of them were impressive in their knowledge of the subject, in their planning and how they delivered it. But most importantly for me, that helped me as a youngster or develop as a coach, was they've answered the questions that I've had as a youngster. It is the why do we do certain things, and how can I do it? Because when you get educated, or when you play a sport sometimes and you don't have people with that understanding of the specialist understanding of the science or the methodology of how you go about, you take part in things, and because your dad played in a specific position, or everyone is doing it at a specific school. But with that specialist knowledge and education, that drives you, or put you in a position in order to deliver better, to answer the questions better to athletes. And just to come back to that point, in answering your question a bit more broader, I can clearly see that, I can honestly say that that specialist training at UWC insisted or helped to, or gave me tools in order to assist people with lesser skills in order to become better. Not just on field, but also off field. Okay, because a physical education teacher at the end of the day is not only just someone that delivers a lesson, a physical education letter. He becomes a father, he becomes a mentor, he becomes a role model, he gives you off the field skills. I can recall those years we've learned how to lay out an athletic track, or how to build our own cricket pitch, and that was delivered through the passion of that physical education teacher. So looking back, and also listen to some of the prior speakers this morning, is that yes, you need passion, and you can make things happen in physical education. But in my opinion, that specialist knowledge, knowing the science, knowing the correct methodology, understanding your subject, those things assist you to deliver better products, which will eventually, in my opinion, help our lead sport.
Thank you for that. Dion, final comments? Lord?
Okay. I think I've noted 3 questions. I think the first question from Mr. Gary Dolly about the appointment of coaches. So I maybe just need to give a little bit of a background. So DCAS, we support 309 schools, a minimum of 309. They are what are called MOD centers, MOD program centers, which promotes mass participation and just exposure to the codes of sport. And then there are 134 neighboring school centers that also creates with the opportunity of just creating access to the sport, and that links to the other question that the gentleman in front asked here. So when it comes to the appointment of the coaches at those 309 schools, We obviously, it's a normal process that we mirror what happens in education, like when governing bodies employ educators. So we would have advertisements, and we try to share that advertisements as widely as possible. It gets sent to our various district officials as well as the education district officials. Gets sent to the Western Cape Provincial Sport Confederation, which is the mother body of the federations in our province. Gets sent to the federation structures so that we can create an opportunity for especially unemployed youth in the areas or in the communities to be employed at the schools. And there are different levels of employment. We would appoint assistant coaches where they need to obviously have some experience in the various codes of sport, at least a minimum qualification or experience in codes of sport. And those are your general assistant coaches. And then we have more specialized coaches, which are the head coaches. And that is the level where we appoint physical education coaches. So if we were to appoint a physical education coach at a school, they'd need to have some experience and some qualifications in some of the codes that they obviously need to focus on. There would be a normal process of long listing and short listing, and we would involve, where possible, a representative of the school, representing the WCED to be on the panel, a representative of the district federation, and we try to make it as inclusive as possible, accepting that sometimes there are challenges, but it would not only be DCAS that's going to be interviewing people and appointing them. And then we obviously try to appoint the most suitable candidates. Again, I stress that it's part of creating jobs in the various communities. Many cases it would be an ex-pupil of that school that could obviously understand the ethos of that school and that community. And once they are employed through DCAS and the Western Cape Provincial Sport Confederation, because there's that partnership, we try to upskill those coaches. When it comes to the physical education, I think when I got here, Ismail grabbed me and said, listen, firstly, where were you guys yesterday? And I need to apologize for that. I'm not going to make excuses, but this is an exceptionally busy period, noted. And we've been busy with national competitions now. It's our end of financial, etc. But when they asked me last night, can you please come here today? I said, no, I'm definitely going to come. Otherwise, Ismail is not going to forgive me. I just got back from the National Swimming Championships last night. But the bottom line is there needs to be another conversation that Ismail and I have already spoken about. Because remember, when we appoint coaches, they are actually at schools that are under the jurisdiction of the Western Cape Education Department. And one of our prime focus areas as far as physical education is that it needs to be structured. It's not a situation where we appoint a coach, there's a ball, play. Some of us have gone through that because we used to love physical education just to play football. But no, it's a structured program. There needs to be a lesson plan. It needs to be aligned to the lesson plans and the curriculum of life orientation with education itself, with the WCED. And whilst we focus on creating exposure and access to codes of sport, it is not a free-for-all. Because obviously when we're talking about physical education, we want to be part of holistic education of the learners. So yes, we want to get our next Eddie Andrews, we want to get our next Herschel Gibbs, but there's other things that need to be taught as well in that physical education lesson. And hence the conversation between WCED and DCAS is going to be very critical so that we can build on that. Because in some cases, we would be appointing the most suitable person, but maybe not the most qualified. Because, you know, some people, they're not interested. So that is a process that we are following, and it's linked, as I said, to job creation for unemployed youth in the various communities. And it's just to get our kids to play sport and to give the opportunity to the more talented learners to move through the ranks. That's the first question. The second one, our relationship between the city of Cape Town and DCAS, and obviously the other municipalities, you know, throughout the Western Cape. We have another directorate. I work in the Sport Development Directorate. We have a directorate called Sport Promotion, headed by our director, Mr. Tabo Tutu, and they work predominantly with the various municipalities across the province. And there is a working relationship. I think obviously we need to also build on that. So I'll give one example, and I'm very happy that Alderman Andrews has said that we don't always have to go to Dal Josephat, because that was a bit of a schlep. But we would obviously be working with our counterparts at the City of Cape Town. But I think I maybe need to stress that DCAS, the Department of Culture and Sport, is a provincial department, and the City of Cape Town is local government, so there are different spheres of governance. And there would be engagements between our department as well as the City of Cape Town and the various other municipalities. And sometimes when we are forced to, when things get a little bit tough, we would then elevate that, and there sometimes would be the necessary political intervention. I'm not going to speak on behalf of our politicians, but there would be, I'm sure, interventions and engagements between our Minister, Minister Andrew Mare, and the Mayor, and I'm sure with Deputy Mayor Alderman Andrews as well. And it's something that we're always working on, but I can guarantee you that there's an open communication, and we always work together. And I'm glad that we're going to be able to do that even more, so that for 2023, we possibly would be assured of better access to the other facilities. The last one, I think I'm running out of time. The question that the gentleman in front asked. Yes, there's always going to be a need for kids just to play for fun. So, and hence I've mentioned earlier on, there's the active nation part, which is mass participation, where the kids are just given the opportunity to play. They must play for fun. And when the talented learners are spotted either by the federation or the school sports structure or wherever, they are given the opportunity to move through the ranks. And it's kids, it's the choice. Some kids maybe just want to play interclass. Some kids, I know that when we were at school, we had inter-house. But obviously, the more talented learner would want to be given the opportunity to represent their district, their province, their country. And that is where we come in, and that is where we work with the various federations. But I agree with you, sir. We need to give kids the opportunity to play at the different levels. And if they want to just play for fun, then that's fine. And some of them they're not even interested in sport. There needs to be other opportunities as well, in arts and culture, in carom, and I'm not too sure what hopscotch is about. But yeah, we've got to just give our kids the opportunity to play sport. And there are various different role players and stakeholders, and we all have a part to play. Even educators, I know that educators, I come from a teaching background, are exceptionally busy. But we still need educators to help us, just to get our kids to play at the school level. And then we need the federations with the coaches, with the expertise. And yeah, the more kids can play, it's better for our communities. I hope that's answered everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Claude. Claude, if you can just pass to Tori, we will take the final question for this panel, and that is the role of the NGOs. We've got Sporting Chance in the wall, we've got Cool Play in the wall. As NGOs, where do you see yourself being positioned in terms of assisting government in closing the gap between physical education and the link with sport?
Yeah, I think firstly, I've been in this world for quite a while, and NGOs, there are many NGOs making an enormous difference. And I think on the ground, we can see the impact that's being made, but we are hamstrung from a resources perspective. We've got coaches ready to roll out a very, very productive program, but we don't have the money and we don't have the support. We don't understand the structures, and I think that's something that we could probably take away from this is who do we direct questions to? From my, I don't know how Sporting Chance handles it, but transport for us is enormous. Now that we're coming out of COVID, we want to get our teams into competition, but transport is stifling. So that's something we need to speak about. We have coaches that are trained. They're people on the ground that do understand how to deliver physical education. And all 36 of our coaches were absorbed into the schools during lockdown when after-school sports space was closed. They were adopted by the schools to deliver the physical education classes. And you could see the kids were loving it. They were finally able to move. The teachers were given a little bit of a break because they didn't know what they were needing to do. And everyone came out better. So I think it's leaning on the NGOs, calling on the different partnerships around a particular area, and together we can all work together, so long as we're not working in a scarcity mindset, so long as we can try and make a difference in our little communities, it'll be better.
Thank you for that, Tori. Could I ask the audience just to give the panel a round of applause? Thank you very much, panelists. We really appreciate your inputs this afternoon. Thank you. Okay, could I ask you to note that for me, put it, and I will get Alderman to address that with us. Okay. Yeah.
Are you going to leave that? Where John is leaving? Where's John leaving to? John just left. Oh. Yes. He's supposed to come. Where is he coming? Okay. No, no, it's fine. No. He just came back. I was now a bit worried. Okay, thank you. Thanks again to the panel and Mr. Ishmael. I really appreciate that interesting panel discussion. Thanks, Mr. Ishmael. We're almost at the end of our 2 days, and it really gives me great pleasure to invite the next speaker to the podium, because I promised him I'll get a chance to thank him for his beautiful comment yesterday, and I think really, sir, that it helped to set the tone of the 2 days, so thanks again for that. Mr. John O'Connor is the manager, director, and owner of Arch Holdings. Just before I go on, I think Ishmael really, this program is compiled in a beautiful way. You'll understand now. Arch Holdings is a skill and employment and workplace solution business. He's an expert in establishing large national organizations and institutions. And listen to what I'm going to say now. He's a fundraiser and financial specialist. He raised more than 10 billion. 10 billion. Isn't that the last person actually to speak before the practical? We know where to get the money, the person with the money, for various projects. So, sir, the floor is yours. Enjoy it with lots of money. Thank you.
And this thing is. Okay. Right, good afternoon, everybody. I spoke at my old school as Ducks Evening a few years ago, and it was a similar kind of a little resume that was read, and I said, that's my success resume. Let me read to you my failure resume. Then you will understand the success one. Because I think that we often don't talk about the things that we failed at, and we think that it's a happy-go-lucky world. And so I am really so excited. I mean, yesterday I spoke to people, I phoned lots of people when I left here and said I really didn't know. I really didn't believe I was in South Africa when this conference started yesterday, because the sophistication and the amount of support that has gone into a conference of this nature just blew me away. And it just shows you as South Africans, if we can pull together, we can do tremendous things. And throughout the 2 days, I was also just taken aback by the type of passion of people that have the institutional memory of when things were really great. And having this conference that will act as a catalyst to make things great again, I'm sure that that institutional memory will kick in, whether it is about singing the songs before the sectional champs or the semi-champs or the champs of champs. I have always said that if one day I can go and retire, if you bring the Western Province senior schools champs of champs back and the Western Province primary school champs of champs back, it was the best spectacle in the world for school sport. And it was a sin that something like that had to end. But that's not what I am supposed to talk to you about. So my topic is really about how we can harness the fourth industrial revolution in order to kind of bring impact funding to a cause like this cause. So my talk is really going to be about the benefits of technology, and then what the opportunity is, and then our partnership that we have struck with Western Cape Education Department, and then how do we make it possible through technology and disruption, and then just about how we go about with funding, because it's important that we actually share that kind of thing. People say, why would you share that kind of IP? I said, there's nothing like IP in the world. Everything, I'll say, there's a book called Borrowing Brilliance, that somewhere in the world somebody has thought about it before. So we know that we have just emerged from a pandemic. The not too distant future is already upon us. COVID has changed and fast-tracked our cause. It blurred the real and the virtual worlds. It propelled the fourth industrial revolution. It forced industries and organizations to reimagine what they were and what they might become. Business as usual is no longer an option, and the world is now awash with opportunity as a result of something as bad as that pandemic to bring us here. So the benefits of technology and digital disruption, we know about the traditional benefits and how our worlds have changed in the last 20 to 30 years with the acceleration of the software and the systems that were provided by the likes of Microsoft, Apple, Zoom, Samsung, TikTok, Google, and so on. We also know that the MOOC sites now, whether it's Harvard University or whether it's UCT down the road, that has effervesced educational content to all corners of the globe and almost totally free of charge. E-learning and learning experience platform to ensure ETD, or education training and development provisioning, at scale is now available. Talent development through learning journey management of athletes and technical coaches, phys teachers and teacher assistants is now possible. And I talk about, is the fact that now you can develop a sporting talent and a vocational talent at the same time. I spoke to Rock Nation the other day, the guys that are now behind the likes of Sia Kolisi.
and that have invested in Sharks Rugby. And I was talking to them about Stream 1 and Stream 2 talent, because they asked the question, what do we do about what they call their products? Like Asiya Kolisi, when he comes to the end of his career. And I said, because when you start your program, because of technology, you can do a Stream 1 and a Stream 2. Stream 1 is to make him the best rugby player he can possibly become. But Stream 2 is to also make sure that when he leaves rugby, or she leaves the sport that she's in, that they can follow a gainfully employed or a gainfully, economically mobile career. And it is really, really important that we do that, because I see there's a tendency, especially amongst the top sports, that everybody now think that they should get a media job and be a commentator. But there's not enough commentating jobs for all of the professional sports people that we have out there, or at least for all of our top. Some of them may not, in some codes are not professional as yet. The need for a central communication system for sport organizations to accelerate how information is accessed is really important. Forever we've been talking about a sports database and a management information system to collect and collate and manage sport and visit qualitative and quantitative data. And this is a phenomenon we've been talking about forever. For the last 30 years, I know, we need a sports database. And it's such an important kind of thing that we have to have. Yes, we have pockets of databases out there, but we kind of need that integrated that says, how many clubs do we have in the Western Cape? What codes of sports are those clubs in? How many teams are in those clubs? What kind of facilities do they access? How many of their coaches are actually qualified coaches? Are they administrators of a clean record from a criminal and a corruption perspective? And all of those kinds of things. We need that kind of information in real time, because otherwise we can't plan and provide. We are in the business of provisioning. But if we don't have the data that tells us what is really happening, how do we plan and provide? And I was listening to, we have an open communication. I don't want to criticize what some of the speakers said, but we have an open communication between the provincial department and the city. But do you plan together? Communicating is not going to solve our problem. We have to plan. We cannot skrik wakker, and now that the child from Cape Town is at a Dal Josephat Stadium because there was lack of planning. That's really the issue that we first. And we cannot plan unless we have information. And we cannot have proper real-time information about the current state on the ground unless we use all of this technology that is really available to us. Tracking, tracing, and management of sport and physical education events, activities, programs, and so on is really, really important that we can do that. The subject advisors shouldn't be going to a school and then find out certain information. They must be able to dashboard it and say, in my district today, all my primary schools are having their phys ed lessons this time, and it will be on this modules, and I can check the next day what the outcomes were of those kind of things. In real time, not getting into a car, go to school, ask them to take out, I don't know what a verslagboek is nowadays, and kind of thing. So that, like Robin had said yesterday, what gets measured, gets managed, is improved. So imagine if we can measure it real time, what is happening. If we can know, I'm Danny Jordan, on a Sunday night, I'm sitting there with a nice glass of whiskey, and I'm checking on my app, and I can see how many football games have been played around the country, and 343 local football associations. How many were senior games, under 21s, under 19s, girls, people with disabilities, all of those kind of things. At the press of the button, we must be able to do that. And that's really where we have to go to in sport. Carolling common bond communities into a single digital ecosystem. We can now move from that clunky world and to a slick virtual world. Because that's really what it happened is that we have large common bond communities. Our schooling community of more than 1,500 schools in the Western Cape, plus the teachers in those schools, plus the learners, plus the parents, plus the community around that school. Imagine if you can take that common bond community and you can virtualize it, the power that you have over so many different things, and I'll speak a little bit about that later on. And then creating digital economies through virtual marketplaces mean we can now monetize social capital. And I'll talk about that a little bit later on. So, what is the opportunity? To build any system requires resources, physical resources, digital, human and financial resources. Every kind of voluntary job that I have had over the years and afterwards full-time jobs that I've had always had to do with sport. I was the president of Borders School Sports, and we had 346 primary schools and just over 700 high schools and over 700 primary schools. And the first thing there was, how are we going to finance sports? So we got a little bit of money from the Ciskei government at the time, and a little bit of money from the DET. But the main money actually came from the lotto. At that time, the Ciskei government had a lotto called Score a Lot. And we went to Score a Lot and raised the money. And we were probably, under the South African School Sports Congress at the time, the strongest union under there, because it always had to do with resources. When I went to USASA, I was the third best sports sponsorship kind of specialist after Clive Gruniker and Bernard Rose. And I raised in 1996, I raised 46 million in less than 3 months for school sport in South Africa, and that really brought USASA alive. I was headhunted by Love Life, and we raised 10 billion. We raised 10 billion rand for a HIV campaign, and as Ismail was saying this morning, a large part of that money was plowed back into school sport. And then when I went into business again, I said to myself, I'm not going to come to a beneficiary organization and ask them to kind of pay me a fee for the kinds of things that we do. I'll rather say, tell me what you do and I'll go and find the funding for you. And that's really where this thing comes from, and so now I'm going to give you some kind of a sense of just if you start to follow the money. Sport contributes 3% plus to the global economy. That is $700 billion. That amounts to 10 trillion rand. It employs 3.5% of the world's workforce, 7 million people. The Global Wellness Institute shows that South Africa is one of the top 20 of 160 nations with the biggest physical activity markets in the world. So South Africa's up there in terms of that market. South Africa's marketplace is 123 billion per annum and employs 365,000 people. Now you tell me, if that's the kind of money in that system, why should you struggle at your schools? And in the Western Cape, it is 8 billion and employs 60,000 people. So the opportunity continues. The fact that we have 1% of payroll that is being deducted for skills levies. Are we accessing those skills levies? And I'm not talking about the CAT seater, and I'm neither talking about the ETDP seater. Because those seaters, I say, they are social drivers in the economy. They are not commercial drivers of the economy. I knocked on the door of the services seater and I raised 100 million rand for SASCOC to start a virtual university a few years ago. And the guy from the services, he said, why are you sitting here, not down the road at the sports seater? And I said, because the broadcasters pay their money to you. And one of the biggest income drivers for broadcasters is sport. The event management companies pay their skills levy money to you. And they are the biggest beneficiaries out of a sports system. The security companies, before there was a SASITA, pay their money to you. The hospitality companies, at the time, the services companies, they pay their money, at this SETA. Went to the construction SETA and said, you are the beneficiaries of all these stadiums that are going to be built during 2010. We want some of that excess of that funds to flow back into sport. So that's that first point. 6% of payroll is leviable. That amounts on the B scorecard. Just the skills and the bursary part of that in the last, the third quarter's report from Stats SA says there is 114 billion rand year on year available for bursaries and for skills development. So imagine, as the largest component of sport in this country is school sport, and if we include physical education, if we can access just 10% of that money, which would be 11 billion rand per annum, I kan ons bietjie magic maak. The skills levy is divided between the CETAs and the National Skills Fund, and I'm not sure that anybody has ever put forward any proposal to the National Skills Fund on the advancement of physical education and school sport. There's a SAR Section 28 Act, that 12H Act, that says that every employer can get a skills rebate, and that skills rebate has got various kind of levels. So imagine if you go to a company and you no longer ask for sponsorship money or for CSI money, but you say, we want to train 50 teachers. These are the physical education skills program, and guess what? You can claim the money back from SARS. The mining, social, and labor plans are pegged at 4% of revenue. Can you imagine what is 4% of revenue of some of the big mines in places like Gauteng and the Northern Cape? I mean, one of my colleagues that I work with had, just for the Kathu region, expect the 4% of the companies that fall in that, the mining houses that fall in their catchment area to 10 billion rand per annum. That must come to social and labor plans, which means community development. And that province is the poorest, and the poorest people stay there. 30% of preferential procurement on government and state-related procurement is part of that preferential program. So imagine if you can construct any of the things that you do into a preferential procurement program, then you can access some of that 30% of those state contracts. 5 to 10% of contract value of infrastructure projects must be spent on socio-economic programs. One of our companies in our group runs a 800 million rand program to train 19,500 artisans in the Ekurhuleni area, and that is part of the Alstom French company that is building the trains for Prasa. I've actually seen one when I went over the bridge now in the M5 yesterday. So just imagine that kind of money for every infrastructure and FDI project all around the country that is actually there for community development. We've just been asked by the wind energy company in the Eastern Cape to say, we're sitting on 49 million, we want to do it, we want to do something for school sport, can you put a program together for us? You know, sorry? Not for that. Standard Bank has launched one, Standard Bank and Capitec has launched some of the largest, I mean massive program. Standard Bank wants a 500 billion rand student financial aid program by the end of 5 years. So just imagine if we can access that portion of that kind of funding to train our B.Ed students in life orientation and phys ed component at university by accessing that type of funding that is available. It doesn't come for free, it's not donor money, but the students can pay it back once they get a job, you know. But they don't have to have that rigorous qualifying criteria because Standard Bank had set up a foundation. They consulted with us extensively on that program. And then obviously NSFAS is a 40 billion rand government student aid scheme. We did a strat plan for the Eastern Cape Academy of Sport last year, and they were talking all about how the students cannot go to university. And when I looked at the profile of the athletes, whether they're university or TVET college kind of skill and acumen levels, and I asked them, have you ring-fenced NSFAS money for it? And they said, we didn't know how to go about that. So just imagine if you had taken the effort to apply on behalf of all of your athletes on your elite program for that. The next Monday when I was back in Pretoria, I phoned up NSFAS CEO and I said, can I have a meeting with you? I then had a meeting with him a week later and I said, can you ring-fence me the money for all our Operation Excellence students on the SASCOC program as well as other performance programs for athletes. So John, quite frankly, the legislation doesn't allow us to ring fence, but we know what you're saying. If you're going to handle the applications, yes, we'll put them on top of the pile. The art of the possible. So essentially, myself and Ismail has got a very, very, very long history of working together and fighting the good fight. And I mean, I was saddened when I left USASA, and then a few years later, USASA collapsed. And I was also saddened that the Love Life Games that we had worked so hard on also collapsed. And I feel responsible, and it's like you were saying, what do you call this thing? With this gray hairs, and I'm saying, I need to come back and come and contribute and say, how do I come and contribute voluntarily to this cause? And knowing Ismail and how determined he is to make a thing work, we had many fights in USASA, dis hoor ek, Ismail is alweer oor see hom in 'n span sonder geld. And that's really how determined he was, and knowing how determined he is and kind of having the position that he has in Western Cape Education Department, I said, here it is now. Let's dance again. And this time around, we're going to bring our expertise on building solutions and finding resources with a platform as willing and as ready and as able as this platform. And those things are essentially saying, our partner is about finding the impact funding, as alluded to earlier on. It's about the program that Robin presented yesterday as First Smart, is to say, let's go and ignite the school. We have ignited the teachers, and we have ignited the subject advisors. Let's ignite the school as a whole school and say, what does a physical education promoting school look like? And then we know we can hone in to say this school is at this level and that school is at that level, and we know what our intervention must be. About teacher development, because we can now develop teachers anywhere, at any place, at any time. They don't have to be physically in a place. And that brings down the cost of provisioning and delivery of education so much more through e-learning platforms. And if it has to be face-to-face, there's lots of skills. South Africa is awash with skills fund money. The revival of school sport, I mean, that's been my passion all my life. And before we go, Ismail, ons gaan hom doen. And And then the teacher assistant program, we have a massive unemployment issue. On the other hand, can you imagine that 360,000 young people are going to be deployed into our basic education system, into our 28,000 schools in the country? Imagine if they are super duper properly trained. That sideway intervention into a schooling system can catapult our entire education department and our entire skills level of every learner in every classroom to another level. It shouldn't be a tickless exercise on om 'n bietjie 'n joppie gegee nie. It should be about saying, how can we make sure that those 360,000 people are the best that they can possibly be? And when they finish with that 4 or 6 months program that they're on, then they're halfway through their PGCE diploma. And that PGCE diploma is going to be about action learning inside that institution and not about going to lectures. Can you imagine what we will do with this country if we do that? And therefore, a big focus of this program is a proof of concept on what we're going to do with teacher assistants in this province around phys ed and around school sport. Because they can essentially go and run school sport in this 1,500 schools for us, where one of our esteemed colleagues said yesterday, the principals and some of the teachers are lazy. I don't always believe that. I always say that if you have a demand driver, then the supply is easier. We don't have a demand driver. Western Province Senior School Sports Union Champs of Champ was a great demand driver. Everybody wanted to clamor to be there. Give them that apex of the pyramid and things are going to start happening. But if there's no something to work towards, then what's the point? So, I've been told I'm over my time. And then the last one is to make the technology that I've spoken about available to you free of charge. So there's just baseline is a aggregated technology from various kinds of contributors. It's got the baseline IQ, that's a technology that we've developed. Then we have baseline play that was developed by my SAFA, and that is now going to be customized for all sports as well as for physical education. And then baseline campus is essentially an e-learning platform. So the rest of the presentation is going to be available to you about what this technology is all about. And I just need to kind of make this point. I don't know if you guys saw this in the papers. There was a big hullabaloo about age verification issue and age cheating, and now the CAF Cup as well. And we know how pervasive that thing has been over the years. I come from the Eastern Cape, and trust me, it's far worse in the Eastern Cape than in other parts of the country. And the fact that we have that technology now to, in real time, in a few seconds, verify the ID and the age group of every young athlete as you register him for whatever team sport they will play in. Then, what are the features and the benefits? And those are, I always say, build a thing that's going to benefit the enterprise. It must be an enterprise management tool. Don't build the app for the app's sake. Build it because it's going to make that organization better. And there we say these are the general features, how it's what the operational, and then the benefits to the client. And then we go into, in the client, who are the custodians, who are the beneficiaries, who are the administrators, and how does it benefit them? And then finally, this is our model, and this is a model that we are bringing to you in the Western Cape. We're really excited about this kind of partnership, is to say we use as Arch Impact Partners, which is one of the companies in our group, we use a blended funding model where we kind of string along compliance funding, grants, development funds, ESG or impact investment with commercial investment money. And I've just given examples of compliance. Yes, the YES program, the Green Initiative, BE scorecard, SLPs, and so on. And then on the grants, you've got the CETAs, the SARS levies and rebates. You have UIF funding and so on. On the development funds, you've got the industrial incentive grants and the EPUB funds, the jobs fund and so on. On the ESG investment, you've got kind of people like Old Mutual, Standard Bank, and so on that are big on ESG at the moment. And then obviously at private equity and venture capital, we already have partners like Tipula and Mergence. And then you have to now string along on the other side, on the right-hand side, you have to kind of strings to say, what can you use compliant funding for? Oh, we can use it for community development, we can use it for job creation. What can you use grant funding for training, for workforce solutions, and so on? What can you use development funds for? Oh, industrial development. So the hockey sticks that Gary was showing us yesterday, we can set up those factories to manufacture those things. ESG funding is classically the kind of what is going to make social impact in a particular kind of place, and then green funds and so on. And then obviously commercial funding would be, so if we want to expand that platform and build it out, and we say there's a benefit for you, Old Mutual, to get involved, or for a banking partner to get involved, because we're going to open a bank account for every child on the program, or we're going to open a bank account for every club, and you have that opportunity, but we need you to make an investment in us building the technology to be smarter, bigger, and better. And that is essentially what we are here for, and the kind of what our offer is to the people of the Western Cape. And I said to Ismail as well, I mean, I like the fact, and everybody had asked the question and spoken about it, is to use the Western Cape as the kind of the trailblazer and the flag bearer for the rest of the country to follow. Thank you.
I told Ismail I was just going to say, he kept on saying, just imagine. Now, I want to say, just imagine all of us can have a John O'Connor in our lives. My husband would now say, it's just good to be in his company, to know someone that works with billions and millions and talk about it like it's just my 10 rand and my 20 rand and my 30 rand. But you wowed me, sir, and I'm sure you wowed all of us, Sylvie. Blessings for what you are still going to do. Thank you very much.
There's an old saying from Clive Granicke that says, John, don't go and sell racehorses and then deliver donkeys. So you must be very careful.
Yeah, I think, Mr. O'Connor, we can all say now, if you need this, you need that, I know a guy. So we sorted. Ladies and gents, the last of our presentations will be done by Ms. Martieri. I don't think she needs any introduction, but I'll give a brief one. I walked past room A14 yesterday, and I saw the group there was doing high knees and arms and stuff was out, so prepare yourself. Just a brief intro of her. She's a lead master trainer, head of Gymnastics South Africa, Education Development. She's an author and lead facilitator of various training courses for physical education, teachers and elementary coaches. And she has represented South Africa at the All African Games in Zimbabwe. So please put your hand together for Ms. Martieri. You need the mic.
Good afternoon. I know that you've all been sitting on your backside for a long time. So while we're setting up, I'd like to call upon Keith, if you can just maybe do some arm movements with the people for 2 minutes while I'm setting up here. Just some arm movements. Or any other volunteers. Just lead the activity.
Are you going to need the mic? No, no mic.
Yes.
Are we ready? All right.
I'm not going to have a mic in my hand because otherwise I can't jump up and down, and I really like to be involved with the children. I only met these young learners from grade 6 learners, and I will introduce the learners to you, or they actually will introduce themselves. And what I'm trying to do in the next 25 to 30 minutes really is just to show you how to reach through fundamental movement, the ABCs. A stands for, who knows physical education, what A stands for? Agility. B stands for balance, and C stands for coordination. But I also like to make it A, awareness, B, body, mind, and C, cognitive. Remember yesterday we heard from the DDG cognitive development, and I try to achieve all 6 dominant movement patterns. We try to think in your head what are the dominant movement patterns, and I try to reach some of the physical fitness components as well as some. Peyton, what would be your magic word? What you like at the end? Or Josh? Something starts with an F. When you do physical education lesson or sport at school, what do you like to have? Fun. Say it out loud. Okay, can you hear me? Okay, so I'm giving them some instructions because safety is always first, and I will, before I give you the cards, I just like you to introduce yourself. You may take off your mask because we have enough space. Put it on your wrist, or you can put it on the side over there. This is my little storeroom. And let's start with the first thing. You say, I am and I love. Loud.
I am Logan and I love cricket. I'm Angela and I love to play netball. I'm Peyton and I love football. I'm Joshua and I like football.
So we have a few rules that I'd like you to actually apply. What is your rule, Megan?
No talking while the teacher is talking.
So in one word, we listen. All right, next one.
No touching your friends during gymnastics.
No touching your friend during gymnastics. Or keep your hands to yourself. What is the other rule?
No jumping on the trampoline without the teacher.
No jumping on the trampoline or any other equipment without a teacher. That means you behave. And what is the last rule, Josh?
Always have fun.
Fun. All right, let's put this down. And for the first activity, we're going to use a little music because I love using music, even if it's not a music class, but this is a music school. So I'd like you to come to this, just outside of the square. You should vote for me. And please be aware that we don't step on the road this time. This is a good introduction to, you can come, share it on the sides. This is a good introduction of just low impact to medium impact activity. And we're going to have a little music playing. And you just follow the leader, all right? Fine, you can come next to me.
To move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. You like to move it. I like to move it, move it.
can see what did we achieve now. Can you feel that you're breathing faster? What's happening in your body? Why do you think you're breathing faster, Josh? You're getting tired. It's only the warm-up. Choose a color quickly and get 2 scarves in your hands. 2, 1 in each hand. Okay. 1 in each hand. What color? Okay. There's 2 in 1. All right. So now we're just going to do some mobility stretches. Just run this way.
Push pineapple, shake the tree. I got do. Push pineapple, grind coffee. To the left, to the right. Jump up and down onto the knees. Come and dance every night. Sing with a hula melody. I met a hula mistress somewhere in Waikiki. Well, she was selling pineapple, playing ukulele. And when I went to the girl, come on and teach me to sway. She laughed and whispered to me, yes, come tonight to the bay. The lovely beach in the sky, the moon of Kauai, around Calypso surround. We'll all be singing this song. I got do. Push pineapple, shake the tree. I got do. Push pineapple, grind coffee. To the left, to the right, jump up and down onto the knees. Come and dance every night, sing the hula melody. I got do. Push pineapple, shake the tree. I got do. Push pineapple, grind coffee. To the left, to the right, jump up and down onto the knees. Come and dance every night, sing with a hula melody. And down on the shore, they gather romance. She showed me much more, not only to dance. Oh, I'm a cat.
Right. Did you feel that you're still breathing fast? Come back here, please. So, today, I also like you to feel we're still doing the warm-up. Why do you think we need warm-up? What do you think, Josh? Warm up your body. And if it is hot in summer, you need to warm up your body. Of course. Otherwise, you can hurt yourself. There you go. What else do we warm up? Your thinking, listening skills. All right. So, now that we've warmed up quite all right, today we're going to learn jumps, some landing. But in order to be able to land properly and jump properly, you need to make sure that your body is strong. Whatever sport you do, you have to have a good, strong core, upper body, and legs. So before we get into our main activities, which we will go jump after this, you have to make sure that your body is tight. Can you put your arms up to me? And show me how tight you are. Oh, show me how tight you are. That's better. Keep it nice and straight, Nathan. There you go. Whoa, this is like a sausage. Come on. Nice. That's nice, Angela. What is your name? Liesel. Okay, cool. So what I'd like you to do now is remember the jump. Keep the body nice and tight. I don't want to see noodles or spaghettis. Okay, good. Before we do that, show me if you want to keep your body nice and firm in a push-up hold. I want to see your body nice and tight. Hands flat. I don't want to see boom boom on the sky or drooping down. Keep it nice and straight. And if I want to walk at the bridge, it's not going to fall because it's firm. That's it. Squeeze it there. It's nice and firm. All right, so Lisa is going to be my friend. You find a friend, facing each other. You can come down now, relax. Relax. You can just quickly move your wrists around a bit. Shake it, shake it, shake it. Say hello. Okay, and you find a friend and take a little ball. Facing each other. Okay? Who do you want to be with? No, why don't you go with the boy? Show you. That's better. All right, so what I'd like to see is that you're facing each other this way. One is looking at the entrance where you came from, and the other one is looking at those people that are doing the test.
left hand. So look at us. Let me just demonstrate quickly. And next time with the other hand doesn't matter as long as you're changing hands. Let's see if you can do that 5 times. Let's go. Remember, you keep your arms nice and straight. Open your fingers. You don't have to bounce it. Change hands. Not always the same hand because we are working on both arms and both sides. Pay attention that your buttock is further down a little bit. Keep your body straight. That's enough. Good. Remember, Josh, I told you without dropping hips, keep your nice body straight and firm. The next exercise is more tricky. Okay? Watch what I'm doing. This time you have to push the ball with your knee, and then you catch the ball with your hand. Okay. So knee, and now you do that same thing. One knee. Okay. Knee and catch. And now other knee and catch. Can you do 5? Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And try to keep your body in that push-up hold all the time without dropping your knees, Liesel. If you volunteered yourself to come to the stage, you have to be strong. Okay. It's good. Only 5 times. Nice. Okay, stop. Now what do you think? Where did you feel it in your body? Where did you feel it in your body? Your arms. And you keep it here. Keep it straight. Alright, let's work on this part of our body. Which is that? What is there on your arm? Your tummy or abs. Okay, looking at each other. Come a bit closer. So now you're going to sit with your feet away from the wall, or the floor. And without dropping your feet, you have to throw and catch the ball 10 times. Let's see who can do it faster. Without losing your balance. Let's see. Feet away from the ground. That's easy peasy. You can come a bit closer. Look, I'm your grandma's age. I can do that 10 times. Surely you can. They haven't practiced, we never rehearsed, okay? But you can see that some of them are even struggling to just keep that little tuck hold. Alright, now we're going to do the other one, like the scissors. You do it 1, 2, and throw and catch. But you still keep your body away. 1, 2, throw and catch. 1, 2, and catch. You have to push. Those that are laughing fast, you can come up and show it that you can do it better. Okay. Exactly. Right. Where do you feel it in your body? In your tummy, right? You feel it in your tummy. That's nice. Right, now we can actually play a little game like the foot crab foot. So, I'd like it to be in a rear support. This is a rear support. But you have to push your tummy up high, and now you push the ball with your foot. You catch the ball with your foot there, and push it back to the Lisa. You can go down to rear support. Let's see how many times can you do that without losing the ball. And if the ball went away, you have to go to the ball. Let's see. Oops. And touch and roll. That's nice. There you go. How about playing a game now? Are you ready for a game? You said that you like football, right? So, you're going to be the one coach on this side. Let's take a break. And you're going to be one team, Josh and Logan, and Peyton and Angela. You're going to be another team. I was hoping to have a bit of a bigger ball. I don't know where they are. Now we're going to have 2 balls on both sides. This is the play area. And you are aiming to push the ball through this chair. Okay? And what we're now going to do, you have to be like crabs. Just like we did now for the support position. You can put these 2 balls in the box for me. Okay? Let's see the 2 teams. Because there are only a few in a team, I'm going to make your play area small. Make sure that you warm up your wrist again. one that we just did. No goalie. No one is allowed. You can be in line with your own goal. Come back, Angela. And you are aiming to put this ball into that goal. And your team put this ball. But you're not allowed to pick up the ball. You're only allowed to push the ball with your hand or with your feet, but you're not allowed to stand up. Are you ready? Start from the ball. And go. You can't just sit on your boo-boo, Peter. You have to move to get to that ball, all right? Let's move back a little bit. Okay, now you start from there. Like in football, remember, from the side. And try to aim to get the ball into the goal. And pass. Now if that's out from her, it's your turn. Have you ever switched? You said you love football, you know the rules. If it goes out from you, the other team will come. You want to get this? No, we just rest because we need a bit of a rest. Okay, let's go. One more chance. One more chance. You can start from the ball. Remember, this is the end of the play area. Put your buttock up. Not allowed to slide in your boom boom. Let's go. Move. Pass. Ooh, almost there. Carry on, carry on, carry on. Come. You see, they're getting tired. They can't carry their own body weight, and they are fairly fit children. It's quite a challenge for them, isn't it? Thank you, Angela. You can put the ball back to the bag. And if you want, you can quickly go and get some water and come back here. Right. Go and get some water. Your water bottle should be in the glass, not away, because it takes too long. I hope they didn't run out to the bathroom. Quickly. And I will count to 10, and my 10 you need to be back here. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you help me? 5. Just move these dots. 6. I don't have water. Brandon, if you don't have water, I don't like it when you drink juice because it makes you even more thirsty. 7, 8. By 10 back here. 9. 9 and a half. 9 and 3/4. And stop there. Right, so now you can see we got these colored dots. Okay? So now I'm also going to play with this song. You don't need to sit down, please stand up. So now we're going to do some jumping. But each of the colors will mean a different jump. And I make it simple for you. We're going to play with letters and we're going to go to letter landing with it. What letter this color starts with? B. Can you give me an activity with B? Bounce, perfect. You see, they know it better. All right, how about giving me an activity with R? So if it was foundation phrase, I wouldn't say R, I would say R. Run, perfect. Show me a run. Nice, highness. Okay. If you see that color, what letter it starts with? G or Gr. Give me an activity with G. Like the horses are doing. Gallop. If you can hold that. Leash. Good. How about this color? Okay, and what type of activity? What is the, give me something with a Y. Like a yo-yo. So can you jump like a yo-yo? So you will now remember, right? So what you're going to do, when the music plays, I want you to do the movements that I'm doing. Whatever I'm doing, you follow the leader. When the music stops, whatever color is close to you, you have to do the jump that requires by that color. So if you stop next to that, what are you going to do? Flag jumps. Okay, you understand? And I put my hand up till you stop the music and then play the music again, and I go like this. Okay, now you can play the music. Okay, ready?
Oh, I'm a gummy bear. Yes, I'm a gummy bear. Oh, I'm a yummy, tummy, funny, lucky gummy bear. I'm a jelly bear. Three times you can ride me.
Pause. Okay, now let's see. What I'm gonna go through what I'm doing. Look at the color. I'm running, but you're not supposed to run it together. Answer, there is a yo-yo.
Gummy bear. Gummy bear.
Remember, sequencing is also important in the brain. That's what we said. We bring in cognitive development into our physical education class. So they're also learning the seasons. And I assume in Gauteng it would be a little bit different, right? Because you have the dry season, it's not the wet season in winter. So you could just move it around a little bit. Okay, that's enough because you will now jump in. That's enough. That's enough. You can put the other color dots on the side for me. You only need that once. Okay, Angela and Josh, I'd like you to sway on this side, facing that way, where the music is. Peter and Logan, stand behind the dots, facing this way. So when you did your sequence of jumps, on this side, I want you to cross over the midline because it's good for your reading, okay? So what you're going to do is right hand, left knee, left hand, right knee. But you will be walking like this. Okay, and this side, guess what you have to do? What color was the blue? What jump was that? So you don't have to jump on the dot, you can jump next to the dot, but each of them have a different meaning. Each of them has a different meaning. So you have to remember the sequence. Are you ready? Let's see if they remember the sequence. Let's go. Carry on. Wait, and you go this, and you have to carry on longer. Keep going, keep going. Okay. You can think it's fine. Just please wait for him to pass the first sequence. When he's at blue, you can go. When Josh is at the blue, you can go. Okay. You can go, Josh. And remember what you're doing on the way back? Go. Remember what you're doing on the way back? Come this way, Logan. Logan. On the way back, you do crossing over the midline. Many children want to do this. What do you think it means? They have a problem with crossing over the midline, or they try to do that. And it indicates that there might be some learning challenges. I'm not saying that they're learning difficulties, but they could be learning challenges. Oh, did I tell you to stop? Can you do that a bit faster now? Come, 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 come. And after a while, I would trick their brain and I would switch the sequence around, but they still have to remember what you're doing. All right, that's enough. I think you're getting tired. Now, can I have 4 red dots? And each of you just stand on a red dot. Okay? And to do is, you can come up that little height for me now, and that's where you have to land. And when you land on the red dot, that means you stop. Remember the traffic lights? What the red means? Stop. Okay. So you don't have to keep your both feet on the red dot. This is more advanced landing. We basically do a little bigger the base, the better the balance. So that means your feet slightly open. Bigger the base. Say. The bigger the base, better the balance. Bigger the base, better the balance. There you go. Lisa is such a clever girl. Right. So what I want you to do is, now you're going to jump. Remember, you don't have to jump on the spot, and you go 1, 2, 3. Turn around, and you do it a few times. And you show me your best shape when you jump, and the best landing when you can. Go. I'd like you to stretch as high as you can. Reach the skies. The sky is not the limit, right, Karen? The sky is not the limit. So reach as high as you can. Let's go. Okay, what I want to see, that you go on the ball of your feet and on your heels. Okay, 3 more. Angela, I'd like to see Angela. Stretch your body and then that. Okay. 2 more. Try not to go so deep, Lizzle, just halfway. It's almost like you're sitting on an imaginary chair. There you go. One more time. Okay. Good. Now, what you're going to do just quickly, because we only have time, they always give me the best time when possible. What I'd like you to do now is you're going to make a tiny little circuit. Whenever you see a red dot, you have to do a landing position. So you jump and come to the red dot. Whenever you see a mat, you have to do a roll. And that's going to be like a roll. Okay, so when you see a mat, you try to stay on the mat, and then you quickly jump up. Move to the side, please. Then you come to the side here. You can just do little jumps up and down, like a bunny. And then, on the other side, you will have to just do one balance walk on the rope, and then you continue with the dots. Yeah. So I was given 2 minutes by Mr. Taladia. So now we're making the circuit and trying to incorporate all the different skills that we were doing today. Logan, I'd like you to start with a little row by the mat, this side of the mat. Josh, I want you to start with the jumps. Each jump you go, jump, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then you carry on. Angela, you can start with the bunny hops over here. And then guess what you're going to do with Winton? You have to balance on the rope without losing balance. Uh-oh, did I tell you to start? No, I did not. Josh, come back. Because you have to keep following distance. You have to wait for me. Remember, listen to the teacher. Ready, and go. Now you can go back to the balance. Keep your hands flat there. And carry on. That's fine. I will make it straight for you. Show me your landing on the dot. You don't have to go all that way. Look, there was the rope, Angela. Hands flat. Nice bunny hops there, Josh. I'm sure that you've done that before. Keep it a little bit higher in your landing, Liesel. Not so deep in your knees. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Look at me. You can all come and sit down on the stage. There, just next to each other. So I think you did very well today. Did you guys learn something new? Yes. What did you learn? What was it new for you, Liesl? Oh, I'm going to take Thumbs up. And ta-da! Just a quick question. Did we do agility? A little bit. I'm not talking agility as in gymnastics, but agility as to be agile, to move with instructions and good body control. Did we do a bit of B, balance? Did we do a little of C? Did we do dominant movement patterns? Have you seen locomotions? Have you seen static? Have you seen springing? Have you seen rotations? What else is missing? How about landing? So these are the 6 locomotions that in less than 30 minutes, in one lesson, you can involve conditioning, warm-up activities, music and movement, blah, blah, blah. Michelle Peterson and I have been fortunate to work with the Department of Education as a trust fund, and we have been providing about 60-something lesson plans from grade 1 all the way to grade 12. Ishmael was actually coordinating the project, and apparently this textbook is coming out later this year. And hopefully it's not only a textbook on the shelves at the schools, but it's going to be implemented by the teacher, and that's why we are here. Thank you.
Just once again, Marty, it's a pity you could have asked me. I could have done the demonstrations, could have taken the tie off. Yeah, just again, the basics that was displayed here, I think the kids had fun. I heard some of the comments from the back. Is it awesome? They're tired. So you can see it is possible. We don't need the fancy bells and whistles. So again, Marty, from my side, thank you very much.
We finally came to the end of 2 wonderful days. Firstly, I want to thank my co-pilot for the 2 days, my beauty beast. Thanks, Jamil, for standing here with me. It was great. You were a great audience for all the hard work and for all the running around. We really appreciate it. Thank you. I would like our director of the GET component to stand, please. Yes, just look at the crowd. Turn around. Yes, you know, sometimes someone said earlier, who was it that said, I think Eddie, who said abuse the platform. I'm abusing it now majorly. Turn around, director. Thank you. Could we just give her a big clap? Thank you, Karen. We really appreciate what you do up there. Really, that you, in your busy schedule, you still had time with your mom's story. We really appreciate, and all the best with your mom, everything that must have happened. And then we cannot go without stand closer. I think someone said, I think it's John that said, up there must be, if it's strong here, then it comes down. If the power and the drive is there, sir, it goes down to under. And I can be very honest with you. With that man, you don't have a choice. If you do not come along, he just leaves you behind. You make a choice. If you want to be here, you be here. If you not want to be here, we going. Ishmael, we love you. We want to thank you for who you are and for what you do. I know all of this is, we are here, not because of ourselves. We are here because we know we're doing it for the children. If you're a teacher, then it's about the child. And like I said right in the beginning, my dear esteemed colleague here said, physical education, look at the future of every child in every classroom at every school. These 2 days, I said this morning, there's a theme going across. We need each other. We need that cooperation. We need to get it. If we listen to all the statistics that we heard, we are in fire. He just asked me, are you still, I'm leaving, when? I don't know. They confused me, so. No, I'm leaving, but I told my husband when I got in, I'm not so sure anymore, because just yesterday was such a lot of inspiration. I'm so much looking forward to the 29th and the 30th, but from all of us, thank you for getting us all together in this space. If I was a preacher, I would say there was people wakker toe ek dit gewys het. They didn't sleep in the audience. And now I'm sure he's going to thank all the presenters. It was a joy to listen to all of you. I'll always remember you for your virgin speech today. So thanks a million for all the preparation, and I'm sure he will thank you, but from the two of us, thanks for making the job so easy for us too. And now, we call him the big boss. He can come forward and do the wrap-up of the afternoon. Sleep well, go well, and do physical education, please. Stay active.
At our school, our learners are very eager and they respond very well to physical education.
They love their physical education period, and they're always excited to have physical education.
Because what we teach them outside on the field, we would like them, and they normally implement it inside of the classroom.
At our school, it's important to have physical education because you're aware of the fact that we have lots of violence in the area. Learners are not able to play freely at home. So as a result, they become couch potatoes sitting on their phones all the time. Having that school gives them an opportunity to be outside, to play, and learn also.
There is a culture of physical education at Mount View because we incorporate different strategies. Example, this term it is physical education.
And they've got the motion of a healthy mind sets a healthy body.
I also believe that if a teacher gets to know a learner on the field outside of the classroom, you work better with the child in the class. So it's basically to get learners out there, get them active, and also to get a better relationship with the learners in the class. So physical education is very important in terms of development. We need to get them out of the comfort zone, sitting on a couch and sitting on the phone all the time. That is how it will improve our system at the school.
We have a huge problem with physical education due to the lack of parents bringing their part, and then we have to improvise.
The challenges are we don't have enough resources.
We don't have equipment. So what has happened in the past, teachers would bring their own stuff. So we have your basic things like your hula hoops, you have the orange cones that you use. But if you want to do maybe an obstacle course, we don't have your mats and those sponges that you have to jump over. So teachers bring ladders from their homes. We use the tables and the desk in the rooms, in the classrooms. So we physically have to take it out of the class for the PE period and then take it back in there.
Our teachers make that thing to work. I bring my own sound box, my own lead from my home. I buy my own resources, and most of the teachers doing the same thing. They put their hand in their pocket because complaints are not working.
So if we can get more equipped, we'll be for a way to get those learners on a level where they can go anywhere and can compete against anybody else because they have the proper equipment. So my dream for Mount View in terms of physical education is that we have our learners kitted in their uniform, so they don't have to go and run around with their shirts and go back to class with the same shirt.
We allow some of them to do physical education in their uniform, which I feel is unhealthy because they have to go back to class with that sweaty clothing.
Learners must have the facilities to have a shower. When they're done, they can go quickly shower, go back into class. Our equipment must be in order. No need for us to take out benches out of the classroom, use it for the PE period, and then have to take it back.
And then also with the facilities at our school. Some of our stuff we do get sponsored, but our elements outside, they do come into the school property and they vandalized everything.
We had UNICEF from 2016 onwards investing in our fields, our soccer poles, rugby poles. However, because we're living in a low socio-economic area, the elements comes into the school and they stole some of our fence and our poles and some of the equipment.
And very important that we have trained, skilled physical education educators, because at the moment, our allo teachers are not all trained, so they are not skilled, but they're doing the best to their ability to get these learners their physical education. But if we can get more skilled teachers in to assist, especially with the PE, we will be a further away. So that is our dream.
Thank you, colleagues. We had our own communications unit, Edu Media, record that for this particular conference. Mount View High School is in Hanover Park in the middle of gangland. But physical education is happening. Physical education is happening. And so one of the learnings from the conference over the past 2 days has definitely been the issue of, one, it must happen because it's policy. Two, we as government and as stakeholders in education and in physical education specifically, we all have to put our hands together collectively and look at addressing some of the issues that have arisen and that have been spoken about over the past 2 days. Colleagues, I want to say to you that, and I'm going to reiterate this, we are not here, we haven't just spoken over the past 2 days, but there are definitely going to be action steps from this particular event. So just some of the key challenges, and we've already mentioned this, but in wrapping up, I just want to remind all of you, once again, that there is a focus on the PGCE programs at universities, and we will pick it up with the deans of the universities with regards to the PGCE program, where we have sports management students that should be allowed to do PGCE. That's one component. We also want to see universities bringing back the B.Ed course in physical education so that we can produce specialist physical education teachers. But that is part of our medium and long-term programs that we're going to be putting in place. Our ultimate goal, physical education as a standalone subject. But in order to get there, we need to be putting the necessary structures in place for us to move to that level. So we cannot have permanent positions and standalone subject unless we have qualified people to go into those positions. So we must please see that as a parallel process. The issue of moving teachers around, rotation of teachers in life orientation is a challenge. We've had teachers sitting here for 2 days giving their inputs, but we cannot have them go back and next year they're teaching another subject. We need to keep the specialization that this department and some of our partners are spending hundreds of thousands of rands on. We need to ensure that where we have underqualified people assisting at schools, that we put together some of the short courses that we've heard about from some of our stakeholders, that we get the opportunity to get those people properly qualified. We have spoken, and John spoke earlier about the Presidential Youth Employment Program. We need to be focusing on getting I'm talking not only for our province. In our province, we're looking at 3,000 physical education teacher assistants. We're looking nationally to pick up 55,000 of those 270,000 teacher assistants that government is looking to employ. We want them to be trained as physical education teacher assistants. So colleagues, those are some of the challenges, and I'm not going to go through all of them. We've touched on with the panel discussion, the City of Cape Town issues, the DCAS issues. Those are things that we have identified. But so just coming out of the conference over the past 2 days, what are the action plans that we are looking at? And I've listed some of them. We still need to word it properly, but as you know, we had scribes sitting in all of the rooms, and I asked them just to take out the salient points so that we have a particular focus as we close up today's program. So one of them is I've just mentioned the utilization of the teacher assistants, universities to reintroduce the PGCE program. Psychology, as we heard, should not be the main criteria for getting into a physical education PGCE program. And then, of course, life orientation, the APS scores, that life orientation needs to be given more credits as far as the APS into university undergraduate programs are concerned. We've looked at the issue of keeping our specialist teachers in life orientation. If they are physical education specialists, they need to be staying in that program. If they are going to be trained, and I can say to you, over the past 4 years, we've taken about 150 teachers out of class, put them into a training, 2-week training program, and having spent all that money to get substitutes in classes for them, we cannot now go to that same school where that teacher has come from, having spent thousands of rand training that teacher, and the teacher is teaching maths or some other subject that I'm not impressed with. So we need to be ensuring, and to the principals forum, to the teacher unions, our specialists need to stay within the life orientation space. Colleagues, life orientation is specialized, not only in terms of physical education, but we're also driving comprehensive sexuality education. Just in our province, our numbers of teenage births last year was, we're on public space, so I can't give you the numbers, but it's very close to Gauteng. You know, Gauteng had 23,000, right? We were close to that. And so, as a province, and so we need to be looking at ensuring that the life orientation teacher is properly capacitated to deal with these issues. Physical education, comprehensive sexuality education, career planning. That's all in the life orientation curriculum. And so we cannot have any Tom, Dick, and Harry going into the life orientation class. So to the principals forum, the teacher unions, that message needs to go back to your constituents. We need to ensure, colleagues, that the physical education activities are inclusive. We haven't specifically focused on our disability sector in this particular conference, but we haven't lost sight of them. They're very much part of our planning, they're very much part of our engagements, but for this conference, our focus has just been physical education across the board, inclusive of every child in this province and in this country. Colleagues, I've touched on 1 or 2 of those issues. I've already mentioned that you can read through that in terms of saying what it is that we want to take away from this conference. We need to have, as a final point, closer collaboration between everybody in this room and some of the people that are not here. The SASCOX, the University of Cape Town, who is not here, who is an integral part of us taking this process forward. There are some of the NGOs that, through their own work, are also getting into our schools in order to provide and try and assist in closing the gap on the implementation of physical education. But we need to understand what the role of the NGOs are in this particular space. And we need to set a framework in place for that to happen, probably on a much better level. So colleagues, in wrapping up today's conference, let me just say a big thank you to all of our universities, all of our presenters from the various universities that have come in from Potchefstroom, from Fort Hare, University of KwaZulu-Natal, Wits University, Dr. Zeller, and all of the other colleagues from across the country. Thank you very much for making the time to be with us. Gary flew in from Kabega to be with us to do that training program yesterday. My colleagues from DBE have unfortunately left because they had to catch a plane back home. Norman and Parky from PESA, thank you for being here, having come down especially for this conference. And you see the importance of this conference, colleagues. It is something that needs to happen from here onwards on an annual basis. And let me just say to you, next year's conference is going to be hosted by the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. Professor Davies committed himself to that program for next year. So we will have a follow-up conference at the brand new campus of the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. It is right on the precinct of the Newlands Cricket Stadium. So that is where next year's conference is. So we're already doing our forward planning. Part of our operational planning is to be able to give you feedback as to the work that would have been done between now and next year's conference. Colleagues, the conversation doesn't stop here. Please note that. If you as a teacher, you have an input, you have your subject advisors, engage with them and give us feedback so that we know how to take it to the next level. We have a commitment in terms of engaging with our national minister on the outcomes of this conference. So colleagues, from my side and my team, can I just say to my two program directors, can we give them a round of applause? Stand, please. Just join me on the stage, thank you. And to the rest of our team, Ivan and the rest of the team, that was Fairuz, Colin, if you can please come up, colleagues. We've been working for the past couple of months in terms of putting this program together. And whatever they call me, don't bother with that. But they've been pivotal in terms of making sure. And, we had 4 volunteer teachers. And listen to this, volunteer teachers. We didn't coerce them. We just said to them very nicely, we need scribes. And they put up their hands. Could those 4 scribes please come up to the stage? And I just want to say to you that I had to interview them after they had put up their hands. And so, in interviewing them, so your physical education, so where did you qualify? No, Mr. Deladia, we only got 1 period in 2 months on physical education at university. But they qualified physical education teachers. Okay, so there's some work that we need to do. HEIs, there's work that we need to do. But guys, thank you very much for volunteering, and I hope that as young teachers, you have learned from what we spoke about over the past 2 days. Colleagues, the one thing I want you as young, and more especially to our young teachers, all of the people that came to present, what was one of the main common denominators amongst all of that? Is that they were teachers. John O'Connor, who was a CEO of a company, the Dion Davids, who is a assistant coach to the national rugby team, Claude, who is Mayor, who is deputy director in the department, my own director, Ms. Dudley, Mr. Powell, and all of the other, most of the other presenters, all of our university academics, they were teachers. A big hand for our teachers. To my other colleagues from head office, thank you for being here and for supporting. We appreciate that. And I hope from the NGO side, Brad and Tori has left, and any of the other NGOs, Unchain the Plane, but they also double up as the PPA, Mr. Krause. Unchain the Plane, if you don't know, they provide sporting equipment to our schools. So let's give them. I saw Unchain the Plane on the rugby balls at Mount View. So a little commercial for them as well. Colleagues, the conversation doesn't stop here. I need you to go back to your schools. I need you to go back to your universities, to the NGO community, and say that physical education is not being brought back to our schools. Physical education has been there. We are going to take it forward. We want that conversation to happen immediately. It started already yesterday, but we need to take it to the next level. On that note, colleagues, I want to thank everyone. If I missed out on anybody, Naptosa, I know you came late, but you are most welcome here. Naptosa and Satu has left. But to everybody that was here, thank you very much. This conference is closed. Can I just ask the committee just to make sure that all our banners are